Gao Song finally reacted and hurriedly took out his wallet from his pocket. He took out all the cash in his wallet and placed it in Shi Xiaobai's hand, proclaiming loudly, "I want to be a devotee. Earn 300 China currency." Still 99,700 short of completing the choice. The moment Shi Xiaobai received the cash, the familiar voice rang in his head. He was immediately satisfied and pointed to his shield. "Very good. God Najin will protect you. Come and shatter it." Gao Song nodded crazily as he used all his strength to punch at the wavelet shield. The moment his fist touched it, the shield shattered. The dazed audience was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This dirty transaction was completed in such a manner? Next, Hua Pengfei. Mo's cold voice sounded at this moment. Everyone was shocked as they realized Mo's had remained silent all this while. They looked in surprise because the bat, Mo's, had a deadpan expression, but he did not plan on stopping Shi Xiaobai's misdeeds. What was going on? Why wasn't Mo's interfering with Tu Dahei's shameless cheating? The reason is very simple. Hizitha's rules did not state that Shi Xiaobai can't go easy, and Mo's is just going in accordance with the rules. Furthermore, as a calamity fiend, Mo's values are different from humans. Dahei's despicable act of extortion might instead be appreciated by Mo's. Ling Xuan explained to Yi Jiachuan, as a faint cheerful smile hung on his face. Hua Pengfei and Hua Pengju were brothers. At this moment, when Hua Pengfei heard his name, he immediately felt disturbed. He blamed his brother for acting disrespectful to Tu Dahei, and was wondering how he could beg for Tu Dahei's mercy. After Hua Pengfei came in front of Shi Xiaobai, he immediately took out his wallet and said with eager eyes, "Can this little brother put up money to become the god's devotee?" Shi Xiaobai immediately sneered and said, "Don't think that this king doesn't know that you are associates with that can't get it up too. That can't get it up sneaked up on this king, so you are unlikely to be any better. The god Najin only accepts kind devotees." Hua Pengfei was almost about to cry. He took out a wad of cash and pleaded, "Although this little brother only has 3,000 cash, but this little brother can go draw more out. Name your price, this little brother will definitely not say a thing." Hua Pengju was ready to give everything to prevent elimination. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily stunned as he silently calculated the difference between 300 and 300. Sufficient faith can be exchanged for the god's forgiveness. "Whatever, this king shall forgive you." Shi Xiaobai beamed and pointed to the wad of cash and said loudly, "Then, hand your faith over." That day became a painful memory for division, annihilation. Because of this day, a long-haired youth named Song Xiao was eliminated and forgotten. But that day became an unforgettable memory for that batch of rookies. Other than the few people at the beginning, and Wang Lin, who barely managed to break Shi Xiaobai's shield, everyone else emptied their pockets. And a long time later, whenever they saw Shi Xiaobai's figure on the television, or heard Shi Xiaobai's name on various news, they would recall this shameless Tu Dahei, who only wanted cash, and immediately be filled with mixed emotions. Oh time, it whitens so many hairs, blackens so much fungi, aging so many faces, ruining so many beauties, but what sort of changes would it do to Shi Xiaobai in the coming years? Author's note: this chapter is the end of this arc. I hope everyone liked it. A new arc will begin immediately. The world will slowly be opened up. Shi Xiaobai's story is about to truly begin. 1. The Chinese words used for Najin sounds like hand your money over. 2. Can't get it up is a play of words with Hua Pengju's name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44, She Comes from the Darkness, Bringing the Light. Chapter 44, She Comes from the Darkness, Bringing the Light. Dim light shone into a gigantic room. The corner of the room was dotted by shadows as 4 figures, which could barely be made out, sat at different corners. They were spaced out from each other, but there a hint of confrontation pervading between them. The shadows shrouded their looks, but the fleeting dim light illuminated their body contours. One of them was thin like a stick, another as fat as a pig, one was graceful and another with a strong build. These four completely different people not only differed in looks and figure. They seemed to have great differences in will and beliefs. In this silent atmosphere, the strife and the colliding repression was choking. Bang! Suddenly, a tightly closed door was pushed open. A plume of light crept through the open door. It did not illuminate the corners, but revealed clearly the person who had opened the door. The person who entered was an elder who wore a wizard's hat and held an old wooden staff. White beard hung down to chest level, as strands of white hair protruded out from the hat. That wrinkled face and white hair easily masked the gray robe draped on the person's body. It was hard to tell if the person was male or female, or which old man or old woman this person was. Gaia. The four people at each corner stood up and bowed respectfully. They shouted out in unison, as if addressing the elder. "Oh, so you are all here. Then, let us begin." The elder's voice was hoarse, but again it was hard to discern that person's gender. After the elder finished speaking, with a wave of his wooden staff, the steel door closed automatically, emitting a loud clear slam. The originally dark room turned dim again as the elder walked to the middle of the room. The four people at each corner sat down spontaneously. I believe all of you have placed a surveillant beside Shi Xiaobai, so there is no need to add much description to the reason why I called for all of you. What should be done is the focus of our discussions. The elder looked towards the top left corner and said, "Annihilation, Shi Xiaobai is a rookie that your division is in charge of. Tell us something first." The muscular and strong figure by the top left corner stood up and said in a deep voice, "Shi Xiaobai's monstrous talent has already been coveted by other organizations. If the news of him rising to the third level in 10 days is leaked, it could lead to disaster. Thankfully, when Shi Xiaobai was exposed, you had personally requested Her Excellency, Kali, to kill all the surveillance hidden in Gaia. Since Her Excellency, Kali, has acted, we can be sure that the news hasn't leaked out of Gaia. And most thankfully, Shi Xiaobai cleverly chose to hide his identity. His current identity to others is Tu Dahe. We have long ago made an information blockade on him, so the only ones who know of Shi Xiaobai's looks are the 12 people during the rookie evaluation test. I believe everyone here has informed those few people not to divulge any information about Shi Xiaobai. In that case, Shi Xiaobai can simply use his identity as Tu Dahe as a cover. We just need to think of a way to wipe away any traces of suspicion that happened today, and when it is finally completely safe, we can let Shi Xiaobai restore his true identity. Hence, my suggestion is to let Shi Xiaobai continue on his identity as Tu Dahe. That is all." After Annihilation finished speaking, he sat down consciously. After the elder pondered for a few moments, the elder turned to the bottom right corner and said, "Creation, what do you think?" The graceful figure at the bottom right corner stood up, immediately causing a fresh fragrance to fill the room. A charming voice sounded, "I believe it is time to find a mentor for this child." The elder's hand paused slightly after hearing this. He said, "In accordance with established practices, psychers would be assigned an exclusive mentor, but it usually happens at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. Only after the mentee's superpower is awakened, and what category the superpower is confirmed, would a mentor be chosen. Why do you think that we should select one now? Creation laughed with an extremely charming sound that made one's heart waver. With that child's talent, regardless of his superpower, there will definitely be people scrambling to be his mentor. There won't be a chance to care who is more suitable. And coincidence has it that us 4 division ministers are here, so why don't we take this opportunity to decide on the child's mentor? Let's take this period of time when One Pun and Hizith are rushing to Southern Gold City to make it a done deal. The elder hesitated for a moment before whispering, "This might be inappropriate. If One Pun or Hizith is willing to be that child's mentor, we should strongly support it. After all, in terms of strength, across the entire Gaia, or even across the entire world, these 2 excellencies are one of the strongest. Haha, Gaia, you silly old fool. The top left corner's thin person suddenly issued a sharp laugh. In a dark voice, the person said, "Why did he, Gaia, go from first-tier hero organization to second-tier? Wasn't it all thanks to these so-called three powerhouses? Those three are indeed strong, but they never take the initiative to contribute to the organization. They may be a member of Gaia, officially, but it is just in name. If the three of them were willing to dedicate more effort, Gaia may not become one of the top first-tier hero organizations, but at least we wouldn't fall from first tier." Shi Xiaobai is a precious talent, Gaia painstakingly unearthed. If those three powerhouses were to become his mentor, what happens if Shi Xiaobai grows up to share the same virtues as them? Wouldn't the organization be wasting all sorts of resources just to get an empty name? Then another fourth powerhouse who is Gaia in name but doesn't do anything will be born. The moment that person finished speaking, the fat person on the bottom right corner immediately echoed, "This time, I agree with Chaos and Creation's point of view. Now is a golden opportunity." One pun and Hizith are in southern Gold City, while Callie never bothers about such things. If we take this opportunity to assign an exclusive mentor for Shi Xiaobai, and using a little touch of emotions, then it would be a done deal. When the time comes, One Pun and Hizith would likely not ask for a rebuff. Those two are extremely proud people, so there's no way they will be shameless enough to vie for students. After hearing the three people's discussion, the elder hesitated for a moment before sighing, "Although I am unwilling to admit it, the three of them indeed do not have their minds on Gaia. Even the request for Callie's help this time took me a lot of persuasion. I even gave her the heart of the ocean before she agreed. Whatever. For Gaia's future, I'm willing to lose my face. Let us choose Shi Xiaobai's exclusive mentor right here and now." The moment the elder finished speaking, a powerful voice from Annihilation sounded, "Shi Xiaobai is Annihilation's rookie, so it is just natural that I will be his dedicated mentor." "I don't think so." Creation immediately objected as she said with a chuckle, "Don't you forget that Shi Xiaobai is a little pervert. He even lusted over a young girl like Rico. With my charm, it would take moments to make him fall deeply in love. To make the child have a complete sense of belonging to Gaia. Letting me become his exclusive mentor is the best solution." "Ha ha!" Chaos sneered, "If you were made the child's mentor, his psionic ability realm might not improve, but his skills in bed will. In a few days, he will become a slave for sex, his guts and perseverance would be immersed amongst women." Order said solemnly, "I am the most suitable mentor. Annihilation is too righteous, while Chaos is too vile. Creation is just a sex fiend. I am the best choice to nurture the child with all the treasures I have. Pooey. As a fat pig, you will nurture Shi Xiaobai into a dirty and cheap swine." Creation, who was derided as a sex fiend, returned with an invective. "Righteousness is what the child need to nurture the most." Annihilation said with a deep voice. "To survive in this vile society, being scheming and vicious is what the child needs to learn the most." Chaos rebutted as well. The four of them desired to become Shi Xiaobai's exclusive mentor, and originally had differences that made them appear like fire and water, so there was no way they could persuade each other. Immediately, they began quarreling. "Regardless of the case, this child is in my division, so he should be my student. Heh, I am the best choice. TSK, I will make that child become a diehard for Gaia. I have the best resources for nurturing." The four people's back and forth statements became monologues. As the four voices mixed together, none of them wanted to be overshadowed by the other, hence, their voices grew louder. Soon, it became like a quarrel between neighbors, as endless invectives were exchanged, interspersed with screaming and bellowing. The elder stood quietly in the middle of the room. He neither interrupted them, nor had the intention to stop them. He was only silent, with no visible emotions. However, the elder had already made up his mind. The child, named Shi Xiaobai, would become his student. At this moment, he would let the four people argue, and let them come to a natural stop after they were exhausted. As Stigaya, at the four people's most exhausted moment, he would give the unquestionable command, and would surely win the right. That child is worth it for me to lose my old face. The elder thought as he patiently waited, like a sly old fox hunting rabbits. The ruckus continued on as though it was going to tear down the room, with no end to it. Giggle. Suddenly, a bell-like giggle that sounded pleasant to the ears filled the room from all directions. It was as though it came from the sky and also from the ground. It seemed to pass through the walls and also the windows. The giggle was everywhere, but no one knew where it came from. However, there was one thing for sure. When the giggle sounded, the ruckus came to an abrupt end. At the same time, that melodious voice sounded once again. The vessel of the darkness. Removing a mask to reveal the ugly face of self-seeking interest. Cutting off from the righteous light. Yet thirsting the glory from bathing in the light. How funny, how pitiful, how sad, but so what? Foolish humans, you are all completely negligible, but you would just be a pile of white and gray in 100 years. And the immortal me shall hide in the darkness, mocking your inferiority. At this moment, let the light illuminate your filth. The melodious sound descended lightly upon them as light surged in from every direction. With infinite beams of light blooming, the dark room was entirely lit up, leaving nowhere for the five figures in the room to hide. At the same moment, a petite figure appeared out of the light. Author's note: this chapter wasn't easy to write, but I think I still handled it well. The final monologue was made up by me. Hugh. Translator's note: if it isn't obvious, being antonyms, annihilation and creation are strongly against each other, while chaos and order make up the other opposing pair. All the divisions are clearly not friendly with each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45, Callie. Chapter 45, Callie. That petite figure came out from the light, not in a metaphorical way, but literally walking out of the light. It was as if the brilliant light was an invisible door. She had stepped through from the other end, and immediately entered this room. The bright but not dazzling light illuminated the entire room, as the five people who were accustomed to the darkness squinted their eyes. Their facial expressions looked nervous when their eyes landed on the figure, minds deeply reflecting over the monologue. When the petite figure walked out of the light, she did not land on the ground. Her feet were a few centimeters off the ground, floating quietly midair. A black, Gothic-style full-length skirt wrapped around her petite figure, while her skin looked so delicate as though it would be torn apart by a cold wind. Dark purple hair reached down her waist, as a red headband was tied into a butterfly knot. From far, they looked like a pair of standing cat ears. And a hogue stuck out her hair, adding a hint of mo to her one. The petite figure looked like she was a 12 to 13-year-old girl. Her facial features were delicate like a pixie's, and for some reason, she wore a white eye patch over her left eye. Only her blue right eye could be seen. It looked as clear as a crystal. The eye was calm, but seemed to contain the mountains and rivers, as though a sea of stars filled it. It added a sacred flair to her beautiful looks too. Her Excellency, Callie. The first person to react was Chaos. Following that, the other three people at each corner politely greeted her. Finally, the white-haired elder also lowered his head slightly, greeting the girl, Her Excellency, Callie. Callie frowned slightly and coldly harumphed, if the chatter of elves is the sweet, ringing chimes of heaven, then your ravings are the most ear-piercing noise. I could not force my noble ears to carry on listening to your silly argument, so I came out to say a few words, and also let the light dispel the nauseating atmosphere in this room. The five people's expressions changed. Chaos' squinting eyes were wavering constantly, as if thinking of an explanation for the disrespectful words they had just said. Although they secretly complained over the three powerhouses' conduct, they had to still dutifully show their respect. If the three powerhouses were to depart Gaia, then Gaia, which was already heading downhill, might be devoured by other organizations. These three people did not give any glory to the Gaia, but were important pillars of support for Gaia to continue surviving. Gaia was expendable, the four division ministers were expendable, but not a single one of the three powerhouses could leave. Esteemed Her Excellency, Kali, Chaos, who was the best smooth-talking and was often appointed to negotiate with other organizations, quickly thought of an excuse. Stop! Kali immediately prevented Chaos from proceeding with her sophistry, as she said coldly, I came from the darkness, not to hear you speak. Quietly listen to me is what you need to do the most. The five people's expression changed slightly as they lowered their heads. They tried their best to maintain a respectful expression, but they also carefully hid the anger in their eyes. You don't have to be worried that I will be angered by certain words you said, because what you said were true. This organization is expendable in my opinion, and its non-existence would be even better. If not for the ice coffin that I slept for a millennium was buried under the Steel City, and have some nostalgia for this piece of land, I would have long left for a brighter world. Kali sighed slightly and said, however, since that person was willing to exchange 3 sacred level items to exchange for my promise a decade ago, I will force myself to be considered a member of Gaia before I leave. I do not know nor do I need to know what sort of person Shi Xiaobai is. However, I will put an end to your disputed topic. Upon hearing this, the 4 division ministers could not help but look up at the beautiful girl. Although Kali's interference with their competition to be Shi Xiaobai's mentor made them indignant, if they could end the dispute because of her, it was still a good thing. Every one of them could not help but wish that Kali would designate themselves to be Shi Xiaobai's mentor. Kali turned around to look at the bulky annihilation, and said, what is righteousness? If killing one person to save 100 is righteousness, is killing one loved one to save 100 strangers righteousness? Everyone's belief in righteousness is eventually different. There is no need for your guidance, time is the best teacher. Annihilation looked slightly surprised as he fell into deep thought. Kali turned to look at the thin Chaos and said, if you insist that machinations and viciousness is the key to living, then you can try. Let's see if you can survive for 3 seconds in front of me, do you understand? Absolute strength is the most important thing required for survival. Chaos' heart missed a beat as he felt a coldness rise up his heart. He did not dare retort. Kali turned to the charming creation and said, I have not experienced matters of the heart, so I can't make an evaluation. However, I don't like the smell from your body. It reminds me of a demonic dragon I saw thousands of years ago. It's filled with that salacious smell, and it's nauseating. Creation's face flushed as she cursed in her heart. Is being a virgin something to show off for? However, she immediately realized the importance of the matter. Annihilation and Chaos had also already sensed it as all 3 of them looked up at Order, who was as fat as a pig. Since the 3 of them had been dismissed, wouldn't the position of Shi Xiaobai's mentor fall upon Order? I don't think Order is suitable to be Shi Xiaobai's mentor, because the unsettled creation immediately wanted to speak out against it. Yes. Kali suddenly gave a light yes, interrupting creation's words. At the same time, a pale icy aura suddenly appeared, sweeping straight for creation. With a scream, creation struggled for a second before becoming an ice sculpture. Yes, I heard your words. Just wait inside that column of ice. Kali spoke softly before turning to the pig-like Order. Order appeared extremely tensed. He kept rubbing his thighs with his fat hands, as though he wanted to speak but did not dare to. It looked funny. Kali knitted her eyebrows slightly and said, between a human and a swine, I believe that child named Shi Xiaobai would prefer to be the former. I am very disappointed. All 4 of you are not suitable as role models. That's because what all of you should do is to find a good mentor to learn from. The 4 people were rendered speechless. With the 4 candidates rejected, who was to become Shi Xiaobai's mentor? So in the end, you were here just to cause trouble. Instead, the eyes of the elder, who had been silent, lit up. The opportunity he had been waiting finally came. As long as he thickened his face to recommend himself at this moment, he could obtain the position of mentor. The elder coughed, about to speak. "I'll do it," Callie suddenly said softly. The elder's eyes stared while the other four stared in stunned silence. They had ignored a possibility. As Callie always showed disdain for mixing with humans, and preferred sleeping in the darkest depths, it was impossible she would be willing to be Shi Xiaobai's mentor even if they were willing to give her 3 sacred items. From what they knew, Callie was the person who was least likely to vie the position of Shi Xiaobai's mentor from them. As such, when they considered the 3 powerhouses, they immediately excluded her. But at this moment, what were the words she said? "I will become his mentor, but I will not teach him anything. Of course, as a mentor in name, I will protect him, but give him the freedom to grow." Callie said softly, "This matter is decided. I'll be going to meet Shi Xiaobai now. I hope his darkness and light would not make me cringe." The moment she finished speaking, countless rays of light gathered in front of her, turning into a rift of light. She ignored everyone else and took a step forward, walking into the light. Immediately, she disappeared from the room. The light also disappeared along with her, as darkness fell back upon the room. The shadows enshrouded the 4 people at each corner. The sound of 3 people wheezing in short bursts could be heard. They were filled with anger. With the sound of ice shattering, a woman screamed with a voice full of hate, while the elder in the middle sighed deeply. 1. A Hogan Mo are Japanese vernacular that has entered the Chinese vocabulary. 2. Callie is modeled after Takanashi Rika, but again, other than her appearance, her personality and backstory are different. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46, Meteors in Hero. Chapter 46, Meteors in Hero. At dusk, the sky above Steel City was dyed red. A youth was jumping and running around sideways, across the crisscrossing steel roads. His motion looked like a funny crab, and at times when he rubbed shoulders with passers-by, they would give a teasing smile, while others were rendered speechless. The youth's lateral jumps and movement speed were very fast. His running speed was considerably faster than normal people running at full speed. Every time he leaped, a white mist would appear beneath his feet. The frequency at which he jumped was not fast, and every distance he traversed with a leap was not too far, but for some reason, every time he leaped, it gave people a feeling that the road beneath him had shortened. Just as you thought he was pretending to walk like a crab to tease a laugh from passers-by, the youth would suddenly disappear from your vision. The youth jumped laterally for an unknown period of time before he finally stopped at an intersection. He cocked his head and vexed for a moment. He walked to an intersection and stood there, as though he was waiting for something or someone. This king's crab steps is destined to be in existence to stun the world. The youth was naturally Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, he had stopped at an intersection and beamed while looking up at the sky. When Shi Xiaobai earned 100,000 cash from the Annihilation rookies, the fiery voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations on earning D-level reward, grasped basics D-class flash motion movement technique, crab steps. The moment the fiery voice was done, Shi Xiaobai felt a headache. It was as though many things were squeezed into his brain. By the time the pain disappeared, Shi Xiaobai was surprised to realize that he had grasped the crab steps the voice mentioned. Not long after Hizitha's game ended, the rookies dispersed. Shi Xiaobai had spoken to Lingxuan and Yi Jiachuan, and also probed them for information regarding crab steps. According to Lingxuan, any offensive skill, defensive skill or movement technique that exceeded F-class was extremely difficult to grasp. It required a long period of study and practice in order to reach the grasped basics realm. Furthermore, movement techniques were divided into motion, evasion, as well as a combination of the two, flash motion. Crab steps was a D-class flash motion movement technique, but it looked somewhat funny, so few people cultivated it. Shi Xiaobai was slightly depressed, but he reluctantly accepted the reward crab steps. However, on the way back, Shi Xiaobai could not resist trying out crab steps. When he began, he found that he could not stop. King of crabs, a step to traverse 1,000 miles. 2 steps to cross the heavens. 3 steps to transcend life and death. Wah-aha! Shi Xiaobai let out a boisterous laugh, giving a girl, who walked past, a fright. She thought he was mad and, while holding her up her skirt, she quickly ran off with fluttering footsteps. Shi Xiaobai noticed this and refused to give up on this passerby he had waited so long for. He began using crab steps and laterally jumped in a humorous manner and appeared in front of the girl. Although his actions looked ridiculous, his speed was redoubtable. By the time Shi Xiaobai returned to Rico's apartment, it was already dark. The lights were not switched on, proving that Rico had yet to return. Shi Xiaobai twitched his mouth and felt somewhat unhappy. "Where's this king-exclusive chef? Where are you?" Shi Xiaobai looked up and shouted. Although he did not spend much time with Rico, he had tasted Rico's cooking twice. The delicious taste was still fresh on his mind, so he was particularly longing for Violent Girl, especially when he ate a mouthful of overcooked instant noodles. Shi Xiaobai hastily finished his dinner with instant noodles and ham, as well as a few slices of cold bread. Then, he eagerly rushed to the living room. On the living room's wall, there was a 40-inch LCD panel that made Shi Xiaobai's eyes shimmer. The remote control was similar to that of Earth's. Shi Xiaobai immediately found the power switch, and pressing it, the LCD TV lit up. At the same time, a serious but depressive-sounding female voice came from the television. "Yet another meteor has landed. This is already the 123rd meteor ever since this meteor shower began. Oh, curses! When will this calamity end?" The television screen flickered, and a stunning scene appeared. The camera was slowly moving as it revealed ruined walls and collapsed buildings, a disaster scene filled with devastation on the ground. The picture would occasionally show blood and corpses, but very quickly, people in specific uniforms would stretcher out the corpses as well as the injured. "Heavens, another meteor is coming!" The female broadcaster's sorrowful voice sounded once again. The television footage immediately moved to the sky, and there, in the night sky, a blob of light that looked extremely hot rushed to the ground. The footage was taken from afar, but when the blob of light landed, it immediately turned huge. The scene shown on television was stirring. After the blob of light hit the ground, an explosion happened. A huge crater appeared as dust rose up, causing the footage to turn fuzzy. When the dust cleared, it revealed what the light blob was. It was a steel carapace. When it stood up, it was a gigantic bug bigger than a building. The bug had a scissors-shaped silver horns on its head. The camera gave the bug's green eyes a close-up shot. There were numerous white worms squirming in its eyes which looked nauseating. "Phew, this meteor is just an F-class astral calamity beast astral steel giant beetle. Nearby heroes have already arrived. This meteor shouldn't cause much damage." The female broadcaster seemed to slightly relax. Following that, there was a switch in scenes. The television's image flashed a few times before fixing on a monster about 5 stories tall. The monster had 3 heads, and the middle head was that of a lion, while the right head was a dragon's head that kept spewing out hot flames. The left head was a goat's head whose eyes flashed a cold beam. It had lion claws for its forelimbs and ox hooves for its hind limbs. On its back were a pair of bat wings. A huge tail ended with a mouth filled with razor teeth. "It's a chimera. Heavens, a B-class astral calamity beast, chimera. This kind of monster needs a hero at a class and above to battle it. Wait, it seems like someone is battling the chimera." The female broadcaster acutely noticed a strange aberration with the chimera in the fixed frame. The moment she finished speaking, the camera swung a half circle before coming in front of the chimera. Below the chimera, in the midst of the flames spewing out from the dragon head, a green barrier was protecting someone. The lens zoomed in, and the person's appearance was revealed. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. The man's face was scrunched up as sweat dripped profusely down his face. Shi Xiaobai was sharp to realize that the green barrier was very similar to psionic's shield. It looked like a green psionic barrier, but the man's barrier was flashing, as if it was melting under the flames. The chimera's goat head was staring intently at the middle-aged man. Its cold eyes seemed to lock onto the man, preventing the man from escaping. He could only use his psionic barrier to withstand the chimera's flame. But clearly, the man was quickly losing psionic power. This is Eventide, SC class hero, Mr. Zhang Ziming. His psionic barrier is about to give up soon. Heavens, someone save him! The tone in the female broadcaster's voice turned anxious. Shi Xiaobai's turned anxious as well. The blackish-red flames looked extremely hot. If the barrier shattered, his body would not be able to withstand it. At this moment, the chimera's lion head suddenly opened its mouth slowly. A lion-like roar sounded like an explosion, as a violent wind blew at the middle-aged man. Dust and debris flew up, and with an indignant grunt, the man's barrier shattered. His body was consumed by the blackish-red flames. After the flames burned for several seconds, the dragon head slowly closed its mouth. The flames gradually extinguished and the middle-aged man's figure still remained on screen, but there were no flesh or bones left, only crisp ashes. The C-class hero, Zhang Ziming, turned to ashes under the chimera's flames. The female broadcaster turned silent. The repressive atmosphere from the television reached deep into Shi Xiaobai's heart. It made him breathe with great difficulty. Following that, the camera seemed to slowly move. Every step of the chimera caused the surroundings to tremble. Its tiger roars, the goat bleating and dragon roar was issued from the three heads, becoming the only sound that existed on screen. The female broadcaster was silent. The camera also moved away from the chimera's body, but the screen was still showing the ruined scene of the city the chimera had ravaged. She and everyone else seemed to be waiting for something or someone coming. The female broadcaster's cold voice suddenly sounded. The voice was filled with hatred and anger. At the same moment, the cameras pulled away, and far into the distance, a beam of light flew across the cameras, like a shooting rocket. The camera zoomed in. Zoom, zoom, zoom. The flying rocket-like object finally revealed its true appearance. It was a person. A flapping white cape, a yellow tight suit and a bald head that reflected light. Those were this person's most obvious characteristics. The camera suddenly moved forward to fixate on the person's eyes. His eyes occupied the entire screen, and the look in his eyes were sharper than a blade, colder than snow. He's here, our most beloved hero, One Punch Man is here, but... The female broadcaster used all her strength to say those words out loud, as though she was trying to conceal the choking in her voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47, One Punch Man. Chapter 47, One Punch Man. As the cameras zoomed out, a thin purple beam of light moved rapidly at the chimera's heads, like a flying arrow that shot at the three heads. One Punch's thin body appeared in front of the massive chimera. It looked like an ant encountering an elephant. This world's filming technology was very well developed. All sorts of angles were captured perfectly. It constantly switched angles, and gave One Punch close-up shots. As a series of shots kept changing, it looked like it was the calm before a storm. And when the female broadcaster said the words, "He's here, our most beloved hero, One Punch Man is here," it made one's blood surge. Shi Xiaobai's breathing sped up as his eyes blazed. One Punch, who had shot forward from a distance, quickly arrived in front of the chimera. The chimera also noticed the arrival of an unexpected enemy. Its three heads looked simultaneously at One Punch, and then slowly opened its three mouths at the same time. The battle began immediately. It was very likely going to be a bitter fight. Shi Xiaobai's heart thumped in palpitation. He looked forward to the beginning of the battle, but was also worried for One Pun's safety. After all, One Pun had previously saved his life. "Go Baldy Superman!" Shi Xiaobai quietly cheered on One Pun. As for the female broadcaster on television, for some reason, she fell into silence. After she said, "He's here," she did not speak a word. What was she waiting for this time? The camera suddenly switched to the three heads of the chimera, whose three mouths had already opened fully. Its three heads jerked forward suddenly, and blackish-red flames spewed out from the dragon head. A deafening sound blast roared from the lion head, while an invisible mysterious force blew out from the goat's head at the thin figure that was already heading towards it in mid-air. The debris strewn on the wrecked buildings and roads either flew up or were incinerated. If not, the lion's roaring sound blast would shatter them into numerous tinier pieces. These three completely different forms of energy, but emanated a similarly terrifying destructive power, blasted straight at One Pun. The camera closely followed One Pun, as his body was covered in a thin layer of purplish glow. He charged straight into the black and red mess where the flames and sound blast converged. His fearless look made Shi Xiaobai involuntarily hold his breath. "Go on, One Pun man." The female broadcaster's agitated voice suddenly sounded. Before she finished her words, the flame had engulfed One Pun completely. A sound blast violently struck him, causing One Pun's momentum to abruptly stop. The camera zoomed in, and the purple figure had bent his back, shrinking before the chimera's chest amidst the blackish-red flames. He tilted slightly, and clenching his right fist, he gave a posture of being about to punch out. "Kill it in one punch!" The female broadcaster screamed. The moment she said that, One Pun punched out. This punch was very ordinary. It looked like an ordinary punch when ordinary people fought. Furthermore, it only punched into air. But this punch destroyed everything. The first thing that was destroyed was the blackish-red flames. Following that was the chimera's three heads, then the chimera's massive body exploded. Following that, its tail with the mouth also got consumed by the storm created from the punch. What was destroyed were also the ruined buildings around the chimera. Instantly, everything turned to smithereens. Dust filled the air, as a ravine appeared behind the chimera, about dozens of meters wide, but nearly a kilometer long. This punch made Shi Xiaobai nearly pop his eyes out. He even forgot to breathe. One punch, another one punch. "This is our one punch man, One Pun," the female broadcaster said with a trembling but excited voice. "Have hope, everyone. Our heroes will definitely wipe out all the hateful enemies. Be it a meteor shower, a legion of calamity fiends or extraterrestrials, our favorite heroes will definitely protect our homeland, protecting all of mankind." Was this a hero? This was what a hero was. Shi Xiaobai looked at the television showing the bald Superman, who could nonchalantly turn a massive chimera into dust with a single punch, standing in the middle of the heaven and earth. He felt his chest burn, as if something wanted to come out of his throat. A hot liquid was sloshing in his eyes. The camera slowly panned, as the screen switched to the land where the chimera stood. Minced meat and dripping blood depicted the death of the monster. The long and deep ravine portrayed how much devastating power the normal-looking punch had. After the cameras panned for a moment, it slowly turned towards the figure in midair, who had dissolved his purple glow. The cameras zoomed in, as a solemn and sanctified atmosphere brewed. As the cameras zoomed into him, the look of the hero's victory appeared in the eyes of the audience. Suddenly, One Pun, who was mid-air, lowered his head to look at his right wrist and then immediately transformed into a purple beam of light, shooting away to the east. He became smaller and smaller on screen, eventually disappearing. The female broadcaster's voice sounded at the same time. Emergency alert. It is estimated that in 10 minutes, there will a meteor estimated to be above S-class dropping on the east side of southern Gold City. This meteor might very well be the king of this astral beast meteor shower. The 7 S-class heroes that had come forward to help in an evacuation and rescue mission have all gathered at the meteor's point of impact. Everyone watching before your screens, if you are a powerful hero, we beg you to come to Southern Gold City. This meteor shower is one of the rarely seen 1,000 stars level. Southern Gold City is in desperate need of your support. The television's picture constantly changed. It showed corpses that were there because they failed to evacuate in time, or heroes escorting citizens of Southern Gold City to safety. There were numerous collapsed buildings and crumbling roads. An astral calamity beast that was as large as a mountain was wreaking havoc in the city, and heroes who charged over to battle astral calamity beasts. All these scenes seem to say the same thing. Southern Gold City needs you, heroes. The female broadcaster's choking voice sounded along with a melancholic accompaniment. It was very moving. The moment those words were said, Shi Xiaobai broke into tears. He constantly reached up to wipe the hot flowing tears off his face, staring intently at the shocking images on television. Shi Xiaobai seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. As he sobbed, he began to vaguely chant, "Hero, hero." After a long time, Shi Xiaobai seemed to gradually calm down. His sobbing slowly came to a stop. His swollen eyes and wet tears recounted the young boy's grief. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in his ears. "Youth, do you desire power?" Shi Xiaobai turned around in surprise, and he saw a girl with dark purple long hair sitting on the sofa beside him. The girl was as beautiful as a pixie, and was smiling cheerfully at him. Author's note: I like Saitama, so I made someone similar. I hope Saitama in my world will receive the recognition of everyone. Please forgive the selfishness of an anime fan. However, this book is not fan fiction. Some characters are from anime, but most of them aren't. Also, there will be changes and differences. At least in this novel, one pun is very strong, but not invincible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48, Watching the Meteor Rain Fall onto Earth with You. Chapter 48, Watching the Meteor Rain Fall onto Earth with You 1. On the soft sofa, the girl was only a body distance away from Shi Xiaobai. Her knees were folded to her side. The black Gothic-style dress covered her long and slender legs, but could not conceal her moving curves. Her exquisite body was tilted, leaning on the sofa. One palm was gently holding up her delicate cheek, while her wrist revealed jade-like skin. A revealed blue eye squinted into the shape of a crescent, as she quietly exchanged gazes with Shi Xiaobai. An enchanting smile could be seen on her beautiful face. If this world truly had fairies, then her smile was so beautiful that it would make fairies sigh. Time seemed to come to a standstill at this moment. They looked at each other in silence, as black starry eyes and a blue oceanic eye reflected each other's figures in them. The girl was still smiling sweetly, while Shi Xiaobai's breathing gradually began to speed up. Shi Xiaobai's tear-stained cheeks began to flush, as though he was enduring something. His slightly red eyes flashed a burning desire, while the hot breathing from his nose seemed to give him a strange impulse. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai raised his right hand. His eyes were still staring intently at the girl's eye, but his right hand was already stretching towards the girl's face. At the same time, his body was leaning slightly forward, as though he was going to press down on the girl. That look was like an excited teenager trying to touch the face of a girl he admired. The girl's smile stiffened slightly. There was a shimmer in her eye, but she did not say or do anything to stop him. She quietly watched as Shi Xiaobai's finger approached her face. Slowly, Shi Xiaobai's fingers touched the white eye patch that covered the girl's left eye. Shi Xiaobai's breathing stagnated as he suddenly used his strength to lift it up. His body suddenly jerked forward as the girl's face became inches away from him, but all he did was stare intently at the girl's revealed left eye. It was an eye with a golden pupil, emitting dazzling bright light, like the dazzling charm of dawn. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's expression changed drastically. He released his right hand and jumped backwards. He covered his eyes and said in pain, this king's eye. The white eye patch fell back over the eye with the golden pupil. The girl's deep blue eye looked at him with a slight look of doubt. Shi Xiaobai's right hand covered his eyes as he reached out his left hand to point at the girl. He said coldly, "To think your eye can resonate with this king's true heretic king eyes." Ha! This king did not guess wrongly. Your eye is a true demon king eye. And you are a pixie witch with the demon king's bloodline. The girl was momentarily stunned. Her face suddenly burst out with a soul-stirring smile. She wagged a finger and said with a laugh, "What an ignorant boy. Eyes that can resonate with a true heretic king eye is not only limited to true demon king eye. Giggle, what I have is the true god king eye." Shi Xiaobai was stunned, as his gaze immediately turned soft. However, just as he thought of something, his eyes turned sharp again. He said solemnly, "Don't you dare deceive this king. This king can already smell the demonic girl aura that you are deliberately concealing from your body." The girl said in a soft voice, "I previously fought in the darkness with numerous demonic girls over 100 years. Then I removed the aura from their bodies, so what you smell is the smell of time." Smell of time? Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised as he ruminated over those words. Moments later, he asked doubtfully, "Are you really not a demonic girl?" No, the girl shook her head. "Then who are you?" Shi Xiaobai asked. "Who am I? That will be a long story. Do you really want to listen?" The girl asked with a smile. "Of course." Shi Xiaobai answered without hesitation. The girl paused and moved her body to close the gap between them. She said in a mysterious manner, 10,000 years ago, I was a pixie that guarded the world tree, leading a carefree life. Then because of the first apocalypse, the world tree lost its life, and before it withered, it chose me to be the inheritor of its power. Back then, I was a pixie, as well as a world tree. 9,300 years ago, I traversed the world, killing numerous villains, and destroyed quite a number of righteous people. I was sick of the human world, so I went to the light. There I saw so-called god kings and leader of gods. I kicked a god king off his throne and took over the god king's eye. I was a god queen then. 9,000 years ago, I got sick of the worship received by gods, so I left the light and headed to the darkness. There I met a demon king and the demonic girls he bred. I spent 100 years to convert all the demonic girls in the darkness into pixies. I then banished the demon king to an endless abyss. Back then, I was the queen of the dark pixies. 8,500 years ago, I realized that there were numerous civilizations other than the darkness and the light, hence I left the darkness and wandered the thousands of worlds. Back then, I was a lonely traveler. 8,000 years ago, I got tired. In a world called heaven, I settled down. Bird people with white wings on their backs lived in heaven. They called themselves angels, so back then, I was a hermetic angel. 7,000 years ago. More than 10 minutes later, the girl finally finished describing her numerous identities. It was unknown if she had fabricated them or was just speaking nonsense, but finally she sighed and said, 1,000 years ago, I returned to the world of the humans. I slept deep underground for 1,000 years before waking up 10 years ago. So now, I'm a human, my name is Callie. Shi Xiaobai was listening with his eyes glistening. He said, having enjoyed the entire process, it's so interesting. Callie quietly looked at Shi Xiaobai and could not help but giggle. Youth, you truly believe that? Shi Xiaobai was stunned and pointed to himself and said, Intuition tells this king that you are not lying. This king doesn't believe you, but believes in his intuition. Callie burst into laughter as she could not help but reach out to touch Shi Xiaobai's head. She said gently, if I met you earlier, maybe I wouldn't have been bored for 10,000 years. Shi Xiaobai, who had his head touched, suddenly felt a strange feeling. He hastily retreated backwards, evading Callie's demonic talons. He reached out to smoothen his hair that Callie had messed up and sneered, don't you think of stealing this king's invisible crown? Giggle. Callie laughed heartily once again. Her bell-like voice was pleasant to the ears, like the chimes from heaven. Shi Xiaobai's gaze slowly turned soft as the corners of his mouth suffused a smile. Why was she laughing so happily? Shi Xiaobai found it strange. Could her laughter have some magic in them? Callie laughed for a long while before she gradually stopped. Her expression gradually calmed down as she looked at Shi Xiaobai and said in all seriousness, "Your light makes people feel fondness, your darkness makes people cherish tenderly. You are a true and pure, a flawless existence. You believed my every word, and even truly believe in every word you say. You are different from those tragic people who have the power of fantasy, but doubt their fantasies. You believe that you are a weak king, you believe that weakness is temporary. You believe you possess the true heretic king eyes and believe that you wear an invisible crown. You firmly believe your every imagination. You are the most interesting human I have ever met, so I am willing to fulfill your greatest desire." Shi Xiaobai was stunned. He looked at the pixie-ish girl with purple hair and was momentarily unsure as to what to say. Callie stood up from the sofa and walked in front of Shi Xiaobai. She looked down into Shi Xiaobai's eyes and asked softly, "Then, let's go back to the original question. Youth, do you desire power?" Shi Xiaobai looked up and stared into the blue eye. From the beginning, the question he had been evading came at him again, forcing him into deep thought. Did he desire power? Probably. But what he desired, was it truly power? The realistic feeling he desired during the rookie training, was that truly power? Shi Xiaobai wanted to answer, yes, it is power. But his intuition told him, no, not necessarily. What he desired was not necessarily power, what he desired was not only power. I don't know. Shi Xiaobai gave his answer. His voice sounded a bit dry and hoarse, and seemed to have a touch of fear. I know you do not know. You do not know what you truly desire. You don't even know what is power. Callie chuckled and suddenly stretched her hand out towards Shi Xiaobai and said, "Then, I'll help you seek out the answer." Seek out the answer? Shi Xiaobai's breathing stagnated as he looked at the hand Callie stretched out. That white, slender hand looked like it was so soft that there were no bones in them. Shi Xiaobai fell silent for a moment before stretching out his right hand to grab Callie's hand. He experienced a sense of warmth and softness, but suddenly the light and darkness appeared at the spot their hands touched. A black hole filled with light devoured them from their contact point. Shi Xiaobai was alarmed and hurriedly wanted to release his right hand, but realized that his hand was being held tightly. He had no way of retracting his hand. He looked up to see Callie's eye. That eye was as soft as the morning sunlight. His intuition told him that this girl would not harm him, so Shi Xiaobai stopped struggling. The black hole that was filled with light slowly expanded and soon engulfed half their bodies. It just happens that there's a meteor shower tonight. I'll accompany you stargazing, Callie said as the black hole's light engulfed them completely. Author's note: to be honest, Callie's eye patch and golden pupil, as well as one syllable of her name, is inspired from Takanashi Rika. Nothing else will be the same. Of course, her personality is also different. After all, everyone leads different lives, so the situations they encounter are different. 1. This happens to be a line in the lyrics of Mandarin pop song, Meteor Shower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49, The Kind Dan Liang. Chapter 49, The Kind Dan Liang. In the western zone of southern Gold City, on a road dimpled with potholes, there was a file of people hurrying down it in fear. Not far from them were the roars and howlings from astral calamity beasts, occasionally mixed with the tragic screams of humans. Occasionally, a meteor would streak across the dark night sky and explode along the horizons. Every time it happened, the escaping people would begin to tremble in fear, worried that a meteor would, at any second, crash into their location. This group of people numbered about 20. Other than the first three people, who wore normal attires, the remaining were jostling forward, shoulder to shoulder, wearing prisoner clothes. "Brother Dan, you are too kind. These people are death row convicts, even those self-proclaimed righteous prison wardens have abandoned them. Why should we waste our time saving them? We might as well find some F-class astral beasts to earn some hero points," grumbled a man. The person took the left spot amongst the trio and was a youth with blonde hair. He deliberately chose not to suppress his voice, as such, his heartless words could be clearly heard by the convicts towards the front. The expressions on those convicts immediately turned ugly. They were not angry, but were terrified and worried. Death row convicts are still people. Before their executions, their lives are to be respected in a similar fashion. We are heroes. Saving people in danger is our responsibility. Deline, let's not touch on this matter any further. The stocky man walking in the middle said with a face of righteousness. Dan Liang is right. The three of us are heroes, so how can we be compared to those prison wardens who perennially abuse convicts? A girl on the right, who wore heavy makeup, said as she clung closely to Dan Liang. Her well-developed chest would occasionally rub against Dan Liang's arm. Deline curled his mouth and had an unpleasant expression, but he did not speak again. Due to the meteor bombardment, the surroundings had been heated to an extremely high temperature. Everywhere in the vicinity of a few hundred meters of the hit zone was affected. As such, no plane dared to circle around in mid-air. Most Southern Gold City residents had successfully evacuated during the 3-hour notice they were given, hence, the number of search and rescue operators were few. However, there were always a number of people who could not evacuate in time, for example, these convicts who had been abandoned by prison wardens. Typically, these unlucky people were saved by heroes. The trio had formed a team to kill weaker astral calamity beasts to earn hero points because a meteor shower was the best opportunity to increase their hero rankings. As long as they were not down on their luck, or high-level meteors landed around them, they wouldn't be in any danger. This was because although astral calamity beasts were brutal, they would not chase after distant targets. Typically, they would only destroy their surroundings. The C-class hero that the Chimera burned to death was unlucky to be at where the Chimera landed and had failed to escape in time. Deline originally thought that his trip here to help Southern Gold City would give him the opportunity to kill some F-class astral beasts and earn hero points, but he never expected that the kind-hearted Dan Liang even wanted to rescue a group of death row convicts. Every increment in one's hero ranking increased one's nation-provided monthly salary. Deline could not tolerate wasting time saving death row convicts who deserved dying. The hero rankings were like a flowing stream downwards. If nothing was done, there was only flowing backwards, never forward. A few heroes ranked beneath him might gain enough points to surpass him just by killing a few astral steel giant beetles. Just thinking of this possibility made Deline indignant and angry, but reason told him that he could not lose all decorum and leave by himself. This was because the stocky man in the middle was a psyker. If Deline wanted to kill astral beasts at E-class or above, he would need Dan Liang's strength. Due to the roads having been destroyed in blockades caused by collapsed buildings, the group of people did not move forward at a fast pace. In order to avoid the astral calamity beasts that were wreaking havoc, they often had to take detours. The convicts had been imprisoned for too long, so most of them were malnourished. As they ran, many of them gasped for their breaths. However, in order to survive, they could only grit their teeth and run after the person in front of them. At this moment, another meteor crashed to the ground. It streaked across the night sky with a beautiful beam of light, but that beauty meant the arrival of an ugly and evil astral beast on this piece of land. The convicts looked up simultaneously at the sky, and after confirming that the meteor landed far away, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became more nervous, afraid that the three heroes in front of them would abandon them. They were also afraid that the next meteor would destroy their fantasies of survival. The more they wanted to live, the more they were afraid of death. "Don't worry, we won't leave you behind." Dan Liang suddenly turned backwards and smiled. He said loudly to the convicts, because we are heroes. Under the night sky, his smile was as bright as the stars. His voice like a gentle wind, soothing to the heart. The convicts lowered their heads, not because they were touched, but to hide the disdain in their eyes. Hero? Won't leave us behind? Heh, those are all pretentious words. In the face of death and fear, any form of righteousness and kindness could be twisted or shattered. The evil nature of humans would overwhelm one's conscience. Rationality and innate knowledge could be wantonly abandoned for survival. Even the lives of other people would be cheap commodities that were easily abandoned. These convicts had long been immersed in evil. As they had done the act of murder, they knew that madness happened when death approached. They did not have any hopes regarding Dan Liang's promise. However, since they were at their mercy, they could not openly show their disdain or retort back. At that moment, lowering their heads and staying silent was the best option. Dan Liang sighed and no longer spoke. After walking into an alley, Dan Liang signaled for everyone to stop. He then leaped up to a tall building nearby that had not collapsed. He looked around to get an understanding of the situation, and after surveying his surroundings for a while, he found the safest route of advancement. He then led everyone forward. Dan Liang, these death row convicts are of bad character. They did not appreciate the words you said, and even showed looks of disdain. What's the point of working so hard to save them? Is this even worth it? The girl beside Dan Liang noticed the expressions of the convicts and felt displeased. She began to doubt Dan Liang's actions, but she was not as direct as Deline. She deliberately lowered her voice, so that only the three of them could hear it. Deline immediately echoed her words. Brother Dan is too kind, but at times, kindness is not correct, and might not be righteous. These death row convicts have murdered before. They are not worth our efforts to save them. Upon hearing this, Dan Liang fell silent for a moment before saying, we are heroes. Isn't it the most basic thing for heroes to save people in danger? Dan Liang's expression looked gloomy, but his eyes were sparkling. Meteor! A convict suddenly shouted loudly. The meteor looks as though it's heading towards us. The three people walking in front had a drastic change in expression as they hurriedly looked up. They saw a meteor streak across the horizon towards them. The burning beam of light was blinding to the eyes, giving off the impression of extreme heat. It was heading in their direction. Author's note, laying the foundation in this chapter. An interesting plot will begin soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50, Kinder Than Kind. Chapter 50, Kinder Than Kind. The speed at which the meteor fell was too fast. By the time Dan Liang and company realized that the meteor would fall near them, there was already no time to escape. Hurry up and put up your psionic barriers. Dan Liang immediately shouted. Everyone immediately jolted out of their daze. A huge explosion would ensue when the meteor crashed, so they had to put up their psionic barriers to survive the explosion. Subconsciously, everyone produced a psionic barrier. Those convicts, who had expended most of their psionic power while running, did not dare to hold back as they immediately used up all their psionic power. Boom! The flaming meteor abruptly hit the ground, about a few hundred meters away from the group. A deafening explosion along with a violent wind swept up. Countless rubble and bricks flew up and were blown towards the group, assaulting them in a rain of debris. A gigantic green shield suddenly appeared in front of all them, blocking all the debris. Everyone was surprised. The shield was produced by Dan Liang. He got the rest to produce psionic barriers, but he had produced a psionic shield. Shields were naturally thicker than barriers, but shields could only defend in a single direction, and was unable to protect one's entire body. Although Dan Liang's shield blocked the debris for everyone, he was exposed to the explosive storm. His clothes flared up as though his body was about to be lifted by the wind, but his feet rooted himself firmly to the ground. He stared with widened eyes as his face turned red. The trembling convicts, who had produced psionic barriers, looked at Dan Liang's back. Other than fear, they had no other expression. The violent winds from the explosion was temporary, but the disaster had just begun. Amidst the dust, a massive and terrifying figure slowly crept out of the gigantic crater, revealing its identity. It had a head of a ferocious tiger and a body of a snake that stretched more than a kilometer. The scales on its snake body shimmered with a silver luster, making it look extremely hard. The monster suddenly looked up and gave a deafening roar. Roar! At the moment the monster roared, it had slithered its body out of the crater. The monster's snake-like body was dozens of meters in width. As it slithered on the ground, it produced a grinding sound as well as sending debris up. It made one's hair stand on end and one's body shudder with fear. B-class astral beast, silver-scaled tiger-head snake. Liang Dan immediately determined the monster's identity. He knew that they had no way to fight it. Just as he wanted to shout for everyone to flee, he saw that they had already run far into the distance in a sorry state. The convicts had expended their psionic power to survive the explosion, so they were running as slow as a tortoise's crawl at the moment. And running ahead of them was Delian and Hongmei, running faster than rabbits. They pulled away very quickly. No, they won't be able to run away. To survive the crashing of meteor, one needed to first withstand the initial explosion, and then most importantly of all, escape from the astral beast's aggro range. Although Delian and Hongmei ran quickly, it was still not enough, much less the convicts. Dan Liang immediately circulated his psionic power, and ran towards the two people in front. He was the strongest amongst them, and was much stronger, so he quickly overtook the convicts and began to catch up with Delian and Hongmei. Help me! Save us! Didn't you say you wouldn't abandon us? Liars, all of you are such darn liars. Aren't you a hero? Fight the monster. Please, don't abandon us. No, you are just a demon wearing a coat of kindness. Come back. The convicts looked at Dan Liang's figure that was slowly distancing itself from them. They were either crying or cursing as they carried their exhausted bodies forward in a panting run. They could feel the mocking and cruel gaze from the monster behind them. Their eyes were filled with despair as their spirits were on the brink of collapse. Dan Liang heard what they said and his expression turned gloomier, but his eyes were still extremely bright. Very quickly, he caught up to Delian and Hongmei and he shouted, "Save those convicts!" Are you mad? How do we save them? Hongmei screamed back at Dan Liang's joke. Her made-up face was already extremely pale and her trembling lips expressed her terror. Brother Dan, wake up! The three of us can't even save ourselves, what more them? Let them be bait, at least they will delay the astral beast for a moment. Only then can we escape. Delian's eyes were exuding a cold beam as he said words with no holds barred. I'll delay the astral beast. Dan Liang loudly declared his intentions. My superpower can be used to keep the silver-scaled tiger-head snake occupied for a period of time. All of you should take advantage of this period of time to escape. Those convicts are unable to identify the correct direction to head in, so they need your guidance. Delian, Hongmei. I'll save everyone, you save them. The roaring wind that came from running could not disperse the fiery words he said. Delian and Hongmei looked Dan Liang in the eye and were stunned. They actually could not understand why Dan Liang, who had the best chance of escaping, would make such a foolish decision. We are heroes. Saving people in danger is our responsibility, isn't it? Dan Liang smiled slightly in a very foolish and naive manner. Save them, please. Without any time to earnestly persuade the duo, Dan Liang stopped in his footsteps, and after bowing deeply at them, he turned around and charged right at the criminals and the slithering snake monster. As Dan Liang ran, his eyes were filled with resolute courage. Delian and Hongmei turned their heads to look at the quickly disappearing Dan Liang. Their expressions were slightly stiff, but they did not slow down their footsteps as they carried on running. "Hey, will you save them?" Hongmei turned to Delian and gave him a slight smile. Them referred to the convicts, and the so-called save actually meant the simple task of guiding them in the correct direction. "What about you?" Delian similarly cocked his head and smiled at Hongmei. "Of course, not." Hongmei stuck her tongue out. "I wish so much that they would die cleanly." Delian shrugged his shoulders. The duo turned their heads to look forward as the corner of their lips suffused a cold smile. They accelerated and suddenly split off in two different directions at the crossroad ahead. Running along different paths, they disappeared into the darkness. After the silver-scaled tigerhead snake landed on the ground, it took slightly more than 10 seconds to adjust its body. This was a necessary period of adaptation whenever an astral beast landed on Earth. It was also the only chance for humans to escape. However, the more powerful the astral beast, the shorter the adaptation period. B-class astral beasts only needed about 10 seconds. Those convicts, who had nearly expended all their psionic power, naturally could not escape the silver-scaled tigerhead snake's aggro range in such a short period of time. Knowing that, they felt a deep sense of despair. However, humans were such pathetic creatures at times. The more they felt despair, the more they struggled. And these convicts were such people. Their desire for survival had reached its peak. Despite feeling as though their lungs were burning and how their legs were cramping, they still ran frantically forward. Some of the convicts would even chase up to the person in front of them and forcefully pull them down to the ground. In their opinion, having a corpse behind them would buy them a little bit more time for their escape. This process of escaping while pulling at each other happened. Even though they were being chased by death, they were competing for their lives with others. The hideous and ugly nature of humans was perfectly showcased by these convicts. The silver-scaled tigerhead snake was extremely fast. As its body slithered on the ground, it instantly arrived at the convict who lined the back. The tiger head lowered as its sharp and dense teeth chomped away, swallowing the convict and his tragic screams whole. The silver-scaled tigerhead snake did not stop as it continued hunting. These puny humans were naturally not food in its eyes, but ants that were eyesores. Destroying all that ants was its nature. Fear, despair and a desperate desire to survive intertwined in the convict's heart. They hated those prison wardens who had abandoned them. They hated Delian and Hongmei, and hated the self-proclaimed hero, Dan Liang, who had abandoned them. This hate gave them the power to hang on. "Run! I'll delay it." Suddenly, a desperate voice came from the front. A figure rushed past everyone at an extremely fast speed, heading straight at the menacing silver-scaled tigerhead snake. The person, Hero Dan Liang. The convicts were stunned, but immediately pressed forward with more energy. The self-proclaimed hero of a fool had saved them, which meant they had a chance of survival. As long as they survived, everything would be fine. As for whether Dan Liang would be in danger as he held the silver-scaled tigerhead snake back? Was that important? The convicts did not waste any efforts to pull the person in front of them, as they knew that this was the most potent bait that could buy them time. To survive, what they needed to do now was to run with all their energy. At that moment, no convict looked back at the hero. No one took a look at that Dan Liang who was kinder than kind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51, My Hands Are Stained with Sin. Chapter 51, My Hands Are Stained with Sin. As the convicts concerned themselves only with running, they did not look back at Dan Liang's figure. If they had done so, they would have seen an unbelievable scene. The moment Dan Liang passed by all the convicts, a saber suddenly appeared in Dan Liang's right hand. Boiling hot blood constantly dripped off the blade, while Dan Liang's left hand was surprisingly holding a human head with blood spewing out. At the same time, a headless corpse, wearing a white convict uniform, collapsed to the ground. Dan Liang had beheaded a convict, but his eyes continued looking firm and resolute. As he held his bloodied saber in the human head, he charged fearlessly at the silver-scaled tiger-head snake who had its mouth wide open. Roar! The tiger head emitted a roar, as a pungent smell came spewing out. It blended into the strong winds, making it repugnant. Dan Liang's expression changed as he produced a green barrier that wrapped his entire body. Heaven Ascension Steps. A green beam burst from under his feet as Dan Liang leaped at the monster. His feet kicked off in mid-air thrice as his body sank and rose. It was as though he was jumping on air, and in a few seconds, he arrived at the head of the silver-scaled tiger-head snake. A whistling cold air blew up his clothes as Dan Liang slashed his saber down at the tiger head from high up. Clang, dot. However, the bloodied saber broke into two pieces when it hit the tiger head. The grayish-brown hide on the silver-scaled tiger-head snake's head remained unharmed. The silver-scaled tiger-head snake immediately raised up its snake body, lifting the tiger head high up. It violently swung its head, attempting to fling the uninvited assailant far away. Dan Liang hurriedly reached out his hand to grab onto the monster's thick fur strands which resembled tree branches. He embraced the bloodied head with his left hand, and as the tiger head violently shook, Dan Liang's body was flung around like a fluttering flag in the wind. He looked like he was about to be flung away at any moment, but he gritted his teeth tight. The silver-scaled tiger-head snake stopped after a few moments of shaking. The tiger head went into a prone position, while its body slithered forward at a remarkable speed. The human on its head was like a louse, temporarily irremovable, so it could only ignore the human. Regardless how fat the louse was unable to harm it. The ants that were still attempting to escape in front of it were the targets that needed elimination. The silver-scaled tiger-head snake adhered to its natural instinct, and ignored Dan Liang who was on its head. It began continuing its cleanup activities. Dan Liang's right hand was still grabbed onto the tiger head's fur. He slowly sat down, and looked at the hideous expression on the head. He quietly said, "I'm sorry, I can't save everyone." Dan Liang looked up at the night sky that had meteors occasionally streaking across it. He sighed and said, "Sacrificing a person to save more than a dozen people. Is such righteousness correct?" Neither the night sky, nor the silver-scaled tiger-head snake could answer him, much less the head that had lost its life. "Right." Dan Liang answered his own question. The silver-scaled tiger-head snake was moving at an extremely fast speed. In a few seconds, it closed in on the escaping convicts. Terrified screams filled the entire night sky. Death Hypnagogia. Dan Liang sighed as he said those two words gently. Before he finished speaking, the head he was embracing suddenly laughed. It flew into the sky and in mid-air, it suddenly exploded. Simultaneously, a gigantic phantom image of the head appeared in mid-air. A pair of hideous and terrifying eyes stared at the advancing silver-scaled tiger-head snake. Roar! The silver-scaled tiger-head snake roared and suddenly fell to its side. The eyes on the tiger head closed slowly, while a calm and rhythmic breathing could be heard from its nostrils. The silver-scaled tiger-head snake fell asleep? Dan Liang was a psyker. He had a superpower known as Death Hypnagogia. The moment his superpower was awoken, Dan Liang understood the meaning behind his superpower's name. He also knew what sort of life he would experience in the future. Like every superpower, Death Hypnagogia had the three elements of function, condition, and limitation. Its function was extremely powerful. It could hypnotize a target much stronger than him in a very short amount of time. Although the effect of hypnotization was easily removed as it made the target fall into light sleep, it could be used in an extremely terrifying manner. However, the condition behind Death Hypnagogia was even more shocking. Death was the only condition that could trigger the superpower. Furthermore, it was not only a typical death. A head from a recently dead person had to be sacrificed to trigger Death Hypnagogia. With such a superpower, Dan Liang was destined to be a companion of death. Kind Dan Liang? My hands are already stained with sin." Dan Liang gave a self-mocking laugh. He lay down in the middle of the silver-scaled tiger-head snake's fur, watching the starless sky that occasionally had meteors streak across. He slowly spaced out. Naturally, he had killed before. He had done it not only once, 10 times, or even 100 times. The trigger condition for Death Hypnagogia was having a fresh head while Death Hypnagogia was the best method to raise his hero rankings. As such, he rose from the lowest F-class hero to a C-class hero. His wealth, reputation and status were completely different as a result, but the sins he accumulated were immense. By betraying his companions, beheading the heads of other heroes in order to complete Death Hypnagogia, he had faked the heroic deaths of his companions. All of this became everything he had in life, the only meaning to his life. It went on until he met a woman. The woman had seen through his guise, but she had shielded him at a critical moment with her own body. She clearly had the opportunity to escape by herself, but she had resolutely rushed to save the injured him. Before her death, he asked, "Why did you save me?" She answered, "We are heroes. Saving people in danger is our responsibility, isn't it?" He continued asking, "Even if they are scum?" She nodded her head gently. With a terse "N," she slowly closed her eyes. Then, he cut off her head and lived on. "You are really foolish and naive." Dan Liang smiled gently into the sky. "But I like that." Every superpower had its function, condition, and limitation. And Death Hypnagogia's usage limitation was being 3 meters within the sleeping target, or the target would be awoken. Hence, Dan Liang could not immediately leave even though the silver-scaled tiger-head snake could wake at any moment. The feeling of risking one's life to save a bunch of scum sure F** King feels screwed up. Dan Liang ruthlessly cursed before smiling gently. He said as if he was nearly dreaming, "But if I didn't do that, I will feel that your death wasn't worth it." While Dan Liang was believing that he had saved the convicts had realized that the astral beast was not chasing after them. Although they believed that they had been finally saved, they would have realized a cruel reality if they were to look from high in the sky. The direction in which the convicts were heading in was where a chimera was. They would encounter it if they carried on running for a few more minutes. The convicts naturally did not know that they were heading to their deaths. They were only running with all they had, thankful that they had survived. There was a slight feeling of appreciation for Dan Liang, but not much. Maybe in the future, when they were drinking as buddies, they would mention this fool who self-proclaimed himself as a hero and cheer "Long live the fool." The running crowd did not realize that there was a black cloud floating in mid-air, hidden in the dark night. The dark cloud hid the light, concealing 2 figures. In fact, the duo had appeared above this land for some time now. They had seen everything, be it Dan Liang's kind sacrifice, or the ugly struggles of the convicts. Even Delian and Hongmei's heartless departure was seen by them. With things developing so far, the silver-scaled tiger-head snake would wake up at any moment. When the silver-scaled tiger-head snake failed to see the darn ants, it would definitely vent its anger on the louse on its head. Dan Liang could be said to be in grave danger. As for those convicts, they would soon encounter the waiting chimera. The tragedy was about to happen, and someone in the black cloud could no longer watch this coldly by the sidelines. "Can you save?" The youth's voice that had a hint of anticipation came from the black cloud. "Save, who? That hero? Or those convicts?" A girl's voice that seemed void of emotions interrupted the youth's words. "Of course it's," the youth was suddenly stunned mid-sentence. His breathing stagnated as he fell into deep thought. The self-sacrificial hero or the selfish convicts? It seems natural and right to choose the hero, but what if it's a comparison between a single life and more than 10 lives? The girl said, "So here comes the question. If I give you the power to save one side, a hero, or more than 10 convicts, who would you choose to save?" It might be due to righteousness, personal feelings, or maybe a strong principled stance towards right and wrong, but the question was, which side would you choose when the quality and quantity of life is in conflict? Whichever side you choose, I'll save that side. So, make your choice, Shi Xiaobai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Holmes, Shi Xiaobai. Chapter 52, Holmes, Shi Xiaobai. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. It measured so-called righteousness, but when life of different quantity and qualities were placed on the opposite ends of the scale, the standards of measuring righteousness was different depending on the person. A number of people would treat life as a cold, lifeless number. They would assign salvation to the larger number, while the smaller number would be sacrificed. They would rationally calculate and obtain a final result with the highest number, and stick strictly to it. And there were others who assigned different weights to different lives. A person's utility in life would determine whether they would be sacrificed or saved. These people would emotionally determine the utility of a life before rationally abandoning the one with least utility. When overlaying the two different value systems into the question Shi Xiaobai was facing, the former would choose to save the convicts while the latter would choose to save Dan Liang. Then, what choice would Shi Xiaobai make? Or instead, where did Shi Xiaobai's moral compass lie? Callie watched Shi Xiaobai with interest. Although they were hidden in a black cloud, the black cloud was internally filled with light, so Callie could clearly see Shi Xiaobai's expression. Only two choices? Shi Xiaobai contemplated for a moment. Before he gave an answer, he responded with a question. Callie was stunned for a moment before she asked with a smile, "You are thinking of saving both sides?" "No." Shi Xiaobai immediately pointed his finger in a particular direction. With a solemn expression, he said, "This king wants to save it." Callie traced Shi Xiaobai's fingers and saw a ginger cat walking across a broken pillar. In a land of destruction that resembled hell, why was there a cat walking so carefreely? No, that's not the point. The point was, the life Shi Xiaobai wanted to save was this cat. Don't tell me that when you first asked me the question, it was to save this cat? Callie could not help but think of this possibility. Of course. Shi Xiaobai nodded seriously. Callie's immediately blushed as she realized she had cut Shi Xiaobai off, and how she had taken the liberty to say a bunch of nonsense that she found profound. Had she been the one overthinking things? But at the same time, her heart sank slightly. The reason she made Shi Xiaobai make the choice was clearly to see his take on righteousness, and how he decided on matters regarding sacrifice and salvation. She never expected that given a choice between humans and cats, Shi Xiaobai would choose the cat. Was Shi Xiaobai a person with such a heart of stone? Why don't you want to save the humans, but instead choose to save a cat? Callie wiped the smile off her face and turned serious. Since she was his mentor, she naturally had to understand the situation, as well as guide him towards proper moral values. One side wants to die, while one side deserves to die. So why should I save them? Shi Xiaobai similarly looked serious. He looked even more serious than Callie. Upon hearing this, Callie ruminated over his words. The glimmer in her eye that had converged immediately sprung back, turning more intense. I want to hear your thoughts. Can you tell me? Callie smiled with a blink, like a girl yearning to listen to a fairy tale. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily startled. His eyes swept the devastated land, before looking at the skywatching Dan Liang and the desperately running convicts. He then took a deep breath. This king does not know what sins these convicts have previously done, nor do I know if they feel any gratefulness to that hero, much less know if they would turn over a new leaf if they were to survive. But there is one thing this king knows with certainty. They have never helped each other. While they were running, they would pull their own companions down, entrapping others. They are selfish creatures, maggots that yield to their instinct. If they are saved, they might very likely harm others because of their personal greed or desires. The reason why darkness is darkness is because it constantly devours the light. If saving the darkness gives humanity a gloomy shade, why bother? No one forced them to run towards death. Their direction in life and the direction they are currently running towards are made by their own choice. The reason they will die is because they deserve dying. This king does not save people deserving of death. Shi Xiaobai finished speaking with a heavy tone before pausing. He then turned his head towards the figure lying on the silver-scaled tiger-head snake. Shi Xiaobai's eyes were somewhat in a trance. Callie kept nodding as she listened to him speak while constantly murmuring When she noticed Shi Xiaobai stop, she urged him to continue. Carry on? He lives a tired life. Death might be a form of release for him, Shi Xiaobai pointed at Dan Liang and said, this king does not know what he has experienced. Just now, I heard from you that his superpower is called Death Hypnagogia and using it requires a fresh head to be sacrificed. And from the feeling he gave this king when he beheaded the convict, intuition tells this king that his motion is very smooth and honed, as though he has rehearsed it thousands of times. So this king believes that he has killed before, and has even killed many. As he needs fresh heads, the ones he has killed are not only enemies. A portion of them might be his partners, friends, or even closed ones. So why would such a cold and cruel person throw his life away to save a bunch of incorrigible human scum? Shi Xiaobai turned his head at Callie and asked her softly. Why? Callie noticed that Shi Xiaobai's face looked much more handsome because of his seriousness. Being lazy to think, she directly asked him. Because he has been redeemed. Shi Xiaobai found Callie's gaze odd, as he hurriedly turned to face the ground. He spoke in a low voice. He was redeemed by someone or by something. He realized the errors of his ways and regrets his sins. He desires to leave the darkness and walk into the light. When he saw those convicts, it reminded him of his past self, so he believes that if he doesn't rescue those convicts, then him receiving redemption would appear pathetic and ridiculous. The reason why he saves the convicts is indeed substantial, but it is not enough for him to risk his life. Then, why did he insist on doing so? Callie held her face and asked with a mischievous grin, why? Shi Xiaobai was very pleased with Callie's reaction as he carried on. Because he wishes to die. There are many ways of redemption. Saving these convicts would not even be considered redemption. He should know very well that if he lives on, he can save even more kinder people. So despite knowing that he would die, he still stubbornly saves those convicts. The reason is very simple. He has a death wish all this time. He hates himself because of his life of sin, so for him, living is equivalent to a nightmare. In that case, death becomes a form of release. He wants to die, but he doesn't want to die so simply. He has been waiting for the most suitable way of dying. If saving those convicts is equivalent to saving his past self, and for that give up his life, then his redemption would no longer be so laughable. Would his death then become great and touching? Maybe he might experience what the person who redeemed him in the past felt. What sort of feeling would it be? For the reasons mentioned, this king does not think he wants to live. So why should this king obstruct his release when he wants to die? Shi Xiaobai smiled after he finished speaking. It looked somewhat wry. Nice. Callie could not help but give Shi Xiaobai a big thumbs up. TCH, back when this king completed numerous mystery genre games, this king was even given the title of Holmes Shi Xiaobai by others. Back then, Shi Xiaobai began counting his former achievements with a high-spirited grin. However, as he spoke, he slowly turned silent, as a repressive atmosphere seemed to emanate around him. So, none of them shall be saved? Callie asked with a soft voice. Nope. Shi Xiaobai's voice trembled slightly. Callie sighed. Even if Shi Xiaobai's reasoning was very good, or even if he was on the mark with everything he said, that there was truly no need to save Dan Liang and the convicts, for a 13-year-old child to coldly watch with his teeth gritted others heading towards their deaths, it definitely felt bad, right? Hey, elder sister Pixie, you are very strong, right? Shi Xiaobai suddenly asked. Callie was momentarily stunned. She did not know how she should feel with the addressment elder sister pixie. She was a pixie originally, and she was not irked by Shi Xiaobai's use of elder sister, but she was after all already Pui. Matters of age should not be mentioned again. Furthermore, she was Shi Xiaobai's mentor. Upon thinking of this, Callie suddenly realized that she had yet to tell Shi Xiaobai that she was his mentor. Yes, very strong. Callie decided to temporarily ignore the elder sister Pixie's salutation. Compared to Baldy Uncle? Shi Xiaobai's expression could not be seen as he had his head lowered. Callie was stunned for a few moments before she realized Shi Xiaobai was referring to one pun. She immediately beamed. I'm stronger. Shi Xiaobai suddenly raised his head and said loudly with eyes filled with hope, then can you kill the two monsters? Ultraman Elder Sister. Ultraman Elder Sister? Before Callie was able to digest what Shi Xiaobai had said, she was stunned by this strange salutation. What was Ultraman? Don't misunderstand. Shi Xiaobai's cheeks were somewhat red, but his voice sounded very serious. He spoke in all seriousness. It isn't that this king wants to save these foolish humans, but since this king has arrived in this world, then this world would eventually bow before this king. Every inch of land on this world shall belong to this king. These few blind monsters dared to wreak havoc on this king's fief, so they must be punished. Cough, this king is definitely not doing this to save them, but to uphold the dignity of the crown. Callie finally understood Shi Xiaobai's intentions. She immediately burst into laughter and stretched out her hands to pinch Shi Xiaobai's cheeks. She said loudly, "Why are you this cute? Little rascal, clearly you have seen through things much better than anyone, but you are more soft-hearted than anyone." Having his cheeks brutalized by Callie, Shi Xiaobai naturally could not stand such molestation. He quickly pushed Callie's hand away and covered his face, and said in an aggrieved manner, "Will you?" He looked like a child asking for a toy. "Yes, I will." Callie retracted her hand and looked down at the convicts who were about to encounter the chimera. She said softly, "I'm not doing it to save anyone, but for you." Author's note: those who said Shi Xiaobai is an idiot, go face the wall and reflect on yourselves. This king, Shi Xiaobai, might be funny, but he is not stupid. Humph. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53, The Sudden Upset. Chapter 53, The Sudden Upset. Since one pun could punch a chimera to pulp, then what sort of power did Callie, who claimed to be stronger than one pun, possess? Shi Xiaobai could not help but feel a sense of anticipation as he looked intently at the girl beside him. Her skin was white and tender like a newborn baby's, and a tight black dress clung to her body, while her purple hair reached down to her waist. Standing there in the dark cloud's light, she looked like a gentle pixie. She did not look like a mighty figure that could easily kill astral beasts. Callie turned to face the world and gently said, "I say, let there be light." Her manner of speech was nothing special, and her tone was extremely calm. However, when she said those words, the sky lit up. "The sky has lit up?" Shi Xiaobai exclaimed. Without any warning, the process happened at an astounding speed. At the instant the sky lit up, it was as though dawn had arrived in a blink of an eye. The dazzling light seemed like a gigantic brush that suddenly swept from the ends of his vision towards him, turning the dark night sky instantly to a clear, blue sky. Asteroid descent. Callie softly spoke those two words before turning her head towards Shi Xiaobai. She blinked with a mischievous smile. "Tonight's meteor shower isn't pretty, why don't we take a look at an asteroid shower?" Asteroid shower? Shi Xiaobai was still shocked by the sudden disappearance of the night and the sudden appearance of day. When he heard Callie's words, he became cognizant of a possibility and immediately widened his eyes. His guess immediately became reality as he heard a series of loud noises. It was the sound of objects rubbing against the wind that blew against them. Shi Xiaobai looked at the source of the sound by lifting his head. Far up in the sky, there was a bunch of gigantic brown boulders rapidly falling to the ground. The intense friction between the boulders and the air emitted a blinding glare that made his body feel like it would spontaneously combust just from watching it. This was an asteroid shower? Boom! 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 Hundreds of gigantic asteroids filled the sky like a heavy downpour. Smashing into the ground, there was a series of explosions erupting all across the land. Following that were tragic cries or roars, as though all hell had broke loose. The sleeping silver-scaled tiger-head snake was immediately split into 4 pieces by 3 asteroids. The severed tiger head cried out violently as it tossed and turned, but soon, it closed its eyes with a whimper. As for Dan Liang, who had been hugging onto a strand of fur, he had managed to survive. The chimera, which the convicts were heading towards, had already opened its large mouth, but 3 asteroids smashed it to a pulp. Its body was buried by numerous asteroids, and after a few seconds of struggling, it died. Similar scenes constantly happened all across southern Gold City. The sudden brightening of the sky and the falling of the asteroid rain became the nightmare of the astral calamity beasts that wreaked havoc on the land. Countless astral calamity beasts died immediately. Phew, it seems I went overboard. Although I killed more than 200 astral beasts, 3 people were killed. Callie spat out her tongue and whispered, "It looks like I need to strengthen my control." She had brought dawn upon the world with a single sentence, and another sentence to let asteroids rain down on the ground. She had even targeted those asteroids at the astral beasts, King, killing more than 200 astral beasts and only accidentally killed 3 humans. Yet her conclusion was only her control needed to be strengthened? At that moment, Shi Xiaobai's eyes turned green with envy. The sudden daylight and the falling of the asteroid rain that killed more than 200 astral beasts was a stunning but true story. Other than Shi Xiaobai, who witnessed it with his very eyes, no one would believe that it was done by mortal means. Even though superpowers were considered the ability to let your imagination go wild, the power that approached that of the gods was too absurd. Hence, the first thing the mass media did was to label this as heaven's grace. Heaven's grace came quickly and disappeared quickly. After the asteroid rain, the sky darkened once again. The dark night fell back onto this world, and at that instant, a meteor that did not know any better streaked across the night sky, crashing into the land. The heroes, who had their hero points stolen by the asteroids, immediately surrounded the astral beasts. And at this moment, Shi Xiaobai and Callie had already returned to Rico's apartment. Shi Xiaobai sat on the sofa with his head down, pondering over something. Ever since he witnessed Callie's incredible power, Shi Xiaobai had fallen into silence. Callie similarly sat on the sofa, a body's distance away from Shi Xiaobai. She gently frowned because Shi Xiaobai's reaction gave her a headache. Anyone who saw such power that subverted all knowledge would indeed be at a loss, and might even lose their faith. Especially for a youth with 8th grade syndrome, who constantly threw terms like demons and gods around. If he really saw the power of demons and gods, with the fantasies in his mind turning to reality, would his faith in those fantasies be shaken? Callie could not help but feel somewhat worried. If I can learn a move or 2 from her, wouldn't this king be, In fact, what Shi Xiaobai was feeling distressed over was how to learn a move or 2 from Callie without becoming her disciple. Just thinking of the day he could wave his hand and say, "This king says let there be light," and have the world light up, the appearance of dawn, Shi Xiaobai found his eyes burning. His heart was about to leap out. Callie naturally did not know what Shi Xiaobai was thinking. She felt like she needed to counsel Shi Xiaobai as she was after all his mentor in name. Alright, she still needed to find an opportunity to tell Shi Xiaobai about the mentorship. After deciding on what to say in her mind, Callie said, "Shi Xiaobai, do you know why I address myself as I?" This was an extremely odd question, as using I to address oneself was very natural. However, if the questionee was Shi Xiaobai, it was different. This young boy, who constantly addressed himself as this king, was extremely sensitive towards such a question. Unsurprisingly, Shi Xiaobai immediately looked up and asked, "Why?" "Why?" "Because I am myself." As usual, Callie revealed an enchanting smile. In front of Shi Xiaobai, she was like a kind girl next door. However, her current smile was as bright as the sun, so dazzling that it was blinding to the eyes. "I say let there be light, and the world would be illuminated by light. People venerate me as a god upon seeing this, so why should I call myself God? With a simple thought, I can summon asteroids to descend. Even astral calamity beasts would have to prostrate before me, so why do I need to call myself queen? I am myself, the one and only one. I do not need any form of restriction to address myself. Maybe one day, I'll become a god, or a demon, or a queen. But that is still me. I am still the same me. I will always be me, forever. How others address me, praise me, curse me, that is their business. For me, I am myself. I want to remember this point, so I choose to address myself as I. As Callie looked into Shi Xiaobai's eyes, she asked softly, "Do you understand?" Shi Xiaobai fell silent and slowly lowered his head. The fist he placed behind his back tightened secretly. He understood all the principles. Yes, she possessed true strength. There was no need to emphasize her existence, so she only needed to address herself with I. She only needed to believe in herself. However, he wasn't her. He did not possess the strength she had. He was just a weakling. He was powerless in front of a calamity fiend or an astral beast, so he was unable to believe the he who addressed himself as I. Shi Xiaobai clenched his fist tighter. His heart felt like it was being seized, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. "However, Shi Xiaobai, I was once the same as you." Suddenly, a gentle voice came out from Callie as she whispered, 10,000 years ago, I was helpless in front of the calamity at the end of days. I witnessed my species destroyed, and the withering of the world tree. Then, I began to address myself as this queen. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai suddenly looked up. An indescribable flicker of light could be seen in his eyes, as if he was full of anticipation. Under that fiery gaze, Callie felt the ice melt in her heart. She said shyly, "So, when I first heard you address yourself as this king, I found it truly affectionate. It was as though I was looking at my past self." Giggle actually, back then, I did not only address myself as this queen. Things like this esteemed one, this empress, this lady, this goddess. I have addressed myself using all of them. Now that I think of it, I feel a bit embarrassed and shy about it, but I also feel a sense of warmth. That's why, Shi Xiaobai, although in the eyes of others, you who call yourself this king might sound silly, but to me, you are very cute. As Callie spoke, she could not help but stretch out her hand to pinch Shi Xiaobai's cheeks. Shi Xiaobai immediately raised his hands to block her, but after hearing Callie's bell-like laughter, he could not help but suffuse a smile on his lips. Callie stopped messing around, as she said earnestly, "I understand, Shi Xiaobai. I understand why you call yourself this king. It is not because of hubris, nor is it because of narcissism, much less you indulging in fantasy. It's just because the person who calls himself I is just too weak. Even your most valuable things cannot be protected, so there is doubt, disappointment, and finally, abandonment. Calling yourself this king is not to make others acknowledge or believe you, even less do you care if they call you king. It's just to remind yourself all the time how weak you are. It's just to ensure that you do not waver from becoming a king that is able to protect everything. You are doing so just to believe in yourself." Callie's voice was as soft as the gentle wind in the early spring, as though it could melt all the snow in the world. Shi Xiaobai was truly dumbfounded this time. Neither was his eyes widened nor his mouth gaping, instead, his eyes felt a tug at them, as his chest began feeling warm, but he did not know what to say. No one knew that Shi Xiaobai had always referred to himself as I on Earth. Even when he first came to this different world, his conversation with little Fatso used the word I. Only after he encountered the calamity fiend, Sahadin, and experienced what was known as despair, did he realize how weak he was. Just as Callie said, he was feeling doubt, disappointment, and eventually abandonment. After a heart-wrenching cry while hugging little Fatso, he began calling himself this king. Despite the repeated protests of Rico or how others thought of him as an idiot, he still resolutely called himself this king. No one knew about these matters. Similarly, Callie did not know either, but she knew better than anyone. She had so easily touched the soft spot in his heart. But in my eyes, you are not weak. You are stronger than anyone, so Shi Xiaobai, in the future when you are in front of me, address yourself as I, alright? But Callie's voice was very soft, almost to the point of a whisper. However, her words were heavy that sank directly to the bottom of Shi Xiaobai's heart. If the world truly could be touched, then it was probably this feeling? 2 streams of hot tears flowed out of Shi Xiaobai's eyes. Shi Xiaobai nodded his head, crying, as though he had suffered for a very long period of time. Finally, he let it out like a child. Callie sighed as she reached her hand out to wipe the tears on Shi Xiaobai's cheeks. She asked softly, "Youth, do you desire power?" Callie thought that if he wanted power, she was willing to give it to him. This was the 3rd time Callie asked this question, but the mood was already completely different. This was the 3rd time Shi Xiaobai heard this question. He no longer felt the same. Did he want power? If power could allow him to protect the things he treasured, then, yes, he desired it. Shi Xiaobai turned agape, and was about to shout out the word yes, but suddenly, he could not shout at all. This was because time had come to a standstill. The world was fixed at that moment. Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice and the black text appeared without any warning once again. Choice 1, in 1 minute, say 3 lines that mock flat chests. The target has to be Callie, and she has to hear it clearly. Choice 2, in 1 minute, say 3 lines that profess your love. The target has to be Callie, and she has to hear it clearly. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a mischief-style choice where only the choice is performed. No reward. Make your choice, youth. Author's note, a foreshadowing that has existed for about 50 chapters has finally been revealed. I feel so good now. Furthermore, you can guess how Shi Xiaobai will choose. Remember, don't use your usual way of thinking to guess my intentions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54, Cherish Life, Stay Clear from Girlfriends. Chapter 54, Cherish Life, Stay Clear from Girlfriends. Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice constantly resounded in his mind like a demon's chanting. Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. This sort of mischief-style absolute choice had appeared without any warning, catching him off guard. Mock her flat chest or express love? Shi Xiaobai's gaze could not help but land on Callie's chest. Under the Gothic-style dress, was what truly looked like a flat plane. However, since Callie had the appearance of a 12 to 13-year-old girl, she could even be called a loli. A flat chest did not seem like a hard-to-accept fact for a loli, right? The only thing unknown was what sort of reaction would he receive if he mocked her for it. Shi Xiaobai was actually not very interested in the breasts of women. He knew even less about a girl's heart, but intuition told him that mocking certain parts of a female's body was a very dangerous thing. Shi Xiaobai always trusted his intuition, so his gaze landed on the other choice, profess his love for Callie, which was also known as a confession. The love between men and women was something the ignorant Shi Xiaobai did not understand. Even if he did understand it, he would probably scoff at it. However, Shi Xiaobai knew what confession was very well. He even had a close encounter with it. Actually, he was still in junior high school back on Earth. Cough. Shi Xiaobai believed that to become the Lord of Earth, he had to first grasp the culture of Earth, so despite playing truant often, he was still barely considered a junior high school student. Back in junior high school, he had a good friend who played games with him. Wait, no, a war buddy who conquered worlds with him. His war buddy's name was Yang Wei. Yang Wei would, on average, make a confession once every 3 days. His confession would be directed at a different person each time. Every time, he would be nicely rejected and given the nice guy card. Hence, for 365 days in a year, a third of the time, Yang Wei was nursing a crush, and the other third of the time was him in pursuit, while the last third was him in an out-of-love state. Yang Wei frequently boasted about his confession exploits to Shi Xiaobai, but he would always switch the confessor and the receiver. He would tell Shi Xiaobai that there would be more than 100 girls confessing every year, and he would have to harden his heart to reject them. He felt like he had let down so many people, constantly blaming the heavens for making him so handsome and so full of charm. Shi Xiaobai did not know any better and found it quite impressive, even though he did not know what Yang Wei meant, but he did not place much weight in Yang Wei's words. He only knew that his war buddy was craved by thousands. However, there was a day when Shi Xiaobai received a confession. Shi Xiaobai had already forgotten the name of the girl who made the confession, but he remembered that she was prettier than the other girls in class. She was supposedly some school belle and came from a rich family. Her results always ranked her amongst the top, and she would often participate in competitions during physical education classes and become some kind of champion. However, the two of them had nearly never talked before. Shi Xiaobai could only ask why. The girl said that she was once lost when she was young and that it was he who comforted and accompanied her. She felt warm and at ease, so from then onwards, she always paid attention to him and slowly began to like him. Every time she saw him, her heart would palpitate, her ears turn red, unable to resist her feelings. Shi Xiaobai was a bit startled. The confession had happened too suddenly, so he did not know what to do. He did not know what would happen after he accepted the confession, nor did he know what would happen if he rejected it. Shi Xiaobai immediately thought of his experienced war buddy, Yang Wei, so he did not answer the girl on the spot. Instead, he turned it, wait till the boundary of the world line is stabilized before we carry on this sacred conversation. After that, Shi Xiaobai immediately found Yang Wei and asked for his comments. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei fell into silence for a long period of time. It was like the suppressive feeling of the calm before the storm. The first sentence Yang Wei said was a heavy question. He asked, "White Eventide Heretic King, do you still remember your dreams? The dream of conquering Earth, saving the world, ruling out all evil, leading the evil gods towards the White Eventide, leaving only justice in the world, do you remember?" Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai was stunned before he said loudly, "Of course, that." Yang Wei nodded his head with satisfaction and said with a heavy voice, "Do you know why over all these years, I have cruelly rejected the confession of each and every girl? It's because I do not want to ruin my dreams because of this. White Eventide Heretic King, do you know that if you accept the confession, she will become your girlfriend? Do you know how terrifying a biological creature a girlfriend is?" Shi Xiaobai gulped and shook his head. No, I don't." Yang Wei sneered, "Girlfriends are the most terrifying demons in the world. She would take you shopping, eating, watching movies, walk the streets, engage in lovey-dovey acts, rolling in the sheets. She will occupy a large portion of your time, and when you are playing games, when you are conquering other worlds, her phone calls will be like a cursed chant that constantly rings. Even if your ears are hot from holding the phone, you would still have to perk your mind up and carry on a conversation on some boring topic with her. Your life would lose all its meaning in meaningless chatter, doing mediocre deeds. Also, every month, there will be times when she would enter rage mode. When that happens, if you hit her vulnerable mental spot, she might destroy your world in a rage, devastating your spirit, demolishing your dreams, but she is your girlfriend, so you have to abandon the dignity of the crown to coax her, to make her happy. Even if she makes you use the 7-star holy sword as a torch, you have to do it." Yang Wei used words that Shi Xiaobai could understand, and constantly grumbled over the terrifying faces of the biological creatures known as girlfriend. The more Shi Xiaobai heard, the more alarmed and afraid he became. he said with a trembling voice. Is it so terrifying? Yang Wei sighed heavily and said, this is only the damage the girlfriend would deal you. There would be armies of single men, the FFF Inquisition that will burn down any heterosexual relationships. Those enemies lurking in the darkness will constantly interfere with your life and take your time, preventing you from feeling a peace of mind to fulfill your dreams. So, White Eventide Heretic King. If you do not want to waste your time and become a mediocre mortal, if you want to hold on resolutely to your dreams, then I have to advise you: cherish life, stay clear from girlfriends. These words quaked Shi Xiaobai's pure mind, making him completely realize the terror of girlfriends. Hence, he was determined to stay clear from girlfriends. However, before he had a chance to carry on his sacred conversation or reject the girl, he had suddenly crossed into this alternate world. Cherish life, keep clear from girlfriends. Shi Xiaobai recalled Yang Wei's famous quote, and as his gaze landed on that option, he felt an internal struggle. If this king were to confess, what happens if she agrees? Then wouldn't she become this king's girlfriend? No, who can resist the confession of a king? She will definitely agree to it. If this king were to confess, she would then become a horrible biological creature known as girlfriend. Shi Xiaobai felt worried. What Callie had said had moved him, and he felt a close intimacy with the unimaginably powerful pixie girl. The way she spoke made Shi Xiaobai feel like she was a confidant. However, to make Callie his girlfriend? Shi Xiaobai slightly recalled Yang Wei's description of girlfriends and immediately rejected this thought. Girlfriends were too terrifying, so Shi Xiaobai found it completely unacceptable. Then, choose the first choice. Shi Xiaobai looked at the other option, mock flat chests. Intuition told Shi Xiaobai that this choice was very dangerous. The intuition of danger and the terrifying impression of girlfriend kept colliding in Shi Xiaobai's mind as a struggle ensued. No victor was produced immediately. 10, 9, 8, the long-expected cold voice boomed. It was the sound of the limited time countdown. The danger Shi Xiaobai felt from this voice intensified by several times. He had to make a decision before the countdown. Then, mock flat chests. Compared to his dangerous intuition, the terrifying impression seemed more perceivable, so Shi Xiaobai made a choice he didn't wish to at the last moment. Time proceeded, but Shi Xiaobai's state of mind was completely different. Although his face was still stained with tears from being deeply moved and Callie's soft and warm hands were still wiping his cheeks, Shi Xiaobai was at this moment distressed. How should he mock Callie's chest? This was not a simple matter. Callie's expression was still extremely gentle. In her eyes, Shi Xiaobai was like her past self. He was an obstinate but cute person, a light that made people feel fondness for him, and a darkness that made people cherish him tenderly. She had but in originally because she could not stand the actions of the upper echelons of Gaia. She had only wanted to take the spot of mentor, but just in name. However, she was now very happy that she had done so on a whim. If not for that, she would not have encountered this youth that she felt so much affection for. And for this, she was willing to teach him some things, giving him the power he desired. Noticing that Shi Xiaobai was not replying because he was in a daze, she asked a fourth time. Youth, do you desire power? Shi Xiaobai, who was still considering how to mock her flat chest, suddenly had an idea when he heard her question. With a flash of brilliance, or of course, you could say it was a brain aneurysm, Shi Xiaobai replied, no, I desire boobs. Then he looked at Callie's chest and sighed, but you have none. Author's note, Wahaha. Do you think there is a joke this king cannot use? This king's brain is without limit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55, This sacrifice is too great. Chapter 55, This sacrifice is too great. His tear-stained cheeks had yet to dry, and his voice even sounded nasal, but when Shi Xiaobai said, no, I desire boobs, but you have none, it sounded like Callie's flat chest was so flat that pushed him beyond tears. Are you serious? Callie's hand immediately froze as she looked incredulously at Shi Xiaobai. She noticed Shi Xiaobai was staring right at her chest with all seriousness, with an extremely solemn expression. That look was completely at the limits of seriousness. Callie received her answer. This was neither a joke, nor a mockery, but illustrating a very objective fact. The fact was irrefutable, impossible for anyone to repress one's anger. How many years has it been since she sent the last fool, who mocked her flat chest, into the deep abyss? It was a long, long time ago. It was so distant in the past that she had forgotten this lamentable fact. Due to the World Tree's powers, she had stopped growing, but she had always desired for a mature and well-developed body. Even though it was a laughable form of self-satisfaction, nor was it to please anyone, she similarly wished the sacred grounds on her chest had the right to be proud. It was a woman's nature. But why? Why was the person who ripped the scar open Shi Xiaobai? It had been so long since she liked a person, so long since she had the pleasure of talking to someone, so long since she placed someone in the soft spot in the deepest recesses of her heart. Looking at him felt like she was looking at her past self. Hearing him call himself this king made her think of the warmth from those cold, desolate days. His existence in this boring world seemed like the sudden blooming of a wildflower in an eternal winter. She even believed that in the next short period of 100 years, her life would even turn interesting because of him. However, the beautiful fantasy that was nearing on reality was so easily shattered. Like a floating bubble, it gently burst. But why did you have to be the one who burst it? Anger, embarrassment, disappointment. A potpourri of emotions intertwined themselves in Callie's heart as it suddenly transmuted into a cold aura that emanated through the entire room. In fact, Shi Xiaobai was staring at Callie's chest in order to organize his words. By the time he reacted, a cold aura had crept up to his body. It was as though he was enclosed in an ice chamber, from head to toe. Sigh. With a gentle sigh, Callie suddenly turned around to merge into the light, disappearing from the room. Pa! The sound of a thud was heard from the couch. Looking down at it, Shi Xiaobai noticed that at the spot where Callie sat, there was a droplet of water dampening the sofa, turning it into an ink-like wet stain. There was no rebuttal, no cursing or reprimand, not even a single word. Callie gently turned around and left, leaving behind a teardrop. Why did this happen? I never expected this king to enjoy such a high position in her heart. Shi Xiaobai very quickly came to a conclusion. Looking at the wet stain on the sofa, Shi Xiaobai's heart suddenly felt heavy. She was obviously angry, but she had left silently. Why? This was because the disappointment and the despondency she felt reached their limits, so much so that her anger and embarrassment could be ignored. The more important the person, the more complete the disappointment one felt. It would result in increasingly neglect, or even choosing to disregard the person. When we meet in the future, we would probably be strangers, I guess? Shi Xiaobai suddenly felt a sense of loss. Although they had only known each other for less than an hour, the impression she gave him felt like they had known each other for several years. She listened carefully to his every word. She believed him, understood him, comforted him, and even treated the tender spot buried deep in his heart with affection. She was like a confidant he had known for a very, very long time. A simple word, a simple smile, or even a gesture made him feel a comfort that came from the bottom of his heart. It was like being with her was a natural process, one that happened organically. That feeling was truly very warm. He had already seen her as a friend in his heart. But at this moment, Callie had left in disappointment. The bond between them was completely shattered with that teardrop. He was weak like an ant, while she was as powerful as the massive shape-shifting beast, Kuan-Pang. When the Kuan-Pang flew off, how was an ant able to chase after it? However, there was no way for time to repeat itself. Even if the matter was regrettable, it could only become memories, too late for one to feel regret. Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice suddenly boomed as the familiar black text appeared once again. Choice 1, in 1 minute, say 3 lines that mock flat chests. The target has to be Callie, and she has to hear it clearly. Choice 2, in 1 minute, say 3 lines that profess your love. The target has to be Callie, and she has to hear it clearly. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a mischief-style choice where only the choice is performed. No reward. Time returned back to the moment the choices appeared. Callie's fingers were still rested on Shi Xiaobai's cheek. Her eye was filled with love and pity, and the warmth and fragrance from her body was just inches away. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Who the F***ck said time wouldn't repeat itself, ... Who said that regrettable matters could only become memories? Too late for regret? Pooey. This king was feeling so many mixed emotions, and now it was all bullshit. Darn you, absolute choice, give this king's melancholic feelings back. If time had not suspended, Shi Xiaobai's face would probably reveal the most brilliant and moving smile. The choice required him to say 3 lines that mocked flat chest within a minute, and Shi Xiaobai only had the time to say 1, hence he did not manage to fulfill the choice's condition, turning back time. Shi Xiaobai had a chance to choose again. Mocking flat chests or profess his love. Shi Xiaobai was once again in a dilemma. Although time had repeated itself, the choice was still as difficult as ever, and was even more difficult than before. If he were to mock her flat chest, Callie would leave in disappointment. They would then be strangers that would probably never meet again. However, if he were to confess to Callie, she might very likely transform into the terrifying girlfriend. Yang Wei's depiction of those nightmarish scenes could very likely turn into reality. Sigh, she thinks so highly of this king, so how can this king chill her heart? Girlfriend, isn't it just a girlfriend? This king has never feared. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai felt like he was shouldering a great undertaking. To prevent Callie's disappointment, he actually chose to sacrifice his own happiness by making Callie his girlfriend. This meant that he would have to spare a large portion of his time in the future to accompany Callie shopping, eating, watching movies, walking the streets, engaging in lovey-dovey acts, rolling in sheets. This king's sacrifice is just too much. Shi Xiaobai lamented his great sacrifice and could not help but praise himself for shouldering this huge undertaking. Since he had made a choice, then the preparation for his confession speech needed to be done. He could not repeat the same mistake. How can the confession of a king be done hastily? It has to be world-shaking. It has to dry up the seas, rot the rocks, turn the sky desolate and mar the land. Shi Xiaobai began to think hard over it. Thankfully, Yang Wei often flaunted the confession lines girls used at him. Shi Xiaobai had memorized a few that he found interesting, and now, he was able to use them. I got it. Shi Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up, having filtered out the confession statement he liked the most. This king's sacrifice is just too much. Shi Xiaobai sighed in his mind, before choosing choice 2. Author's note, you want to see a confession? Sure, this king will satisfy you. By the way, everyone, guess what happens after the confession is said? He. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56, The Strongest Attack in History. Chapter 56, The Strongest Attack in History. Callie gently wiped the tears from Shi Xiaobai's face as she recalled how she too had once cried so miserably. But back then, no one helped wipe the tears for her. If there was such a person back then who understood, comforted and encouraged her, how nice would it be? With this thought in mind, the gentleness in Callie's heart turned even tenderer. I finally understand why I returned from the cycles of reincarnation. It is all because of the machinations of fate. Shi Xiaobai's gentle voice suddenly entered her ears. Callie was stunned. Was Li referring to herself? As she was dazed for a few moments, her right hand was lightly grasped by Shi Xiaobai. She did not pull away after a few moments of hesitation. That day, sealed in the chamber of ice, I suddenly heard the truth in your music. Shi Xiaobai grabbed Callie's soft hand with both his hands. His gaze was gentle and warm, just like a spring breeze. That night, I listened to the chanting of sutras, not for enlightenment, just for a trace of your scent. That month, I spun all the prayer wheels, not for the release of souls, just for the touch of your fingertips. That year, I crawled forward on the mountain path with long kowtows, not for pilgrimage, just for being close to your warmth. That life, I crossed mountains, rivers and pagodas, not for reincarnation, but for an encounter with you somewhere during the journey. Shi Xiaobai took a step back and said softly, after numerous cycles of reincarnation, I have finally met you. I am willing to give up the freedom of being alone, giving you half of my time, so as to exchange for half of your time. Fate destined our fateful encounter, allowing us to form a lover's pact. Become my girlfriend, Li. The first half were lines from Yang Wei's confession, while the second half was improvised by Shi Xiaobai. This was probably the most flamboyant confession in the world. The moment Shi Xiaobai finished speaking, he heard the announcement absolute choice completed in his head, which relieved him. However, he immediately tensed up again and looked at Callie with a perturbed expression. At that moment, despite knowing that the confession of a king was unstoppable, he still prayed that Callie would be tempted to reject the confession of a king. Sorry, you are a nice person, but we aren't compatible. Callie remained dazed for a moment before she suddenly shook her head coldly. She said it in a very cold voice. Shi Xiaobai took a moment before he snapped out of his resulting daze. Callie's word meant that she rejected the lover's pact and had rejected being his girlfriend? She actually rejected? She actually could reject the sensational confession of a king? At that moment, Shi Xiaobai laughed. Looks like this king's prayers worked. A miracle has happened. After recognizing Callie's rejection as a miracle, Shi Xiaobai immediately felt his entire being relaxed. Without having the worry from the absolute choice, and without a girlfriend to feel vexed over, life suddenly turned bright. Shi Xiaobai beamed a glowing smile as he said to Callie with a laugh, I understand. Shi Xiaobai's confession was very pompous, but after a moment of rumination from Callie, she could understand the poetic intricacies and feelings in it. She was somewhat touched, but she clearly wasn't moved. She had lived for so many years but had yet to be in a relationship. She had never held hands or kiss, naturally for her reasons. Although she liked Shi Xiaobai, it was the like an adult had for a cute child. For Callie, Shi Xiaobai was just an ignorant child. Never once had she thought of a romantic relationship. But Shi Xiaobai had confessed to her at this moment? Having not known each other for more than an hour, love at first sight could explain his feelings, but the feeling was still too odd. Callie was initially surprised, thinking that Shi Xiaobai was just joking. However, from Shi Xiaobai's expression, he looked extremely sincere. He fell in love with me just like that? At the instant Callie generated such a thought, she immediately said the coldest of words, you are a nice person, but we aren't compatible. After saying those words, Callie immediately lamented in her heart. She felt like she had been too direct. Shi Xiaobai was a good child, so she should have rejected him nicely. However, Shi Xiaobai's reaction had went far beyond Callie's expectations. He was smiling, and smiling ever so brightly. He could smile even after being given the nice guy card? He must be forcing a laugh. With this thought, Callie immediately felt some guilt. The more sincere Shi Xiaobai smiled, the more she felt his pain that resulted from putting on a front. She had really made things difficult for him. To prevent her from feeling guilty, he had forced such a laugh. Wouldn't this make her more guilty? Callie simmered in guilt for a moment before deciding to lead Shi Xiaobai on a little, hence she said, you have to know that I have lived for many years. Callie wanted to tell Shi Xiaobai that the gap in their age was too wide, which made them incompatible. However, she found it hard to force out those words when it reached her teeth. Age was such an annoying thing to mention. Hence, Callie switched to a more euphemistic manner of speech. Shi Xiaobai was stunned hearing this, thinking that Callie was flaunting her immortality. He immediately muttered, "This king's will is like yours, immortal and undying." Will? Upon hearing this word, Callie fell into deep thought. Did will refer to his heart's intentions? Was he telling me that even if he were to die from old age, his heart will go on forever with me, immortal and dying, until the end of times? Was he so unwavering? Upon thinking of this, Callie suddenly felt her heart stop. She suddenly remembered an important matter. Right, she was his mentor. Cough, I have something I forgot to tell you. Actually, I'm your exclusive mentor. You have to address me as teacher in the future. Callie believed that with their capacities as mentor and student, this difference would make him stay away, right? Shi Xiaobai finally frowned. The saying goes that he who teaches me for one day is my father for life. Wouldn't this king be acknowledging her as a father? In fact, Shi Xiaobai had the thought of becoming Callie's disciple at the outset. However, the saying "he who teaches me for one day is my father for life" had made him pause. Shi Xiaobai sighed and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but I will definitely not become your student." Not a chance. Callie was completely dumbfounded when she felt the determination in Shi Xiaobai's tone. After witnessing her power, he was still able to resolutely reject being her student. Did he not desire such power? No, he must desire it more than anyone, but why did he refuse? Could it be because he does not want to become my student, and doesn't want a gap in our capacities? Just for this matter, he is willing to forego the power he greatly desires? Are his feelings that deep? At this moment, Callie was a bit moved. She began to take Shi Xiaobai seriously. Although he was only 13 years old, he already looked like a teenager. A genius like him might already have numerous girls liking him by now? Callie quickly shook her head, abandoning such strange ideas in her head. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "Shi Xiaobai, to tell you the truth, I am a pure pixie as well as the world tree. If I were to engage in boy-girl relationships, it would desecrate the pureness and defile the sacred tree, causing my strength to weaken, so..." Callie sighed. This was the reason why she was willing to stay chaste for eons. Even though her body had stopped growing ever since she was a teenager, even though her mind was modeled by the passage of time, how could she not have yearned to have a taste of this thing known as love? But she couldn't. She could not do the most passionate things lovers do, so since she would be destined to hurt her loved one, then it was better not to have a loved one in the first place. I see. Upon hearing Callie's words, Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up while he found himself lost in thought. So boy-girl relationships would cause the weakening of strength. Shi Xiaobai made such a conclusion from Callie's words as he began muttering to himself, "Looks like this king has to cultivate the so-called virgin boy exercise." Since engaging in boy-girl relationships would result in the weakening of strength, then what Callie cultivated was likely related to her purity. Then wouldn't the cultivation skill for boys be the virgin boy exercise? Shi Xiaobai was extremely pleased, believing he had discovered the secret behind Callie's power. But he did not know that his soft murmuring was like thunder in Callie's ears. For me, he is willing to give up the most passionate matters between lovers and even wants to cultivate in the virgin boy exercise. Are his intentions so selfless? How should I reject him? Callie's heart felt extremely heavy. At this moment, she was truly touched by Shi Xiaobai, but she still had a reason that forbade her from sharing hearts with others. Should I give him a chance? If Callie had such a thought as she looked at Shi Xiaobai. Her expression looked unprecedentedly serious as she sighed and said, "Shi Xiaobai, in fact, my return to the human world this time is to prevent the fourth apocalypse. The first apocalypse destroyed my home, and nearly annihilated the entire world. And now, I finally have the tiny possibility of saving the world, so I must prevent it. When the fourth apocalypse comes, I will personally challenge the original sin of calamity, but even for me, I might not be able to come back alive. All of this is the only meaning for my existence. So even if I know I will die, I will never back down. Do you understand? I do not know when I would die. It might be 10 years later or a year later. I might even die tomorrow. Callie revealed the biggest secret in her heart. She had to tell Shi Xiaobai that her becoming of a lover would be doomed to end in a tragedy. If he could even accept the tragedy. Can you bring me along? Shi Xiaobai's eyes flickered with a shiny beam. Saving the world? This was something he wanted to partake in. What? Callie had a look of incredulity flash past her eyes. Did Shi Xiaobai mean that he wanted to accompany her to face the fate of her destined tragedy? Can you bring me along when you challenge the original sin of calamity? Shi Xiaobai's eyes looked extremely resolute. Becoming a hero to challenge a superboss was always his dream. You want to send yourself to death? Callie's voice sounded forced. For her, he was even willing to abandon his life? All men must die, so why fear? Shi Xiaobai believed that there was no reason to fear if they could become a hero that saved the world. I got it. Callie began thinking that since he was willing to give up his life for love, and was willing to die together with her, why couldn't she accept his heart? At this moment, Callie was completely moved. Wasn't it just being in a relationship? She even dared to kick a god king from his throne and even converted demonic girls into pixies. She even dared to use her life to prevent the end of the world, so what if it was just a relationship that crossed the confines of age, species and strength? It did not seem too unacceptable, right? Cough, I agree. That whatever pact, I'll sign it. After saying that, Callie's face blushed. Ah. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. What did this mean? Callie immediately blushed when she saw Shi Xiaobai so shocked from surprise. Gritting her teeth, she rushed up to embrace Shi Xiaobai's head, and tiptoeing, she gave his forehead a kiss before taking a few steps back. She said softly, the pact has been sealed. However, you are only 13, so you have to wait till you are at least 16, before the pact will take effect. Alright, that shall be the case. When you are 16, I will become your girlfriend. Bye. Callie felt her heart palpitating so much that she could not take it anymore to the point of her stammering. She hurriedly jumped into the light, as though she was escaping from the room. Only then did Shi Xiaobai realize what had happened. Why did she, for some baffling reason, suddenly change her mind? She still wasn't able to withstand the power from the confession of a king. This king, who believes in miracles, is indeed too naive. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was weeping. The thing about girlfriends, this king doesn't want them. Author's note, who guessed this? This king doesn't do cookie cutter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57, It isn't easy for any one of us. Chapter 57, It isn't easy for any one of us. The meteor shower only ended at 2 in the morning. A total of 1038 meteors hit the ground, making it an extremely rare 1,000 stars-ranked meteor shower. The entire southern Gold City and the neighboring smaller cities were completely left in ruins, a desolate wasteland. However, people were already accustomed to such disasters. The moment the meteor shower ended, post-disaster reconstruction began. As the evacuation before the meteor shower was carried out very smoothly, there were very few citizens who died in this disaster. In fact, it was the heroes, who came to help, that ended up sacrificing their lives. There was naturally a wake for the heroes who passed away, but there were always heroes who sacrificed themselves in every disaster. The first time, people would cry, the second time, people would feel sad, but by the third or fourth time, or countless times, people became numb about it, accustomed to the sacrifice of the heroes. It became a thing that was taken for granted. When the duty of a hero became a profession and a normal thing, it slowly lost its luster of noble sacrifice, and was soon forgotten. As such, the hero's wake was destined to be a hasty routine, and in stark contrast, a celebration dinner for the heroes would be lavishly held. Many of the country's leaders would come personally, extolling the praises of those heroes who killed astral calamity beasts. According to usual practice, they would hold a press conference at the celebration dinner and for the next few days, provide a lot of interesting material for the news. The surviving heroes enjoyed glory and were extolled, while the dead heroes would quickly disappear from the hero rankings. They would disappear from the news, and being out of sight, would eventually be forgotten. For heroes, this is the best of times, and also the worst of times. For a businessman, this is an excellent era. Xiao Lin stood in front of a gigantic floor window. Up in the tall building, he looked down at the walking pedestrian as his eyes glimmered with a luster and his mouth revealed a slight, pleasant smile. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking of the door could be heard. Come in. Xiao Lin did not turn his head because he could already tell who the person was from the sound of the knocks. Boss. The person who came in was a young girl dressed in a white-collared uniform. She politely greeted Xiao Lin and gingerly walked up to him. In her hand, she held a stack of documents as she said softly, "This week's results are out, but..." Xiao Lin acknowledged her presence and turned around to take the documents from her hands. Using the sunlight, he read extremely quickly. He read nearly 10 lines at a glance, and the way he flipped through the documents looked like he was counting money. The young female assistant did not even dare to breathe normally. Her delicate face looked uneasy. The man in front of her was about the same age as she was, but he was the general manager of a large listed company. She had also seen enough of his artifice and means. After Xiao Lin was done flipping to the last page, he lifted frames of his glasses, reflecting the sunlight to conceal his eyes. It made his expressionless face appear without the slightest emotion. Tell me, is Gaia really on a decline, or is it because my leadership is lacking? Xiao Lin turned around to look at the female assistant as he revealed an easygoing smile, as if he was asking a simple question like what she was eating for lunch. Your leadership is redoubtable. The female assistant hurriedly responded. Oh? Do you mean Gaia is going downhill? That's why there's not a single new gold-ranked player this week? That's why our store's average winning rate is less than 40%? That's why our branch store is ranked last in the weekly rankings. Xiao Lin used a calm voice to list out very intense questions before finally saying with a smile, "So do you think all of this is because Gaia is on a decline? That's why setting up a branch in Gaia was a mistake right from the very beginning, is that it?" The female assistant felt wronged and thought in her heart that since he knew, why was he making it difficult for a junior employee like her? Are you trying to hear another answer from me? Isn't it a well-known fact that Gaia is on a decline? It would be surprising if the results of the shop setup in Gaia would be good. The female assistant kept complaining deep in her heart, but she did not dare to show the slightest hint of discontent. Although Xiao Lin was young and accomplished, he had been sent to a branch from headquarters due to his lack of experience. This branch's results affected headquarters' final evaluation of Xiao Lin. Last week's performance was extremely terrible, so it was unknown how much anger Xiao Lin was simmering. She had to be extremely careful. No, it's our fault. The female assistant rolled her eyes as she could not think of any other excuse. She could only think of the most old-fashioned excuse: take the initiative to shoulder the blame. It looks like you aren't dumb and are cognizant of your faults. You are still redeemable. Xiao Lin opened up his hands and smiled coldly as he turned to face the floor windows. He left the female assistant a cold and lonely back. The female assistant was dumbfounded. Were the employees and herself the ones to be blamed in the boss' eyes all along? I have always stressed that customers in the virtual competitive business cannot be awaited. You have to personally promote, entice and solicit them, using every possible means to make them our customers. Even for a pedestrian on the streets, you must go to great pains to tell them the importance of virtual competition, pulling them into the virtual competition world, do you understand? You must think of a way to make them obsess about it until they are unable to extricate themselves. Xiao Lin looked at the pedestrians on the street. Some of them were walking into the building he was in, while others carried on walking down the street without even taking a look. This was the difference between a customer and a non-customer. They were indifferent, cold and heartless, but there was limitless potential. Customers and non-customers only differed by a syllable. Maybe a simple persuasion could make the syllable, non, disappear completely. This is an era of heroes, and similarly it is an era of competition. Some people think lowly of virtual competition, believing that true battles can increase their personal strength. However, that is just ignorant prejudice. Virtual competition is clearly the fastest way for humans to improve their proficiency in combat techniques. Do you understand? We need to persevere at eliminating the prejudice people have for virtual competition. We must let those ignorant non-customers to understand the importance of virtual competition, making them our customers. We must make them obsess over virtual competition, let them become perfect numbers on our results. When Xiao Lin was done speaking, he finally could not maintain his calm. The tone in his voice sounded agitated. I got it. The female assistant hurriedly replied, but she was lamenting in her heart. She had heard the same speech numerous times. The employees had also acted in accordance with Xiao Lin's instructions. They would always go out onto the streets to solicit for customers instead of working in the office. All of them were like promoters, and was nearing the level of a pimp. This still wasn't enough, Haha, do you understand? It's been a while, but the top 3 rookies in the present batch of rookies from the most recent evaluation test are still non-customers. All of you are too lazy. Xiao Lin said with a cold smile, I have already mentioned it many times. Those 3 rookies are extremely important resources. Regardless of the cost or means, you have to make them our loyal customers, especially that Shi Xiaobai. However, 11 days have passed. We have not received the business from the other 2 of the top 3 rookies, much less Shi Xiaobai. All of you have really disappointed me. Sorry. The female assistant was beyond tears. No one knew what Shi Xiaobai looked like, and information of his identity was highly confidential. It was as though he had disappeared from Gaia, so how was she to draw him in? The other 2 rookies all had strong personalities. There was no way to move them with their words of persuasion. The female assistant was complaining in her heart, but she could only verbally admit to her mistakes. As a junior employee, she did not dare contradict her boss, so she had no choice but to shoulder the blame. If apologies work, then the Huangpu River wouldn't be red. Xiao Lin's words sounded cold while his expression was colder. Suddenly he pointed out to a spot outside the window and said, I'll give you a final chance. Make that person a customer, and I'll forgive you this once. The female assistant hurriedly took a step forward and traced Xiao Lin's finger out the window. She saw a youth on the streets moving laterally like a crab. The youth had already walked past their shop, but he looked back 3 times for every step he took, as though he was reluctant to leave. This person is now on the boundary of being a customer and non-customer. He just needs a simple push, do you understand? If one push isn't enough, push him twice. If persuasion doesn't work, try deceiving him. If deceiving him doesn't work, force him. If forcing doesn't work, then even if you have to take off your clothes and scream rape, you still have to force him in. Xiao Lin said angrily, this is your last chance. The female assistant hurriedly clung to her clothes as she felt her stomach churning. To think you can think of me screaming rape after taking off my clothes, what sort of sick pervert are you? Looking through the window, she saw a figure moving like a crab at a rapid pace down the streets. The female assistant did not dare delay any further. Immediately, she began waddling like a duck, while running with her high heels on. Crab youth, stop there for me. The female assistant was nearly going crazy. It isn't easy for any one of us. Xia Lin looked at the female assistant's back and sighed softly. Author's note: a new arc will commence. It will definitely provide a sufficiently interesting plot for everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58, Laziness and Diligence. Chapter 58, Laziness and Diligence. The true heretic King Ice has seen through everything that is fake in this world. No matter how glorious and attractive it is, it cannot sway the resolve of the king. If you remain obstinate about this, the moment this battle begun, you were destined to suffer a tragic fate. As Shi Xiaobai used his crab steps, he turned his head back 3 times for every step he took. Just as he was about to turn into another street, he would stop, turn around and point at the tall building. He said, "Game arcade, you can't tempt this king." After Shi Xiaobai finished saying that, he felt a sensation in his throat. His eyes blazed with intense desire, as his body could not help but take a few steps towards the building. What a powerful enchantment! How can this be? The heart of the king has been defibrillated by 0.003 millimeters. As Shi Xiaobai gritted his teeth, he hurriedly turned around to not look at the signboard that said Virtual Competition Battle Arena Cafe. His shoulders trembled slightly as he said hatefully, "Damn it. If not for having other matters to tend to, this king would definitely fight an astounding battle of 300 rounds with you." Shi Xiaobai struggled as he finally let out a long sigh. That darn absolute choice, is this your true goal? The current Shi Xiaobai hated the absolute choice absolutely. Last night, the absolute choice had caused Callie to end up as his girlfriend, and this morning, after he woke up, he received a new absolute choice. Choice 1, within 7 days, increase flash motion technique crab steps to the dominating refinement realm, reward, B level. Choice 2, within 7 days, increase psychic defense skill wavelet shield to the familiarized proficiency realm, reward, E level. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a daily style choice where there is only one opportunity after choosing. Successfully completing the choices mission will yield a reward, and failure will lead to punishment of the same level. When Shi Xiaobai heard the words "make your choice, youth" while brushing his teeth, he nearly crumbled. He actually heaved a sigh of relief after reading the choices. He was glad that it was a daily style choice. After summarizing the absolute choices that had appeared up to now, Shi Xiaobai had a general idea that there were temporarily 3 kinds of absolute choices. The first kind was the unpredictable choice back when he rescued little Fatso. This kind of absolute choice reflected the choices in Shi Xiaobai's heart. Save, escape, or watch by the sidelines. However, after the appearance of the absolute choice, Shi Xiaobai had to complete the choice he made to end the repeating mechanism of time. Choices that tested one's will and beliefs were usually the hardest to complete, such as saving little Fatso. In contrast, the choice of abandoning one's beliefs was easy, such as escaping. The absolute choice made him experience defeat after defeat, making him repeat it every time, so as to force him to give up on his original resolve. The moment he changed his choice, he would become subject to the darkness in his heart. Hence, Shi Xiaobai was most afraid of the unpredictable absolute choice, but thankfully, it had only appeared once up to this point. The second absolute choice was a malicious kind of absolute choice. It included asking Hizith for his underwear or first kiss, or mocking Callie's flat chest or professing his love for her. The biggest difference between the malicious choice and the unpredictable choice was the difficulty needed to complete the stipulation of the unpredictable choice, whereas the difficulty posed by the malicious choice was to make the choice itself. The malicious choice was considered executory. The stipulation just needed to be executed, and the difficulty wasn't too high, and as such, there was usually no reward to it. However, it was very difficult to choose between the choices provided. The stipulation of each choice would usually cause him to curse out loud, making him rather feel like choosing death. These 2 choices could be said to be extremely toxic poison, and compared to them, the third absolute choice was like a bowl of chicken soup. As if by heaven's pity, the daily style choice did not have the mechanism of resetting time. There was only one chance at choosing, hence, there was only success or failure. The stipulation in each choice was relatively normal in difficulty, but the rewards were extremely good, and it was like a warm spring breeze in the middle of winter. In the last daily style choice, Shi Xiaobai had easily earned 100,000 cash. After he obtained the D-level reward, he attained the grasped basics proficiency with crab steps. It had the feeling of completing a quest in a game and the accomplishment of being rewarded for the task. Hence, for the appearance of this absolute choice, Shi Xiaobai had hesitated for several seconds. The difference between an E-level reward and B-level reward was too great, so as he immediately ignored the possibility of receiving a punishment of the same level if he failed, he resolutely chose the first choice. Within 7 days, increase crab steps to the dominating refinement realm. But when Shi Xiaobai used Rico's computer to check the internet to understand what it meant to be at the dominating refinement realm, he was completely dumbfounded. One's adeptness in offensive skills, defensive skills and movement techniques were usually differentiated into 7 realms: grasped basics, familiarized proficiency, exemplary mastery, dominating refinement, crest of perfection, bold new world, Arhat oversoul. The difficulty associated with each leap in realm increased by several times. If one spent a year to go from grasped basics to familiarized proficiency, then to go from familiarized proficiency to exemplary mastery would take 5 years or more, much less dominating refinement or crest of perfection. Those not only needed a long period of accumulation and extraordinary perception, one needed to have heaven-defying insight to achieve that. When Shi Xiaobai searched for information regarding dominating refinement, many pieces of information appeared. They were all regarding how XXX only used 7 months to increase YYY offensive skill to the dominating refinement realm, labeling him a human sensation. Alright, 7 months was already considered a sensation. Then, wasn't cultivating crab steps to the dominating refinement realm in 7 days just fool's talk? If sensations are not enough, then this king will create a miracle. Shi Xiaobai spent 30 seconds to restore his confidence. After packing up slightly, he immediately went out the door and rushed down the steel-paved roads and began practicing his crab steps. Since dominating refinement meant the proficiency in the technique, then the most direct method was to keep repeating it. Constantly, without stop, he would repeat crab steps. With this thought in mind, Shi Xiaobai began his plan of using crab steps to circle Steel City. Sleep, resting, or panting, all laziness can be put to death. This diligent king would show you what is a miracle. Shi Xiaobai felt fearless, as though there was a brave lion in his heart. Desiring power was not just issuing empty words, he had to persistently work hard. Even if he was exhausted or stressed, even if he wanted to stop, he had to hold on for a second, and then another second. He had to take one step, and then another. Sleep? Just closing his eyes for a while would do. Sleeping and eating? He could complete those while running with crab steps. Rookie training? So what if he played truant for 7 days? Shi Xiaobai kept hypnotizing himself and used crab steps to circle Steel City once, using the whole morning. He then saw a tall building with its front door open. People would enter and exit from time to time. There were all sorts of pretty computer graphics posters plastered on the walls that wrote Virtual Competition Battle Arena Cafe high up on the door. Isn't this a game arcade? Shi Xiaobai recalled Rico introducing the game arcade to him before. Wasn't it here? Shall I go in and have some fun? Just for a little while? Shi Xiaobai felt his resolve waver at that very instant. No, to create a miracle, this king cannot be lazy. Shi Xiaobai finally understood the deep malice in the daily style choice. The difficulty of this choice was a torture. Shi Xiaobai turned back his head back thrice for every step he took and went past the game arcade with great reluctance. He constantly struggled in his heart, as he could not help but decelerate his crab steps. His crab steps slowed down, and finally, after a long period of time, he managed to walk past the street. Demons of laziness can't beat this diligent king after all. The enchantment this game arcade uses is still lacking. Ha, ha, ha. Shi Xiaobai laughed in a manner uglier than if he were crying. He did crab steps on the spot and turned to look at the corner at the end of the street. Just a slight turn and he could see the game arcade once again. Just another slight turn, and there would be another choice presented to him. Shi Xiaobai could not go round the corner or turn his body, but he was quietly waiting. He did not know what he was waiting for either. Perhaps he was waiting for the disappearance of the last strand of laziness in his heart. At this moment, on the other end of the corner, a panting voice shouted, "Wait a moment, Crab Youth." Translator's note: note that the translations of the proficiency realms go from G to A in ascending order of realms. Grasped basics. Familiarized proficiency. Exemplary mastery. Dominating refinement. Crest of perfection. Bold new world. Arhat oversoul. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59, The promotion of anything really relies on lying. Chapter 59, The promotion of anything really relies on lying. The female assistant did not know that Shi Xiaobai was waiting around the bend. She ran barefooted on the streets while carrying her heels. She ignored her image as a lady, and shouted the amusing salutation, "Crab Youth," without any thought, attracting stares from passers-by. The female assistant was somewhat embarrassed, but there was no time for her to concern herself with hiding her shame. Xia Lin had retrenched numerous employees after he took on the job. She was just a statistic that didn't matter, so whether she could make this Crab Youth a customer or not, determined if she would end up losing her job or not. Hence, she did not dare lax. Praying that the youth had yet to go far, the female assistant finally reached the bend and nearly collided into someone. She managed to stop herself just in time, and when she took a careful look, the person was using crab steps on the spot, so wasn't he that Crab Youth? Foolish mortal, is Crab Youth the way you address this king? Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. He was not fond of this title, so even though he was using crab steps of the king, it did not mean he could accept being called Crab Youth. The female assistant was panting slightly, but when she heard him, she was stunned. After sizing Shi Xiaobai up, she realized that this young youth must be the type who loved to fantasize himself as some kind of hero. Although addressing oneself as this king was rather uncommon, she still found it acceptable. Thinking of how she called out Crab Youth in her hurry, she immediately felt apologetic. She hurriedly took out a name card from her pocket and handed it over. She said in an apologetic manner, "Sorry, please forgive me for being over-anxious. I am the assistant to the general manager of the Battle Arena Corporation's Gaia branch, Yan Weiwei." Shi Xiaobai naturally would not fuss over such a trivial thing. He scanned the name card after receiving it, and when he saw the words Battle Arena, he asked out of curiosity, "The Battle Arena Corporation's Gaia branch refers to that game arcade?" Game arcade? Yang Weiwei was slightly stunned before recovering from it. She hurriedly explained, No, you must be mistaken. The Battle Arena is not a game arcade, but a virtual competition Battle Arena Cafe. Although the Battle Arena Cafe also provides some small relaxing games, it mainly promotes the most famous virtual competition, Unrivaled Heroes. The experience from the nearly realistic battles can help heroes increase their combat abilities both practically and realistically. It is not just a simple amusement venue, but allows people to focus on virtual battles. It is a battle arena that allowed them to obtain true benefits from virtual sparring. Shi Xiaobai could not help but fall into deep thought upon hearing the long explanation. To put it plainly, wasn't it just a competitive game? In essence, it was still a game. However, a game with nearly realistic battles was indeed quite attractive. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly shook his head. No. He could not fall for the charms of the game arcade. If he were to turn lazy, then he would not be able to cultivate crab steps to the dominating refinement realm in 7 days. When that happened, there would be a B-level punishment. Shi Xiaobai forcefully suppressed his itching desires and took a glance at Yang Weiwei. Realizing that she was a goon of the game arcade, he immediately turned alert and said, "Why did you stop this king?" Yang Weiwei was stunned. Recalling that she would be fired unless she made this youth a customer of the Battle Arena Cafe, she immediately felt distressed. She really hated the feeling of being a pimp. However, despite her grumblings, Yang Weiwei immediately gave a sincere look and said, "Can I take a few minutes of your time?" Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "All right. Actually, you can first take a rest." Yang Weiwei looked down and realized that Shi Xiaobai had been jumping on the spot from the very beginning. She felt that even if he was not tired performing crab steps, she was sick of watching him do it. Resting is the demon of laziness. There is no such thing as rest in this king's world. Shi Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders, and as he wrapped his arms around his chest, he continued performing crab steps. It was difficult to tell if he was being cool or amusing. "As long as you are happy," Yang Weiwei criticized in her heart, but as she broadened the sides of her lips and took a deep breath, she decided to cut to the chase. She said seriously, "The Battle Arena Corporation is a world-renowned company in virtual competitions. It provides the highest quality of service in the virtual competition industry. It has the most luxurious individual rooms, and the most perfect and comfortable immersion facilities. The virtual reality immersion achieves 99% realism, and we will provide customers a free exclusive World Divine Realm account. In terms of service, we provide the most delicious food catering and the most professional guidance services. Videos of many classic hero battles and the most authoritative lecture videos are provided for your perusal. There will also be Combat Arena online experts that will answer any customer inquiries." Besides, the Battle Arena Corporation has recently launched its service with a 5% discount, and a complimentary 500 points will be given whenever you recharge your account by 1,000 points. If you begin the application process as a Battle Arena Cafe member now, you can even have the chance of becoming Gaia branch's representative and compete in the weekly Battle Arena Corporation's ranking matches, allowing you to win great prizes. What are you waiting for? Act now. Hurry up and join the Battle Arena Cafe. Yang Weiwei spoke extremely quickly without missing a word. After she clearly enunciated and finished her promotional pitch, which she had read countless times, the smile on her face was already extremely stiff. A sick, helpless feeling suffused from her heart. After Shi Xiaobai heard this, he was stunned speechless. After a moment, he suddenly turned around and used his crab steps to leave. Yang Weiwei was stunned. She hurriedly tugged at Shi Xiaobai's sleeves and noticed that Shi Xiaobai's shoulders were trembling. His fists were already secretly clenched, as though he was enduring something. What was he enduring? Did her promotional pitch sound too fake, making him angry? This game arcade's enchantment sure is powerful. It takes care of your food and drink, and even gives you a private room, isn't it, forcing this king to be lazy? No, there is no way this king can yield to it. This king is a man who will create a miracle. Shi Xiaobai's heart writhed as he forcefully released himself from Yang Weiwei's grasp. He began using crab steps to move forward, but due to the struggle in his heart, he did not move very fast, as though he was waiting for Yang Weiwei to chase after him. The Battle Arena Cafe will provide meeting places for customers. It facilitates Gaia rookies to engage in virtual combat with full members. Besides learning from each other to improve yourself, it is also an excellent platform for befriending people. Yang Weiwei caught up to him with a jog. If it was any ordinary pedestrian, she would have given up, but this youth's decision determined if she would be fired or not, so she refused to give up so easily. From the looks of it, you must be a rookie from this Gaia batch. If you were to join the Battle Arena Cafe, you will be able to meet many rookies in the same batch as you. You can interact with them and strengthen your friendships. At the same time, it will also position yourself in a better spot amongst the rookies. Virtual combat will provide you the most reliable numbers, so you must not miss it. Yang Weiwei jogged beside Shi Xiaobai with her feet bare. She said a bunch of well-meaning words, but the result was Shi Xiaobai looking indifferent. Yang Weiwei felt like she was going crazy because this feeling was too uncomfortable. Join the Battle Arena Cafe. You will have a chance to come into contact with a few well-known heroes as well as rookies from other divisions. You can be fully prepared to fight for the title of Rookie King, so please seriously consider it. Yang Weiwei mentioned every benefit her brain could think of, but realized that Shi Xiaobai remained unmoved. He was even speeding up. She felt a sense of defeat, and from the looks of it, her powers of persuasion had failed. If one push isn't enough, push him twice. If persuasion doesn't work, try deceiving him. Yang Weiwei's mind could not help but repeat Xiao Lin's words in her head. If persuasion doesn't work, then deceit, deceit. Yang Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up as a flash of brilliance came to her. She shouted loudly, "If you join the Battle Arena Cafe, you have a chance of getting to know Shi Xiaobai, and might even become his friend." The moment she said those words, the youth in front of her had indeed come to a stop. He turned around and his face was filled with shock and incredulity. Yang Weiwei chuckled in her heart. For all these tender young rookies, Shi Xiaobai's name possessed great powers. Since she needed to engage in deceit, she shall deceive him to the end. With this thought in mind, Yang Weiwei walked over towards Shi Xiaobai and said with a beaming smile, "You should know a lot about Shi Xiaobai, right? This formidable genius with dual S-class talents along with the perception of God is known by everyone in Gaia. But there is a secret you might not know. Actually, Shi Xiaobai had become a most loyal customer of our Battle Arena Cafe. He would often come to our Battle Arena Cafe and spar with other customers. As long as you join the Battle Arena Cafe, you will eventually encounter Shi Xiaobai. If you are lucky, you might even become his friend. As long as you join the Battle Arena Cafe, you will have the chance to become the friend of this year's Rookie King, a future S-class hero, Shi Xiaobai. How can you miss such a good opportunity? Why wait? Act now. Quickly become a member of the Battle Arena Cafe. You just need 998 to become a member. That's right, you'll become a member, all for 998. A huge value, all for just 998. As Yang Weiwei saw how the youth in front of her was looking at her in a daze, she felt fireworks of joy exploding in her heart. The promotion of anything really relies on lying, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60, 2 Fancy Schlocks. Chapter 60, 2 Fancy Schlocks. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. This person actually used his name to scam him. Previously, the two passionate fans, Yi Jiachuan and Ling Xuan, had got into argument because of him, and now, the seductress sent by the game arcade had used his name to engage in scamming him. He never expected the name Shi Xiaobai to be so awesome. This king is too excellent. No matter how low a profile this king tries to keep, there is no way to conceal his excellence. She's talking about this king, Shi Xiaobai could not help but give himself 100 likes in his mind, but he did not reveal a single emotion on his face. If it were anyone else, they would probably have revealed their identity and denounced Yang Weiwei, warning her not to use his name to scam others, but Shi Xiaobai would not do that. Firstly, Shi Xiaobai had to hide his identity. After Callie left last night, a white-haired elder wearing a wizard hat visited him. The elder claimed to be Gaia and said a bunch of nonsense that Shi Xiaobai forgot the moment he heard them. However, the matter that the elder repeatedly exhorted Shi Xiaobai to remember was that due to various reasons, it was best he maintain his identity as Tu Dahe. For Shi Xiaobai, concealing his identity was not something unacceptable and in fact, was something quite interesting. For example, in the current situation, Shi Xiaobai had nearly burst out laughing. Ahem, since Shi Xiaobai is a regular customer of the Battle Arena Cafe, then you must have met Shi Xiaobai. Give a description of how Shi Xiaobai looks like. Shi Xiaobai looked at Yang Weiwei with eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to see how this female swindler would carry on her charade. Yang Weiwei's smile froze for a moment as her brain whirled at full speed. Naturally, she did not know what Shi Xiaobai looked like, but it appeared as though this youth had never met Shi Xiaobai before. It was unlikely there would be problems if she gave some embellishments. After thinking for a few moments, Yang Weiwei said with a smile, "Of course I've met Shi Xiaobai. He sure is handsome. He has black hair, and at the corner of his right eye, there is a tiny red mole. He likes to wear white, and although he looks tall and thin, he gives off a feeling like he's full of muscles. He always has a warm smile on his face, and when he smiles, he reveals 2 dimples. He is very approachable and very gentlemanly, just like a prince. I have never seen him lose his temper. You can't fault him on the way he treats his friends. He often pays from his own pocket to treat others. Usually, he would take the time to give others advice even if he is busy. He also gets along well with those weaker customers, never putting on airs like a genius. Everyone likes him a lot." Yang Weiwei gave a look of adoration. She described Shi Xiaobai vividly and did not even seem done, as though she was afraid she could not make it any clearer. When she was done, she smiled shyly and whispered, I also like him, unfortunately, I'm too old, sigh." Her final sigh seemed to imbue all the feelings in her heart. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Isn't this acting way too King realistic? Typically, swindlers tried their best to speak in vague terms when lying, afraid that they might introduce flaws in their lies, but Yang Weiwei was completely the opposite. From her description of Shi Xiaobai, it was as though she immersed the listener into an actual description. The tone of her final sigh and that expression of hers was penetrating to the heart. In times like this, the acting skills of swindlers could have a chance at the Oscars. Oh, tell me what other spectacular performances Shi Xiaobai has had in the Battle Arena Cafe. Shi Xiaobai was addicted to this game he had with Yang Weiwei. He looked at Yang Weiwei with an excited look, greatly looking forward to her improvisations. Yang Weiwei lamented in her heart. She had failed to utterly convince the youth with her spectacular performance. Now, she was in trouble. Usually to hide a lie, 1,000 lies were needed. It was not simple to be a swindler. However, as the youth looked dumb, she believed it wouldn't take long before he would surrender to her exquisite lies and trickery. Yang Weiwei immediately felt confident as she started thinking of the ways to deceive the crab youth. Yang Weiwei did not dare to remain silent for too long because she was afraid Shi Xiaobai might turn suspicious. As she drafted her lines, she said, Shi Xiaobai is an existence everyone knows in the Battle Arena Cafe. In the placement matches for Unrivaled Heroes, he has won all 10 rounds. He has not lost a single friendly match in the cafe. Every weekend, in the Battle Arena's ranking matches, he would receive the biggest prizes. Yang Weiwei began recounting Shi Xiaobai's glorious deeds. In fact, her lies could be easily exposed because once this youth entered the Battle Arena Cafe and asked others, he would realize that he had been deceived, but Yang Weiwei did not care about that. All she cared about was to make this youth a customer to ensure her rice bowl. She could leave future troubles for her future self. Yang Weiwei took 3 minutes to finish describing Shi Xiaobai's wonder performance, and she did so without stop the entire time. It was as though she was counting the number of heirlooms back at home. Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded listening to her. What sort of powerful trickery was needed to be able to describe with such realism? It was as though all those matters had happened before, and did not seem like she had made them up on the spot. Shi Xiaobai felt a sense of admiration, feeling as though he had excavated an impressive talent. To fully develop Yang Weiwei's scamming potential, Shi Xiaobai immediately said, Tell me about the offensive skills, defensive skills and movement techniques Shi Xiaobai is good at. Oh right, does Shi Xiaobai have any particularly cool moves? This king is really curious. Yang Weiwei smiled and immediately put on a professional smile. Shi Xiaobai's coolest move. 30 minutes passed. Shi Xiaobai asked numerous questions regarding Shi Xiaobai, while Yang Weiwei patiently answered them all. Both of them had an axe to grind. One was committed to tap into the other party's potential, while the other was committed to making a lie that had been seen through from the beginning work. However, after such a long period of time, Shi Xiaobai seemed to not end his ceaseless questioning. Yang Weiwei finally could not help it as she said with a heavy voice, "Don't tell me you don't believe what I'm saying? Shi Xiaobai is really a loyal customer of the Battle Arena Cafe. Why would I lie to you? When have you seen a liar give such details when lying?" Shi Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Indeed, he had never seen one before, but he had finally met one today. It had to be said that for her to be such a shameless swindler, it was also quite *king delightful. "Sai, you are a true talent. It will be a pity if you do not go to Hollywood. In another world line, you would definitely win an Oscar for your performance." Shi Xiaobai patted Yang Weiwei on the shoulder and whispered, "Work hard and keep up the effort." After Shi Xiaobai said this, he turned around and began using crab steps to leave. Oh no, he got addicted to having fun with the female swindler, wasting quite a lot of his time. Yang Weiwei was stunned. Why did this youth refuse to believe her despite her hard work? Did she really have to do as Xiaolin said, if deceiving doesn't work, use force? If forcing doesn't work, she had to force him in even if she needed to take her clothes off and scream rape? No, she would never do such a thing. Yang Weiwei finally decided to give up. She felt that it was no big deal if she resigned. She did not need to work here at all costs. If not for her younger brother being a Gaia rookie this year, making it convenient for her to take care of him, she would have job hopped a long time ago and left this place. Just as Yang Weiwei felt despair, she suddenly saw a figure appear in front of her. The figure was walking towards them and was about to encounter the departing Shi Xiaobai. Yang Weiwei's eyes lit up, as though she had suddenly seen the light in the darkness. Shi Xiaobai of course saw the incoming person. It was a 7 to 8-year-old boy. He was slightly surprised as he whispered, "Pleasant goat." This boy was Yang, who he met back at the rookie evaluation test. Yang was also stunned seeing Shi Xiaobai. Just as he wanted to blurt out Shi Xiaobai's name, he suddenly remembered his division minister's serious instructions. As he lowered his head to look at Shi Xiaobai's odd crab steps, he said with a stiffened face, "Tu Dai, what are you doing here?" The heavens knew that the person Yang did not want to encounter in the entire Steel City was this fancy schlock. "Little Yang." Suddenly, an intimate voice shouted out from behind Shi Xiaobai. Yang was surprised and cocked his head to take a look. He saw a white-collared girl jogging over with her heels in hand. As he focused on her, he found her face extremely familiar before he said with a shock, "Sis." Yang Weiwei was extremely excited at this moment. She never expected for her younger brother to appear at this moment. It was such a timely boost. Besides, her brother seemed to know this youth named Tu Dai. Wasn't this the heavens helping her? Yang Weiwei ran to Yang's side and pulled him in front of her and said to Shi Xiaobai, "Since you know little Yang, then you should know that little Yang once participated in the rookie test with Shi Xiaobai. You would believe little Yang's words, right?" Shi Xiaobai was stunned, but as he guessed what Yang Weiwei was planning on doing, he could not help but smile. Yang Weiwei seemed bewildered and said loudly, "Come, little Yang, tell this friend, Tu Dai, that Shi Xiaobai is a regular customer of the Battle Arena Cafe." "That's right, isn't it?" Yang was stunned hearing this. He immediately felt a pinch around his waist, and when he turned to take a look, he saw Yang Weiwei sneakily winking at him. He understood that his sister wanted him to participate in the lying. As he turned his head back, he realized Shi Xiaobai was also sneakily winking at him. What the F***ck, what's going on? What games are these two fancy schlocks playing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Playing Games Can Even Be Done in Such a Grand Manner? Chapter 61, Playing Games Can Even Be Done in Such a Grand Manner? Yang Yang spent a few minutes to figure out the situation in front of him. He learned that his elder sister was trying to make Shi Xiaobai become the Battle Arena Cafe's customer. In doing so, she had even used Shi Xiaobai's name in her act of swindling and bluffing. She had even painstakingly spent 30 minutes to perfect her lie. Yang Yang was immediately rendered extremely speechless. Using Shi Xiaobai's name to scam Shi Xiaobai, this sure was F***ing a nice match. Furthermore, the crux of the issue was you were lying to a person who saw through your lies from the very beginning, yet he deliberately went along with your acting, making you think you did a great job acting. Nice F***ing job. If Sis Weiwei knew the truth, she would probably burst into tears, right? With this thought in mind, Yang Yang felt a deep sense of pity for Yang Weiwei. His abhorring of a fancy schlock like Shi Xiaobai rose to a whole new level. Back at the rookie evaluation test, Shi Xiaobai had said the touching phrase, "No geniuses, only the strong," before mercilessly revealing what the difference between a genius and mortal was, causing Yang Yang's still nascent heart to nearly collapse. Up to this day, he still could not forget the bitter taste of that toxic bowl of chicken soup. Noticing that the atmosphere seemed somewhat delicate, Yang Weiwei coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, little Yang is also a regular customer of the Battle Arena Cafe. Furthermore, he is an extremely good friend of Shi Xiaobai. The last time, they even slept on the same bed. If you were to join the Battle Arena Cafe, you will definitely become Shi Xiaobai's good friend." Yang Weiwei continued lying tirelessly. Since she had made numerous lies, she was not lacking this one lie. A dark cloud hung over Yang Yang's head. He was indeed a regular customer of the Battle Arena Cafe, but how could he be Shi Xiaobai's good friend? And F***ing sleeping on the same bed? Yang Yang was a little frustrated. He wanted to blurt out, "You are the one who slept with Shi Xiaobai," at Yang Weiwei, but found the phrase somewhat odd, so he immediately felt extremely vexed. Due to Order-S Division Minister's repeated exhortations, he did not dare expose Shi Xiaobai, so he could only say to Yang Weiwei, "Let's go, sis. Tu Dahei will not join the Battle Arena Cafe, so don't waste your breath." When Yang Weiwei heard this, she could not help but ask, "Why?" "Because you lied to the wrong person." Yang Yang grumbled in his mind, but he said aloud, "That's because Tu Dahei does not need to go through virtual competition to improve his skill proficiency. He is a genius just like Shi Xiaobai. Geniuses like them only need to gain enlightenment, not undergo a long period of practice. For ordinary people like us, a simple wavelet shield might take hundreds of virtual battle rounds to reach the proficiency level of grasped basics, but for a genius like Tu Dahei, he can immediately figure out wavelet shield after having his psionic shield shattered a few times. So, these geniuses will spend most of their time on cogitation to improve their psionic power, and not waste time improving their skill proficiency." The tone in Yang Yang's words had a hint of jealousy. He had already learned from his division minister that Shi Xiaobai had accomplished destruction before establishment after 4 times. Such freak talent was unheard of, something that made people feel as though there was no point to feeling jealous. Yang Weiwei was already close to tears. She did not expect this crab youth named Tu Dahei was a genius. For a genius, improving their psionic ability realm made more sense than practicing their skills. This was because one's psionic ability realm was honed by cogitation, a down-to-earth accumulation. As for the proficiency of a technique, geniuses could frequently gain insights in actual battle and improve it. This was also the reason why the Battle Arena Cafe failed to recruit the top 3 rookies. Shi Xiaobai, who was beside them, was stunned. Gaming could actually improve the proficiency of his techniques? Back when he checked for information regarding dominating refinement, he immediately ran out to cultivate his crab steps once he was done. He had a preconceived notion that increasing one's skill proficiency meant constant repetition. He ended up forgetting to investigate the methods to increase proficiency. He had made a blunder. Shi Xiaobai did some soul-searching before asking, "Can virtual competition really increase one's proficiency in techniques? What about crab steps? Can it be improved?" Yang Yang and Yang Weiwei were stunned hearing this. Wasn't it general knowledge that virtual competition could increase one's proficiency in combat techniques? Yang Yang was the first to come round to it. He recalled that at the rookie evaluation test, Shi Xiaobai often appeared to lack the most basic knowledge, so all of that wasn't him acting dumb? Yang Yang immediately could not help but smile wryly. He answered, virtual competition can naturally improve your proficiency. It could even be said that virtual competition exists for the improvement of skill proficiency. Even a S-class combat skill can be improved in virtual battles, much less the D-class crab steps. Yang Weiwei also snapped out of her daze. She suddenly remembered Xia Lin previously exhorting them to ensure that non-customers clearly understood the importance of using virtual competition to raise their skill proficiency. Back then, she had scoffed, thinking that in an era of compulsory education, there was no one who did not possess such common knowledge. She never expected that there was really such a person. This was King unscientific. Yang Weiwei did not dare show any signs of neglect. She hurriedly added on, psionic ability control and the proficiency in combat skill depends on the accumulation of memory, sensory experiences, and insights. The Battle Arena Cafe's virtual reality is 99% realistic, so a virtual battle's experience is as close to an actual battle, hence, the accumulation of experience in every battle is substantive. You can use such virtual battles to hone your combat skills, and it will definitely not be worse than real combat. How can it not be worse than real combat? Yang Yang immediately rolled his eyes and said to Shi Xiaobai, actually, the improvement in proficiency from virtual competition is inferior to real combat, but the benefits of virtual competition allows you to engage in battle for long periods of time. There is no loss in psionic power, so you can try again immediately even if you fail. A person with enough energy can even do 12 hours of virtual battle a day if they want, hence virtual competition is said to be tailored to the improvement of skill proficiency. However, the process of using virtual competition to raise your skill proficiency is rather difficult. The effects are much more inferior to real combat. Maybe the effects of 10 rounds of battle in virtual competition might be inferior to a single real combat. However, virtual battles is nearly limitless. In real combat, you would have to stop due to the depletion of psionic power, so for ordinary people who can take the hardship, improving themselves using virtual competition is an excellent choice. However, for a genius like you, spending some time each day to engage in real battle, leaving the remaining time for cogitation to improve your psionic ability realm is the best choice. Yang Yang sighed. Although he did not like Shi Xiaobai, he did not want to mislead him. Maybe others would attempt to destroy a person more of a genius than themselves out of jealousy, but Yang Yang wouldn't. Although he was a normal person, he was a hard-working normal person. He was a normal person who wanted to surpass geniuses. Yang Weiwei also sighed with exasperation. Yang Yang's relentless rebuttal of her words made her too deep for tears, but she rejoiced over Yang Yang's kindness and honesty, making her feel unsure of what to think. They did not notice that Shi Xiaobai's eyes were already glowing with an intense beam of light. This world sure is awesome. Playing games can even be done in such a grand manner. At that moment, Shi Xiaobai smiled. Author's note: this part of the plot was slightly dragged out mainly because there was a need to explain the settings to push the plot smoothly forward. I'll do some soul searching, and will try my best to make these setting explanation chapters seem more interesting. Of course, once everything is set in place, the climax of the arc will definitely send you flying sky high. For this, me has confidence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Thanking Shi Xiaobai. Chapter 62, Thanking Shi Xiaobai. Playing games could actually also allow him to improve his crab steps. He believed that games and crab steps were akin to not being able to have his cake and eat it, but he never expected that the composition of this world was so wonderful. It looks like this world has already sensed the coming of this king. The world line's trajectory changed because of this king. Shi Xiaobai could not help but smile. If playing games could improve his crab steps, then why was there a need to be in a dilemma? As for Yang Yang's kind advice, Shi Xiaobai did not put it to heart. Maybe other geniuses considered psionic ability cultivation more important, but for Shi Xiaobai, at this moment, nothing was more important than improving his crab steps. In order to improve his crab steps, he was even nearly willing to give up games. If not for this cute female swindler persistently retaining him, he might have brushed shoulders with fate, losing this opportunity. Immediately, Shi Xiaobai found Yang Weiwei very pleasing to the eyes. The gate of the Destiny Stone has opened. It seems this king is destined to be a man who will become a game king. Shi Xiaobai reflected before he looked at Yang Weiwei and pretended to hesitate. Shi Xiaobai really comes to the game arcade frequently? Upon hearing this, Yang Weiwei immediately nodded and said, yes. Following that, she tugged at Yang Yang and said, little Yang can testify. The corner of Yang Yang's lips twitched as he stared at Shi Xiaobai. He was wondering what this fancy schlock was up to this time. Oh. Shi Xiaobai lowered his head as though he was considering for a moment. He then looked up at Yang Weiwei and said with a sigh, the opportunity to become good friends with the great Shi Xiaobai is truly precious. Although a genius like this king had always felt disdain for game arcades, this king shall reluctantly apply for its membership because of Shi Xiaobai. After Shi Xiaobai said that, he retraced his steps using crab steps. This time, he moved extremely fast. In a moment, he was already at the bend, as though he was extremely eager. At the moment he turned the corner, Shi Xiaobai suddenly looked back and shouted to Yang Weiwei, remember to thank Shi Xiaobai. This king is doing this all because of Shi Xiaobai. Yang Yang looked at this in amazement. He was wondering how Shi Xiaobai could be any more shameless. Yang Weiwei stood there dazed for a moment before realizing that she had succeeded. She had succeeded in making the crab youth a customer. Although her means were somewhat despicable, the results were good. At least, she wouldn't be fired. Yeah. Yang Weiwei cheered as she clenched her fists tightly. She felt like her hard work was not in vain and felt a great sense of achievement. Yang Yang rolled his eyes. Was there a need to be this happy? Little Yang, in the future, if you meet Shi Xiaobai, remember to help me thank him. All right, I apologize by the way. After Yang Weiwei instructed him with a smile, she quickly ran around the bend with her feet bare. As she ran, she would jump and yell, Shi Xiaobai, I love you. Ha ha ha. Yang Yang watched in amazement. If this went on, Sis Weiwei would eventually be broken by the demon, Shi Xiaobai. Wait, why does that sound strange? Yang Yang let out a lamenting sigh. He felt like if this carried on, he too would be broken. The Battle Arena Cafe's walls and doors were plastered with gigantic computer graphics posters. On closer look, they were promotional posters for Unrivaled Heroes. It appeared as though this game was very famous, so Shi Xiaobai felt a sense of anticipation. Inside the Battle Arena Cafe, Shi Xiaobai ignored others and carried on using his crab steps. He waited for Yang Weiwei and Yang Yang to catch up to him before eagerly going to the front desk with them. The membership procedure was somewhat troublesome. This world also had something similar to an identification card, and clearly, Shi Xiaobai had no such thing. He could only mutter this king's invisible crown is the proof of identity. It's just that you mortals can't see it. The counter staff shook their heads saying that things had to go according to procedure. Without an identity card, he had to be rejected service. Yang Weiwei, who was bent on having Shi Xiaobai become a member as soon as possible, immediately falsely used Xia Lin's authority to skip the requirement of an identity card. After tasting the wonders of deceit, this female assistant could no longer control herself. As a mature corporation, the Battle Arena Corporation naturally had a series of detailed consumer packages. Shi Xiaobai, who had earned 100,000 cash yesterday, only took a glance at it. With a wave of his hand, he immediately chose a deluxe package that cost 1,000 a day. Shi Xiaobai's room was labeled 233. After bidding Yang farewell, he was led by Yang Weiwei to the 20th story using an elevator. The internal structure of the Battle Arena Cafe was somewhat similar to a karaoke lounge. There were corridors at every corner, and personal rooms at every turn. However, the distances between the rooms in the Battle Arena Cafe were somewhat far, and there was no way to peek into the room from any angle. The corridor was silent and dark, but seemed to emanate an invisible smoky flavor. After entering room 233, Shi Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up. He felt that the deluxe room was indeed worth the money. The room had rosewood flooring and the internal design was bright and pleasant. There was a large and soft bed, a high-end couch and a glass table. There was a large liquid display panel on the wall, a computer desk that had a liquid display screen, a bookshelf filled with books, as well as a clothes closet. This did not look like a game room, it was practically a presidential suite. The only thing that stood out was a white capsule-shaped box placed in the middle of the room. There were dozens of differently colored cables extending out from the bottom of the box, reaching into various sockets on the wall. This is the virtual immersion device. By lying in here, double-tapping the internal activation control will bring you into the virtual world. Yang Weiwei went in front of the capsule box and slowly opened the lid. The internals of the box did not look complicated. There was a mat at the bottom, and the space inside accommodated 2 people. It would not be too uncomfortable to lie in it. Yang Weiwei took out a magnetic card and passed it to Shi Xiaobai and said, "This room is locked from the inside. Other than General Manager Xiao's master key, only your key can open the room from the inside, so don't worry about being interrupted. If anyone were to forcefully enter your room, the life detector systems would send out an alert. It will immediately wake you up from your virtual immersion, so you do not need to worry about any security issues when in virtual reality." Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Wouldn't this make it a completely enclosed private room? Then what about his 3 meals a day? Yang Weiwei could read Shi Xiaobai's mind and walked to the glass table. She pointed at the table and said, "This table is actually a rising platform. Your daily 3 meals will be directly sent through this rising platform. There will be no need for a waiter to enter the room. Furthermore, you can use the computer in the room to decide on the meals you want. Of course, you can just accept the default deluxe set meal." Yang Weiwei smiled slightly and continued introducing, "There is a toilet and a bathroom in the room, as well as 10 sets of clothing prepared for you. If you find it insufficient, you can contact customer service and it will be delivered to you using the rising platform. So feel at ease when immersing yourself in the virtual experience while inside the room. By the way, make sure to take breaks while in virtual reality. Staying in virtual battle for more than 8 hours is an enormous load on one's mental facilities. So you should have proper rest before continuing. The room has provided a comfortable bed." Shi Xiaobai was stunned hearing this. Wasn't this service too good? With all daily necessities a load off the gamer's mind, it allowed a gamer to fully immerse themselves in a game. It was a specially designed paradise. Alright, you can begin your virtual immersion. You just need to lie inside the virtual immersion box and press the activation button twice to enter the virtual world. The default virtual system would send you into the Unrivaled Heroes world. The Battle Arena Cafe has already provided you with a free and exclusive World Divine Realm account. Yang Weiwei was very pleased with Shi Xiaobai's surprise. Even though virtual competition was not thought highly by the common people, the quality of service virtual competition had always enjoyed a good reputation. "Please lie in here." Yang Weiwei gestured respectfully and Shi Xiaobai nodded. He went into the capsule-shaped box and lay down. A comfortable feeling came from his back as he saw a red activation button beside him. With a light smile, Yang Weiwei closed the box's lid, which activated the lights inside the box, lighting up the tiny enclosed space. Shi Xiaobai pressed the activation button twice. The light disappeared in an instant. "Welcome to Virtual Simulation OS Windows V587. Shi Xiaobai. Author's note: the setting up of the plot is done. An interesting plot will begin soon. Here are some responses to questions. 1. The world will slowly unfold. The various major factions' rivalry definitely exists, so please stay tuned. 2. There will be some interesting female characters, but even if a harem exists, a shitty harem will not happen. 3. In the future, explanatory words will be lessened, with more focus on the story. 4. There will be rich villains in the future, but currently, most of the text will be spent on Shi Xiaobai. My idea is to write the protagonist first before the world. 5. Some people criticize the novel for the overusage of Japanese manga elements. I will hold back on that. Thank you everyone for their comments and suggestions. I will keep the good advice in mind and remember them. I want to do a good job with this book, and at least make everyone remember that they had once read a book known as Absolute Choice. It is hoped that a few years later, you would remember particular characters or particular arcs and feel moved in certain ways. I hope everyone can strive alongside me to the end of this book before we head for the next book, A Journey to the Next World. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Abusing Elementary School Students Like Dogs. Chapter 63, Abusing Elementary School Students Like Dogs. What kind of world would a virtual world be like? After Shi Xiaobai lay inside the virtual immersion box and pressed the activation button twice, he felt his vision suddenly turn black and his mind went into a trance. Linking initiated. Beginning scan. Scan completed. Beginning character construction. Character construction completed. A neutral voice quickly narrated professional terminology in his mind. Virtual system established. Welcome to the virtual immersion world. The moment the voice was done, Shi Xiaobai immediately felt as though he was falling. The dark world suddenly lit up, and as he rubbed his eyes to get adjusted to the light, he was surprised that floating clouds were lingering around his body. Looking down below, there was a vast luscious green land approaching him slowly. No, he was actually falling to the ground. The sound of wind whistled in his ears. The realism made Shi Xiaobai immediately believe he was falling from high in the sky. After a moment of panic, he realized that this was a virtual world, but this vivid sense of falling was truly terrifying. After calming down, he looked down at the vast stretch of greenery. Immediately he found a picturesque and lively scene. It looked like a paradise on earth, an immortal's retreat. Just as he landed on the ground, a wind swept up and caused Shi Xiaobai to twirl before he landed safely. Immediately following that, different faces appeared in the sky. Following that, different voices resounded from the sky. Some people say, battle and victory belongs to the people of glory. Others say that victory is a result of the intricate use of battle tactics and strength. All's fair in war, combat is a game of outwitting each other. It was a feminine voice. Only sheer force can bring about sheer victory. This was a voice with a powerful tone. But you can also forget about winning or losing and immerse yourself in joy. The pictures in the sky finally fixed on a pair of dull eyes and a simple-looking face. On closer look, it was Baldy Onepun. Welcome to Unrivaled Heroes. Everyone's voices said the last line in unison. With that, the sky suddenly turned bright blue. The clouds were dispersed and the sun faded away, but the light remained. Following that, dozens of large colorful text appeared in the sky. They were located in every corner of Shi Xiaobai's vision, for example, Select Mode, Personal Settings, Spectator Mode. And at this moment, the ground that Shi Xiaobai had landed on was covered in red flowers and green willows. There were birds chirping and butterflies dancing. It was a pleasant scene. About dozens of meters behind him, there was a gorgeous castle. This game world used the sky as a game interface, and used the earth as its default scenery. Detected exclusive world Divine Realm account activation code. current default domain is the city domain. By heading into the World Divine Realm, you can communicate with players all across the world. Do you want to activate your account? A sweet female voice resounded in his mind before two large characters yes and no appeared in the sky interface. Shi Xiaobai was stunned and intuitively reached his finger out to press yes. Immediately a delicate voice was heard. Account activation completed successfully. Initiating DNA binding. Please fill in your character nickname by thinking. Game King. This name flashed in Shi Xiaobai's mind. The following nickname is already taken. The system's voice responded immediately. White Eventide Heretic King. The following nickname is already taken. King of Gods. The following nickname is already taken. Shi Xiaobai. The following nickname is already taken. This King Shi Xiaobai. The following nickname is already taken, but Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Even this King Shi Xiaobai was taken by others? I choose death. Shi Xiaobai cursed in his heart. The following nickname is already taken. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Maybe he could use an old meme from Earth? IChooseDogLeading 1. Ding, this nickname is available. Do you want to bind this nickname? Shi Xiaobai was too deep for tears. Choosing a name sure wasn't easy. Bind it. After he named himself, lines of text suddenly emerged in the sky. It looked like subtitles while a pleasant-sounding female voice read out the text. Unrivaled Heroes is a virtual competition game that pits a person's combat skills against an opponent of the same psionic ability realm. Vitality, stamina, and various statistics will be normalized to a standard value. The assignment of each value will be matched according to the rank of the match as well as the settings set by the creator of the matchroom. Please do not choose to enter a match above your level. If you are a psionic mortal realm in reality, please do not enter a match with psionic soul realm and above. Unrivaled Heroes aims to improve your proficiency in combat skills by allowing you to spar with an opponent of equal strength. Entering a match that matches your personal strength is the best way of improving your combat skills. Since you are experiencing Unrivaled Heroes for the first time, it is recommended that you select single-person battle mode or room mode, quick match. System scans indicate that you are in the third level of the psionic mortal realm in reality. Approximate values for your skin defense, flesh defense, bones defense and mental defense have been obtained. It has been defined in your virtual abstraction. You can freely adjust your own values, but it is recommended to maintain the same values. The more realistic it is in the virtual realism, the greater benefits you obtain in virtual combat. The system's default pain setting is 40% of reality. You can freely adjust it. It is recommended to maintain the default values. Excessive pain can cause mental trauma. A few minutes later, the system's voice finally finished listing a long list of considerations and introductions. After wishing you a pleasant experience was said, the system's voice faded away. The sky in the interface returned to its original state and looked like a computer screen. There were icons, names as well as some cool fire effects. The sky was no longer pure blue. There were thrilling battle videos played in the background. Background music that made one turned excited echoed from everywhere. Shi Xiaobai was already stunned listening to all of this. He barely remembered a few of the considerations the system introduced. He immediately reached his hand out to choose select mode. The sky interface immediately appeared the three choices: single-person battle mode, group battle mode, story mode. Shi Xiaobai was afraid that he would not resist the temptations of the other modes, so he rapidly clicked into single-person battle mode, room mode, quick match. He knew clearly his priority was to improve his crab steps proficiency level, so listening to the system's suggestions was the best choice. Quick match was indeed as literal as it could be. In about 10 seconds, the system's voice resounded. Room matched. Room number 141-3520. Room name, abusing elementary school students like dogs. Room owner, one headshot without explanation. Room level, psionic mortal realm 3rd level. Field map, Colosseum. Do you want to enter this room? Shi Xiaobai was stunned for a while before saying with a nod, enter. System defaults to hiding your identity. The other party cannot see your looks. We wish you an enjoyable game. Connecting to World Divine Realm. Connection to World Divine Realm complete. Welcome to the room abusing elementary school students like dogs. The moment the system's voice faded away, Shi Xiaobai felt his mind enter a trance. The world around him suddenly distorted, and as though his body was leaping through space, he entered another world. The scene in front of his eyes had changed. The green grass beneath him had turned into hard cement floor. An empty expanse of flat land was wrapped in layers of audience stands. It looked like the Beijing National Stadium magnified by more than 10 times. Shi Xiaobai had yet to be fully adjusted to it when a mocking voice came from a distance. Oh, here comes another elementary school student. 1. IChooseDogLeading, when read in Chinese sounds like I choose go die. It was a meme that resulted from a former member of famous Korean boy group, EXO, Taeo, Hwang Zitao. At a concert, there was a part in a rap that where he said I will not easily go die, but due to a mispronunciation, it sounded like he will not easily choose to be led by dogs. This phrase now means I'd rather die/I choose death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, 1 A headshot without explanation. Chapter 64, 1 headshot without explanation. It was impossible to tell from the derisive voice if it was man or woman. There was no accent either, as though the system had done additional processing to conceal the person's identity. Shi Xiaobai looked up and saw a person covered in a trench coat standing about a kilometer away. The trench coat hid his body, and there was a skull mask on his face. It was probably the identity concealment the system had mentioned previously. Shi Xiaobai knitted his brows slightly at the person's derision, but he did not speak. He did not have the time or the effort to prove that he was a junior high school student. Are you ready? The system's voice resounded in his mind. Yes. Shi Xiaobai immediately responded. A passionate male system voice suddenly boomed from above the arena. Both sides are ready. 1 minute countdown begins. Please make your final preparations before battle. The moment it was done, a countdown text appeared in the sky. 59, 58, 57. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. He was wondering how he could prepare before the battle when he noticed that an assault rifle had appeared in the hand of the person in a trench coat. From the looks of it, it was similar to AK-47 assault rifles, but its external appearance was a mix of gold and silver. It also looked more dazzling and cooler. Since the person in trench coat's name was one headshot without explanation, it was understandable that his weapon was a firearm. However, Shi Xiaobai found it strange. In his years of Counter-Strike and Counter-Force, he knew about firearms. In order to headshot someone from a great distance, one ought to choose a sniper gun. As for an AK-47, it was an assault rifle, so although it was powerful, its range was rather short. It was more suitable for close-distance shooting. Could that firearm be a concealed sniper rifle? As Shi Xiaobai was wondering, he suddenly realized he did not have a weapon. Customer service, where is this king's weapon? Shi Xiaobai began murmuring in his mind. The system immediately answered, you do not have any weapons in your arsenal. You can purchase them in the World Merchant Shop. Do you want to enter the World Merchant Shop? Shi Xiaobai answered matter-of-factly, enter. The system carried on saying, sorry, access denied. The system detects that your current game credit balance is 0. Do you want to purchase credits? Shi Xiaobai was not short of money as he immediately said, purchase, that. The moment Shi Xiaobai said, a series of logos materialized with the words under each logo: AmiPay, Weiyin Pay, Bank Card Payment, Penguin Payment. System, please choose your payment method. Shi Xiaobai. In the virtual world, there was naturally no payment method by cash, so Shi Xiaobai could only smile dryly. Forget it. Every cell on this king is the most powerful weapon. It is just a pity that the foolish mortal will not be able to witness the god of shooting skills. Shi Xiaobai actually wanted to headshot one headshot without explanation in one shot, but it appeared like he did not have such a chance. That's not right. This king is here to cultivate crab steps. I nearly got lazy. Shi Xiaobai suddenly realized that he was not here to play games. He had a lofty goal, an ambitious ideal, a resolute ambition. And at that moment, the system's countdown voice boomed suddenly. Entering the final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, battle begins. Shi Xiaobai's eyes turned serious as he immediately began using crab steps. He repeatedly jumped around while circling the arena's boundary. He moved in a diagonal curve as he approached one headshot without explanation. Shi Xiaobai knew in his heart that against a gun-wielding enemy, the best battle tactic was a melee battle, but the crux of the issue was how to close in. Although Shi Xiaobai's crab steps was in the grasped basics realm, his psionic ability control had reached the familiarized proficiency realm. He was able to perfectly time the release of psionic power while moving. As such, although his crab steps did not look gorgeous and even looked funny, his movement speed was extremely fast. The speed at which he was jumping back and forth was much faster than an Olympian in a 100-meter race. This king does not believe you can achieve a single headshot. Shi Xiaobai began moving in circles about 500 meters away from one headshot without explanation. He was waiting for one headshot without explanation to shoot his first shot, and only by judging the gunman's shooting standard and power would he know where the true safety distance was. Shi Xiaobai sighs while cold and calm in battle. His thoughts were extremely clear. The way he circled one headshot without explanation looked as though he had extreme patience. While he was repeatedly jumping, it gave the impression that it was hard to grasp his location. It did not look easy to aim at a target moving laterally like a crab. Haha, it's been a while since I've seen crab steps. It sure feels nostalgic. One headshot without explanation held the rifle and placed it across his chest. He looked relaxed, and as he saw Shi Xiaobai's fast-moving figure, his eyes turned cold. He sneered, "But I can't bear to watch any more of such trashy crab steps." After one headshot without explanation said that, he immediately threw his rifle into the air. The assault rifle spun as it emitted glowing gold and silver light and slowly fell to the ground. There's a chance. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Seeing one headshot without explanation taking the initiative to throw his gun midair, he delightfully ran forward. Oh no! A strong sense of danger arose in his heart suddenly as with a stare, Shi Xiaobai stopped his body immediately and turned around to begin his repeated lateral jumps in evasion. He knew that the bullet was coming. At the same time, the rifle had already landed in a spot near one headshot without explanation's chest. One headshot without explanation quickly reached out his right hand to stop the spinning rifle that was falling. At the moment the rifle stopped, the barrel was aimed straight at Shi Xiaobai, and his finger was already holding onto the trigger. One headshot without explanation stretched out his right hand, and with a slight bend, his posture was extremely elegant. The corner of his lips curled into a cold smile. Pang! At the instant he held the rifle, there was no delay as he pressed down on the trigger. A gunshot rang as a silver beam of light shot out. The bullet moved as fast as lightning. Left side or right side? Shi Xiaobai's pupils constricted. The bullet was too fast, and the timing was perfect. His right foot had just stepped out, and his left foot was still in the air. There was no way for him to change them, so at that instant, he could not move his body as he wished. The bullet that came shooting over had shot at the moment when he was stiff. Shi Xiaobai's vision seemed to slow down by multiple times. The bullet slowly headed for him in this vision, but he could only watch helplessly as the bullet flew towards his head in a straight line. That instant was brief, but it felt extremely long. With great difficulty, he managed to react, but his body could not keep up with it. There was no way to dodge the bullet. The outcome was already decided when one headshot without explanation pulled the trigger. Pooh! Before Shi Xiaobai could produce a wry smile, he felt an intense pain in his head. Although the feeling of pain in the virtual world was only 40% that of reality, the pain of a bullet penetrating his head still made Shi Xiaobai feel a blur. Vitality reaches 0. Player dies. The cold voice of the system came into Shi Xiaobai's ears. He was jolted awake, and he did not know when he had returned to the arena's preparation area. The battle is over. One headshot without explanation wins. Time used, 15 seconds. A deep voice resounded from the sky, announcing the outcome of the battle. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. He lost? He lost just like that? He got shot in the head with one shot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65, The Answer from the Very Beginning. Chapter 65, The Answer from the Very Beginning. One headshot without explanation loved virtual competition. It was not because virtual competition allowed him to increase his combat skill proficiency, nor was it because he could indulge in the joy of battle. It was because virtual competition allowed him to relax. He could completely vent and release the pressure accumulated from reality in this virtual world. In reality, his strength was at the 7th level of the psionic soul realm. However, in Unrivaled Heroes, he would deliberately reduce his numbers to the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. Although players who adjusted their own numbers could not join the Hero League mode, Room mode did not prohibit such shameless behavior. The strength of a psionic soul realm warrior was naturally something psionic mortal realm warriors could not compare to. Although the psionic ability realm was reduced to the same numbers, the difference in combat skill was a world of difference. As such, he was truly abusing elementary school students like dogs in this Unrivaled Heroes matchup. Any player at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm that entered his room could never last more than a shot. Of course, as a strong psionic soul realm warrior who perennially competed on the global hero rankings and constantly struggled in battles of life and death, if he could not take down a weakling at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, it would be something absurd. Perhaps, he would occasionally encounter players who reduced their numbers like him, but they would immediately go their separate ways after the battle. The moment they reduced their numbers, the rate at which they improved their skill proficiency would exponentially decrease. Hence, their goals were not to improve their strength right from the beginning. It was just a form of relaxing entertainment to abuse noobs in Unrivaled Heroes. Thank you, Unrivaled Heroes. One headshot without explanation smiled lightly as he holstered his AK explosive spirit rifle. Every time he shot a player in the head, he felt the joy of venting his stress. Compared to that godlike man's crab steps, this ugly usage of crab steps is an insult to crab steps. When one headshot without explanation thought of the crab steps used by the player named IChooseDogLeading, he felt his mood turn bad. That godlike man was once a goal he pursued, but now, he was an existence that was something far beyond his reach. And the claim to the man's fame was his crab steps. The crab steps that had reached the realm of Arhat Oversoul was considered one of the 7 wonders in the history of flash motion movement techniques. When he first saw IChooseDogLeading use crab steps, it made him recall the funny and ridiculous beginnings of that godlike man. He had previously treated this movement technique as a joke, but this ridiculous movement technique opened up a distance between them, so great a gap that he could no longer see his back. Having his laughable and lamentable memories dug up by IChooseDogLeading, one headshot without explanation felt a baffling sense of anger. Forget it, he probably will quit the room anyway. One headshot without explanation sighed. Any player who fought him would clearly know the difference in their strengths. They would naturally know that he was a smooth one who had lowered his numbers. It was common to encounter smurfs in Unrivaled Heroes, and sadists like him who shot others in the head with one shot was the easiest to identify. Hence, one headshot without explanation knew very well that IChooseDogLeading would very naturally quit the room immediately. Player IChooseDogLeading is ready. Do you want to begin the match? The system's voice rang in his mind, surprising one headshot without explanation slightly. He never expected that not only did the guy not quit the room, he had even requested for another match. Well, this kind of idiot who can't distinguish reality from illusion and insists on slamming themselves in the wall can occasionally be seen. I hope he will still have courage remaining after the second round. One headshot without explanation quietly took out his AK explosive spirit rifle. This rifle was indeed an assault rifle and its range was considered short. It had sufficient firepower, and was most suitable for short-range bursts. However, one headshot without explanation insisted on using such a short-range rifle to complete his long-distance single headshot. This was to make his opponent feel despair. Then, let me enjoy it once. One headshot without explanation sneered. With the end of the countdown, the second battle began. The familiar crab steps appeared once again. IChooseDogLeading, who wore a clown costume and a clown mask, looked like a ridiculous clown as he did his crab steps. However, one headshot without explanation did not find it amusing. This time, IChooseDogLeading did not hastily approach him. He was circling at a distance of 1 kilometer away, as though he was looking for an opportunity to strike. Heh, do you think the distance is a safe distance? Naive, why don't you experience the tragedy of a weakling? One headshot without explanation was no longer patient this time. He raised his gun and after taking a second of aiming, he suddenly pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out, traversing a distance of more than 1 kilometer, and without any suspense, hit the repeatedly jumping IChooseDogLeading, who was attempting to dodge the bullet, in the head. The battle is over. One headshot without explanation wins. Time used, 3 seconds. This shot was a headshot once again. Furthermore, it was done with an assault rifle at a distance of 1 kilometer away. This was already undisguised humiliation, the most denigrating form of trampling. Heh, you should have your eyes open to reality this time, right? One headshot without explanation holstered his AK explosive spirit rifle once again. For some reason, this was the first time he did not gain pleasure from abusing noobs. Shooting IChooseDogLeading in the head made him recall of that man who was humiliated by the strong and had his dignity trampled on, from a long time ago. Player IChooseDogLeading is ready. Do you want to begin the match? One headshot without explanation frowned as a strange sense of discomfort suffused from his heart. IChooseDogLeading had once again chosen to have another round. Furthermore, he had immediately chosen to continue immediately after an utter defeat. Why? For what? Heh, looks like he has the laughable thought of surviving one shot to lessen some of his shame. It's not like such weaklings who cannot recognize that weakness do not exist. Then, I shall open your eyes to reality. I wonder how many rounds you can persevere. 3 times? 5 times? Or 10 times? One headshot without explanation sneered as he drew his AK explosive spirit rifle out once again. Even in this virtual world, there were still harsh realities one had to face. Certain victories would never exist. In front of despair, how long could a person, who insisted on their upholding their dignity, last? The outcome exceeded one headshot without explanation's expectations. 50 rounds. IChooseDogLeading had his head burst 50 times. However, player IChooseDogLeading is ready. Do you want to begin the match? One headshot without explanation felt slightly delirious as he silently said yes in his mind. Again, he took out his AK explosive spirit rifle. This was the first time he found the habit of holstering his rifle after every victory superfluous and irritating. Although he could clearly tell that IChooseDogLeading was showing considerable progress after 50 rounds of failure, the difference in their strength was too great. Even if IChooseDogLeading was improving at an astonishing pace, there was no way he could last a single shot, and not even last past 5 seconds. However, in the face of unsuspenseful failure, why did he insist on continuing? Why? One headshot without explanation could not help but ask aloud. The preparation time before the battle was very short, but it was enough to ask the question on his mind. IChooseDogLeading responded in wonder, One headshot without explanation asked, why do you persist on for so long? You should know that quitting from the battle is your best choice. After encountering a smurf, shouldn't you mock is it that fun smurfing noobs? Before rage quitting? You can console yourself, telling yourself that you were defeated because you encountered a shameless idiot. Isn't that the best choice? Why do you keep insisting on hitting the wall time and time again? Why do you insist on choosing the most foolish method? He was answered with a rhetorical question from IChooseDogLeading, why should I quit? One headshot without explanation said stunned, because I'm a smurf. One headshot without explanation thought, but for some reason, he stopped himself from saying those words. IChooseDogLeading said calmly, you are very, very strong. I want to battle you. One headshot without explanation sighed and said, you should understand that we are not on the same level. No matter how much hard work you put in, you are doomed to failure. You can curse out smurf and quit without any qualms, but why foolishly persevere? IChooseDogLeading said, if that's the case, won't I be the one losing big? One headshot without explanation asked out of wonder, what does that mean? IChooseDogLeading answered matter-of-factly, I like failure. It allows me to grow stronger. If failing 10,000 times allows me to progress a centimeter, I would have earned the greatest riches. Conversely, if I were to run now, that would be me losing big. One headshot without explanation was stunned. He could not help but recall a similar conversation from his past, with that man who was like a god. He once asked, Senior Yaris, why do you insist on challenging our teacher even after failing so many times? You should know that you have no hope at all. The man answered him, it's because I like failure. It allows me to grow stronger. One headshot without explanation lowered his head slightly. An imperceptible smile secretly bloomed under his skull mask. So that was the reason. The answer was actually as simple as that. Entering the final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 battle begins. The moment the system's voice finished speaking, one headshot without explanation suddenly looked up. He straightened his right arm and pulled the trigger. Pang! A gunshot rang. The battle is over. One headshot without explanation wins. Time used 1 second. 1 second, that was one headshot without explanation's final question. Player IChooseDogLeading is ready. Do you want to begin the match? IChooseDogLeading only used half a second to choose to continue once again. Half a second. That was his answer from the very beginning. Author's note, damn it, don't you hate Smurfs while playing games? Hee, what would be your choice when you meet a Smurf? 1. Since this is a modern world, and they are playing a game, modern slang is used. A Smurf is a, usually, experienced gamer posing as a newbie under an alternate name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, You Should Become Such a Crab. Chapter 66, You Should Become Such a Crab. The 100th headshot, the 100th drawing and holstering, the 100th victory without any suspense was followed by the 101th time of hearing the system say, Player IChooseDogLeading is ready. Do you want to begin the match? One headshot without explanation was tired, but he had also eased up. You have used 100 defeats to win my respect. One headshot without explanation gave a wry laugh. As he looked at the figure moving around using his ridiculous crab steps in an attempt to dodge his bullets, he did not immediately lift his explosive spirit rifle. Instead, he said loudly, "Are you an idiot? Don't you know how to use fake moves? By using crab steps every time in such a habitual manner, are you afraid others can't anticipate your motion's trajectory? Can you be any more dumb?" The harsh diatribe caused Shi Xiaobai's figure to pause for a moment, but it only paused for half a second before he carried on using his crab steps. This time, Shi Xiaobai's motions were clearly extremely stiff, as though he was attempting to resist moving in a habitual manner and fake his motions, but it ended up looking inept and appeared rather jerky. One headshot without explanation shook his head and then lifted the gun in his hand. A gunshot rang, and Shi Xiaobai fell to the ground as though it was in response to it. The systems announcing the end of the match rang immediately after that. Accompanying that was one headshot without explanation's fury abuse. Use your left foot as your right foot, understand? Do not keep reminding yourself to make fake moves. If you can't even fool yourself, how can you fool others? Fake moves are not moves that you deliberately do. You must fool your opponent, making him think that your fake move is a real move. If you can't even create confusion by passing off the spurious as genuine, how do you become stronger? One headshot without explanation sneered, "Claims of weaklings always sound good, but the reason why weaklings are weaklings is because they only know how to talk." Shi Xiaobai did not retort, he only shouted, "Again." The 133rd battle. This was the first time one headshot without explanation did something different when he pulled the trigger. It was because Shi Xiaobai's fake move nearly fooled him. Although it was the same headshot as before, he took 6 seconds to end this battle. One headshot without explanation was stunned for a few moments before he shouted loudly once again, "Crab steps is not just simple jumping from left to right. It's not some exercise for the masses. The key is to constantly vary your speed. Do you understand? Accelerate, decelerate, the variability in speed. You are not dancing, there is no rhythm, nor should there be one. You must trust your heartbeat. When your heart beats faster, you must change your speed, doing a sudden explosive move, or suddenly stop. From the fastest to the slowest, you must become an emotionally irritable but calm crab, do you understand? You idiot! Shi Xiaobai dazed for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and said loudly, "Again." The 212 ND battle. This time, one headshot without explanation took more than 10 seconds to lock onto Shi Xiaobai's figure. The crab's constant fake moves and its variable speed made him hesitate for the first time. This was because when Shi Xiaobai made an action to jump to the left, his body could very well move to the right. When he retracted his right foot, his left foot would tap the ground in the opposite direction, finally succeeding in the stiff motion of moving in the opposite direction. When his movement speed was extremely fast, he could suddenly stop the very next second, surprising his opponent. When he was jumping at a slow and relaxed pace, his opponent might think that he had locked onto his trajectory, but Shi Xiaobai would suddenly burst forward with an astounding acceleration. It was like a loach that fled from one's grasp. Without a doubt, Shi Xiaobai's improvement was progressing at an extremely fast pace. However, one headshot without explanation still felt that it was far from enough. Compared to that man, it's still a great distance away. Comparing this guy who was at the third level of the psionic mortal realm with that godlike man was itself a ridiculous matter, but for some reason, one headshot without explanation found it a natural comparison. Perhaps it was because they used the same crab steps, or perhaps it was because they said the same words? One headshot without explanation did not know the answer because the answer was buried deep in his heart, so deep that he could not see it for himself. He only knew that he had to do it this way. Pang! After he caught the instance of regularity, and judged the stiffness at the next moment, he made his shot. Once again, Shi Xiaobai had his head exploded. One headshot without explanation immediately said loudly, "You must become a twisted crab. It's not only footwork. Your body, your bones, your every cell needs to know how to twist and change. The essence of crab steps is not to repeat lateral jumps or lateral movement. It is about its freedom, how it is completely unrestricted. Do not be afraid of its funny and ridiculous moves because crab steps itself is ridiculous enough. Discard all your emotions of embarrassment. As long as you can dodge an attack, do that humiliating action for me. Once again, Shi Xiaobai fell into a moment of silence before he said solemnly, again. The 356th time. One headshot without explanation said, create an illusion of step distance and movement distance, do you understand? Only an idiot would maintain a fixed distance between their footsteps. True crab steps might take a small step, but can travel dozens of meters. Maybe the legs might open widely, but the body would only move a few centimeters. You must know how to use your psionic power. Your movement is not reliant on your feet but your psionic power. The timing of the release of your psionic power, the magnitude and the duration of it determines the distance you travel. And your body should not do an instinctive response to this distance. Discard that darn instinct of yours, you pig. Shi Xiaobai shouted once again. The 510th time. One headshot without explanation said, turning, moving laterally, moving backwards, moving forwards, these motions are your most important weapons, but they should not be abused. You must use it at the most critical moment. Crab steps are not rigid left and right motions. Also, what about your shield? Are you dumb? Dodging isn't the complete avoidance of an attack. At times, grasping the weakest point of an attack and defending against it is also considered dodging. Do you understand? True defense is shielding as well as dodging. It has already been more than 500 rounds, yet you haven't realized this. You hopeless fool. Shi Xiaobai shouted once again. The umpteenth time. Perhaps it was the 800th time, or it might have exceeded 1,000, or maybe. One headshot without explanation was already too lazy to count. He had also turned silent for a very long time. This was because he no longer had anything he could teach Shi Xiaobai. He had previously analyzed that godlike man's crab steps like a madman, but all he had was theorycraft. And today, Shi Xiaobai had managed to put his theorycraft into action after failure after failure. However, he was still tender and weak. But many of one headshot without explanations firsts had been claimed by Shi Xiaobai. The first time he took more than 20 seconds to end a battle. The first time he ended the battle after a gap of 100 meters was achieved. The first time he could not be bothered to holster his rifle after winning. The first time he was forced to use gun offensive skills by a child at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. The first time one headshot without explanation learned that this world truly had such a fool. The fool endured more than 1,000 times of failure, accepting relentless diatribes, so as to resolutely march towards his goal. The fool was constantly changing, constantly becoming stronger and constantly surpassing himself. This is their answer. From the beginning to the end, that firm and resolute answer. One headshot without explanation had this thought in mind as he lifted his arm, prepared to end this match. Suddenly, he was surprised. This was because he actually failed to completely lock onto the crab's trajectory. A small step traversed more than a dozen meters. A big step was taken, but he retreated by a few centimeters. Acceleration, deceleration, the fake movements of jumping left and right, his body moving forward and backwards, even to the point of his body twisting into distorted postures. And the most surprising thing was that extremely solid wavelet shield that was the size of a small medal. The shield would occasionally appear, materializing and dissipating, as though it could appear in front of the bullet at any time. One headshot without explanation hesitated. Shi Xiaobai's figure suddenly moved to a distance just dozens of meters away from him during his moment of hesitation. This distance was very dangerous. For one headshot without explanation, it was very dangerous. But for Shi Xiaobai, it was even more dangerous. This was because the closer the distance, the harder it was to dodge. He was facing an assault rifle that was adept at shooting in close range. Pang! A gunshot rang. The bullet finally managed to catch the fleeing Shi Xiaobai, and followed closely behind his figure like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Pooh. The bullet was blocked by a thick wavelet shield, but the bullet was a C-class offensive skill Wraith bullet. It instantly pierced through the shield, penetrating Shi Xiaobai's head. You are improving very fast, but you are still somewhat lacking. One headshot without explanation sighed. Suddenly his pupils constricted violently. This was because he did not hear the system announcing the end of the match. The battle was not over. Upon realizing this, one headshot without explanation immediately looked up. He saw the Shi Xiaobai with the headshot melt away under the sunlight, while the sound of a series of quickened footsteps came from his right. He turned to see Shi Xiaobai using crab steps about to reach his side. Phantom image. One headshot without explanation exclaimed in surprise. This guy actually managed to figure out crab phantom image himself. He subconsciously raised his hand to shoot again. At this distance, even if Shi Xiaobai had grasped phantom image evasion, it was impossible for him to dodge his wraith bullet. This AK explosive spirit rifle was an assault rifle best for closed quarters combat. Some people are destined to succeed because they can tolerate the countless failures. They are able to endure hardship to obtain success amidst failure. One headshot without explanation sighed. Against a young guy who was at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, not being able to shoot him in the head with a single shot was his failure. That was a thorough and irrefutable defeat. Perhaps, an occasional failure is also extremely good. One headshot without explanation silently holstered his explosive spirit rifle. With a sudden burst of speed, Shi Xiaobai instantly appeared to the right of one headshot without explanation. His fist was pulled back to his chest and his eyes were blazing. One headshot without explanation slowly closed his eyes, waiting silently for Shi Xiaobai's punch. He was waiting for the failure he had always resisted. Author's note: even if it's crab steps, this king will produce some sparks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Your Name. Chapter 67, Your Name. In an instant, Shi Xiaobai closed the distance of several dozen meters and arrived by one headshot without explanation's side. His fist that was ready to strike out was like a swinging hammer. He caused the air to turn turbulent as his fist caused a wind that whistled. One headshot without explanation slowly closed his eyes. Under his skull mask, the corner of his mouth suffused a pleased smile. Pang! That menacing fist struck one headshot without explanation's shoulder. The collision sound of bone against bone sounded like the collision of two solid pieces of stone. One headshot without explanation's body involuntarily quivered a few times, as though he was about to be sent flying by the punch. However, a moment later, on closer look, one headshot without explanation's feet still remained rooted to the ground. Oh! One headshot without explanation suddenly opened his eyes as his quivering bodying abruptly came to a halt. This punch, isn't it 2F** king weak? One headshot without explanation could not help but criticize in his heart. Although he had given up resisting, he had still subconsciously shaken his body to offset the impact of the punch. However, he never expected the punch to be this weak. It didn't even manage to break through his body's physical defense. Although this punch contained the psionic power of the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, it was done without any methodology. It did not even achieve the standard of AF class offensive skill. In an age of compulsory education, other than those pitiful poor citizens in the slums, there shouldn't be a psionic ability illiterate that did not even grasp basic F-class offensive skills, right? Could it be that IChooseDogLeading had shown mercy? One headshot without explanation turned to look at Shi Xiaobai beside him and was about to ask. However, he saw Shi Xiaobai retreat backwards and smiled dryly. Haha, looks like Lady Luck is not on my side. This king actually doesn't know any offensive techniques. Although Shi Xiaobai had grasped a defensive skill, wavelet shield, and the movement technique, crab steps, he did not have a single psionic ability offensive skill. Although his psionic ability control had reached the familiarized proficiency stage, controlling psionic power did not mean he could convert psionic power into an effective psionic attack. Shi Xiaobai realized this when he punched out. He had no idea how to make psionic power become a destructive psionic offensive skill. Hence, when this punch hit one headshot without explanation, it was like a wooden hammer striking steel. Not only did it not cause any damage, but it also ended up causing his fist to hurt. He had successfully dodged the fatal shot through great difficulty. The fruit of victory was at hand, but he realized he did not have the strength to pluck it. It was like having a cooked duck stuffed in his mouth and then realizing that he did not have any teeth grown. This sure was king embarrassing. Shi Xiaobai's eyes shifted as he immediately turned around and used crab steps to open up a distance from one headshot without explanation. He already had a countermeasure in mind. Since his attacks could not break the defenses, the only way of winning was attrition. By expending one headshot without explanation's bullets, by exhausting his patience, consuming his desire to win, a battle of attrition could continue until he offered to throw in the towel. Shi Xiaobai had made up his mind. He quickly escaped to a distance hundreds of meters away before stopping. He turned around to study one headshot without explanation. Since it was going to be a battle of attrition, his stamina and psionic power had to be reasonably allocated. He decided to move at the instant one headshot without explanation pulled the trigger. One headshot without explanation was stunned for a moment before realizing Shi Xiaobai's intentions. This guy wanted to fight a battle of attrition? Even though he knew that dodging that single shot was extremely difficult, he was still trying to make such a laughable effort? Should I call you dumb or naive? One headshot without explanation sighed. He summoned the explosive spirit rifle with his mind and suddenly realized that the habit of holstering the rifle was rather silly. After indulging in self-mockery, he raised his hand to aim at Shi Xiaobai, who was standing at a spot. An immobile target was at times harder to aim than a moving target. This was because one did not have any information to judge the next action. But the difference in our strength is still too great. For the first time, one headshot without explanation felt that smithing was not a pleasant affair. His eyes focused as he pulled the trigger. Pang, pong. 2 gunshots rang nearly at the same instant. 2 bullets flew out consecutively from the rifle's barrel, but they flew in completely different directions. In a blink of an eye, a bullet hit Shi Xiaobai's phantom image, dissipating it. As for the other bullet, it penetrated the head of Shi Xiaobai, who was more than 10 meters away. The battle is over. One headshot without explanation wins. Time used, 59 seconds. The system announced the outcome of the battle. However, one headshot without explanation looked at his index finger in silence. At the instant of him pulling the trigger, his index finger had uncontrollably pulled the trigger twice. He had instinctively felt that his first bullet would fail to hit his mark, and because of his darn instinct, he had used a B-class offensive skill, Wraith Surreal Shot. This was an offensive skill that was meant to deal with psionic soul realm warriors, but he had used it on a guy at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. Player IChooseDogLeading is ready. Do you want to begin the match? The familiar voice resounded in his mind once again. This time, one headshot without explanation silently chose no. He holstered his explosive spirit rifle and looked at Shi Xiaobai, saying, "I'm tired, but..." The person who kept failing did not know exhaustion. While the constantly winning him felt an exhaustion from the depths of his heart. Wasn't this ironic? One headshot without explanation softly said, "I'm leaving." Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised, and after reacting to this information, he hurriedly said, "Why aren't you playing anymore? We agreed to fight through the night?" When one headshot without explanation heard this, he could not help but have the corner of his mouth twitch. "Alright, It appears as though the circuits in this guy's brain aren't like a normal person's. Little guy, compared to a particular man, your crab steps are still far inferior, so keep working hard. One headshot without explanation said warmly as he appended a sentence in his heart, I'll place my bets on you. He used his mind to summon the game menu. Immediately the choice leave room appeared. One headshot without explanation looked at the friend request at the corner of his eyes. As he smiled silently, he raised his fingers to point at leave room. Name. Shi Xiaobai's voice was suddenly heard. One headshot without explanation's hand could not help but stop as he turned to look at Shi Xiaobai. Tell me your name. Shi Xiaobai said loudly. One headshot without explanation was surprised for a moment. Asking for another person's name in virtual competition was taboo. This little guy sure was. Thomas. Thomas hesitated for a moment before he gave his real name. Shi Xiaobai, that's my name. A name of a man destined to become the king of the world. Shi Xiaobai suddenly pointed his finger at Thomas and said loudly, So Thomas, remember this king's name. That's because the defeats you gave this king, there will be a day this king will return them all. So Thomas, keep working hard, keep climbing higher. That's because this king will chase up to you one day and surpass you, flinging you far behind. So Thomas, don't stop, don't be lazy and don't slack off. Remember, there was a man who once suffered 11 defeats under your rifle, and that man will one day take back the victory he deposited with you. So Thomas, you must keep winning for this king, Shi Xiaobai's voice crescendoed, a strength bursting out from his throat, causing those words to resound in one's ears, penetrating straight to the heart. What an unbridled guy. He was already too lazy to count the number of victories, but this guy had been keeping count. A smile suffused on Thomas's lips. Having immersed himself in the virtual world to enjoy the smoothing of noobs, he might have indeed been slacking for too long. Ever since he could not see that man's back figure, it was as though he had lost the motivation to chase after him. However, there was a madman desperately chasing from behind him. If he did not run faster, it might seem a bit outrageous. Thomas lowered his head. He suddenly felt his heart pounding at this very moment. Also, Shi Xiaobai's voice resounded once again. Thomas looked up and could not help but freeze. He saw the little guy in a clown costume giving him a 90-degree deep bow. Thank you. While maintaining a 90-degree bow, his words said those two words softly. His tone was very light, but the gratitude contained in those words were extremely heavy. I should be the one thanking you. Thomas sighed slightly before he reached out his hand to press the exit button. Player 1 headshot without explanation has left the room. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 68, Habitant of the Planet. Chapter 68, Habitant of the Planet. United States, Washington, Prince Virtual Competition Cafe, Room 250. A stocky blond man lay in a virtual immersion cabin. The man wore a tight-fit t-shirt. His left arm was clearly muscular, but the right side of his body only revealed a stump where his right hand should be. The blond man was in deep sleep when he suddenly opened his eyes. Thomas woke up from his virtual immersion experience. Immediately, he felt intense pangs of hunger. His body was extremely stiff, and when he gently twisted his neck, it issued snapping sounds. Looking sidewards to the clock in the immersion cabin, he could not help but reveal a wry smile. 20 hours. Even though he had removed the 1-minute preparation time before the battle through the room settings, after more than 1,000 battles as well as spending a long time reprimanding the little guy, he had still spent 20 hours. This was the first time Thomas spent 20 consecutive hours in the virtual world. His body and mind was extremely exhausted, but for some reason, he felt energy coming from his chest. Shi Xiaobai, this name seems like he's from China. Thomas muttered to himself. He crawled out of the immersion cabin. The food on the table had already gone cold, but having starved for 20 hours, he was not picky. His left hand picked up a fork to bring a steak into his mouth as he quickly chewed on it. After putting down the fork, he used his only left hand to pour a cup of expensive red wine. The wine tasted slightly astringent, but for some baffling reason it tasted slightly bitter. This bottle of red wine is worth a person's head. Thomas sighed lightly. An F-class bounty for a criminal's head could buy such a bottle of red wine. Those heroes who claimed to be righteous, but were unwilling to risk their lives to fight calamity fiends or astral beasts would use their hero's salary each month to bring home the bacon. Hence the money to buy wine naturally came from exchanging the heads of those criminals. Bounty for criminals was evil. The eradication of evil in exchange for a few bottles of red wine, this, was very heroic. So the taste of red wine is bitter, but... Thomas set the glass down and suddenly pulled out his cell phone. Touching the screen a few times, he entered the contacts page and his finger lingered over a particular name. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed down on it. That was a number he had not called for 20 years. He thought he would never attempt to call this number for the rest of his life. Ring, ring, ring. The regular ringing tone sounded exactly like his heartbeat. Hello, who is this? A second after the call connected, a voice that sounded more mature than before, but still warm and magnetic entered his ears. Thomas's breathing paused slightly. It's me. Thomas. Thomas's voice suddenly turned dry. He had used red wine to moisten his throat, yet he produced a voice that was almost hoarse. Ha, so it's my junior. It's been so long since we got in touch. Has it been 20 years? The voice from the other end of the call sounded surprised and happy. Yeah, it's been 20 years, Yaris. Thomas silently said in his heart that to be precise, it was 20 years, 1 month, and 7 days. Once upon a time, he and Yaris studied in the same school. Back then, Yaris was his senior who was mocked by other classmates because he cultivated in crab steps, and he was a naive lower classman who followed behind Yaris. One day, he said to Yaris, Yaris, there will be one day I will surpass you. Yaris answered with a laugh, then I will have to run faster. If I get caught up by a junior, it will be very embarrassing, Thomas believed that if Yaris stubbornly carried on using crab steps, then it was a matter of time before he surpassed Yaris. After graduation, they joined different hero organizations. They began their separate lives, but their deep ties of friendship made them keep in touch. They often met and competed against each other as they played catch-up. However, their intersecting pathways finally separated on a particular day 20 years ago, never coming together again. That day, 25-year-old Thomas lost his right hand while helping out in a meteor storm. He lost his right hand that he was always proud of for its gun-wielding prowess. And during that meteor shower, 27-year-old Yaris raised his crab steps to the bold New World realm and was hailed as an astounding world-class genius. After that day, Thomas could no longer catch up to Yaris. Very soon, he could not even see his back. Have you been well? Yaris' light greetings pulled Thomas back from his memories. Thomas could not help but make a bitter smile. Having lost his right hand, other than using his remnant powers at the 7th level of the psionic soul realm to hunt low-level bounty criminals, he could only use the virtual world's experience to falsely satisfy his wish of having a right hand. Was such an existence good? Yeah, not bad. Thomas answered softly. The other end of the line gave a pondering reply and fell into silence. Thomas lightly breathed out and suddenly said, The reason why I called you is because I met a young guy, he resembles you. Oh? Tell me, Dot. Yeah, his name is Shi Xiaobai and he comes from China. Like you, he uses crab steps. Heh, that ridiculous look makes me recall. Thomas's throat suddenly choked like there was a fishbone in it. After being at a loss for words for a few moments, he carried on, he uses crab steps just like you. And he said words that you previously said. He said that he likes failure. Then in Unrivaled Heroes. You should have heard of it. Yeah, it's a boring game. I met him in that game. Yeah, you are right. I was a smith that smithed noobs for 1 round. Alright, I admit, I did it many times. Yaris, this isn't the main point. The main point is that this guy, he got his head blown up in 1 shot. Yeah, I admit that smithing noobs is no fun, but there's no reason for you to laugh that much, right? Furthermore, the main point isn't the single headshot, but that he did not quit the game. Why? You think he's a fool? That's right, he's a fool, but he's not just any fool. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, their conversation over the phone had lasted more than an hour. Due to various interruptions from Yaris, Thomas went through great difficulty to finish his story of his encounter in Unrivaled Heroes. He finally summarized, "Anyway, I think he is very similar to you." Of course, this might be because all funny fools in the world are equally dumb, so it gave me this illusion. On the other end, Yaris fell into deep thought after hearing this unmalicious teasing. Yaris, I went on for so long, you should at least have some thoughts, right? Thomas's tone naturally had a grumbling tone. He had spent 20 hours in virtual immersion, and he should have been mentally exhausted, but he felt strangely clear-minded and inexplicably inspired. Are you telling me that the young kid named Shi Xiaobai was still full of fighting spirit after failing more than 1,000 times? Yaris suddenly spoke. Yeah. Thomas suffused a smile. He got viciously reprimanded by you hundreds of times and he still carried on? Yaris continued asking. Yeah. Thomas intensified his tone slightly. He got misled by your scammy theories and was still able to comprehend the essence of the divine crab? Yaris' voice had a hint of incredulity. Yeah, what? What do you mean scammy theories? Alright, I admit my theories might not be too realistic, but practice is the sole criterion for testing its truthfulness. Shi Xiaobai proved that I was right. Thomas could not conceal the smiling in his voice. Haha, was what you said about him comprehending crab phantom image true? Yeah. Was forcing you to use Wraith's surreal shot true? Yeah. That final unbridled monologue was also true? Yeah. Alien Thomas, is yeah the language of your planet? Yeah. After Thomas said that, he immediately realized something was wrong. As a cloud hung over his head, he said in a speechless manner, Yaris, do you know how old you are now? Yaris chuckled and then suddenly fell into silence. Moments later, he said, Thomas, you said that the child was quite similar to me, is that right? Thomas answered softly, yes, he reminds me of the past you. You are wrong, Thomas. Thomas was stunned. He was wrong? So it was just wishful thinking on his part? Yaris suddenly said, do you know how many times I failed when challenging our teacher? Thomas was stunned. He remembered that it was many, many times, but he did not know how many times Yaris failed miserably under their teacher's hand. 51 times. Just 51 times. Yaris gave the answer himself. Just 51 times? Compared to the more than 1,000 times from that guy, it seemed. That's not right. No, it's not the same. Every time you challenged our teacher, you would end up seriously injured. As for that guy, he suffered defeat every few seconds. Furthermore, it was in a virtual world. He did not need to endure physical pain. Thomas immediately attempted to analyze the differences between the virtual reality world and the real world. He was intending to prove that a number itself could not represent the intensity of failure. I gave up myself. Thomas, at the 51st time. I chose to give up. Yaris suddenly cut Thomas off. He said loudly, I have always regretted my choice of giving up back then. If I carried on challenging, failing 100 times, 200 times. If I could have endured defeat, then I could have cultivated crab steps to the bold new world realm earlier. On that day 20 years ago, I might have been able to protect your right hand, but I didn't. The truth is, on the 51st failure, I chose to give up. Yaris. Thomas. I once said I like failure, but that isn't true. I hate failure more than anyone else. I could persist up to the 51st failure only because I desired success more than anyone. However, my limit was just a mere 51 times. Yaris. Do you understand? Thomas, that kid is different from me. He is clearly much stronger than me. Yao, Riss. Thomas, do you hate me? Yar. Thomas was already choking up so much that he could not complete his words. His left hand was trembling while holding the cell phone to his ear. As he had lost his right hand, he did not have another hand to wipe the tears streaking across his cheek. Thomas, come visit me if you have the time. Hey, let's make it tonight. There's no way you can fault my wife's cooking. I'll get her to prepare your favorite red braised pork. Yeah. Haha, Thomas, you are really a habitant of the planet. Yeah. Author's note, author, give recommendation tickets. Everyone, yeah. Author, reward the author handsomely. Everyone, yeah. Author, 1, 2, 3, 4, another time. Everyone, yeah, F***CK your yeah. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 69, There is really such a madman in this world, that. Chapter 69, There is really such a madman in this world? Sunday, it's Sunday yet again. Is there a reason to prevent me from losing my temper this Sunday? Xiao Lin glanced at the Yang Weiwei beside him. He tried his best to calm his tone, but he could not conceal his rampaging temper. The arrival of Sunday also meant the arrival of the weekly ranking match for the 7 major branches of the Battle Arena Corporation. For Gaia, branch that had been ranked last for 5 consecutive weeks, it was like the dawn of a nightmare. As the general manager of Gaia branch, Xiao Lin ended up in a terrible mood every Sunday. Yang Weiwei sighed helplessly in her heart. As a woman, she understood how tough it was during the few days each month, but why is it as though you have a male period every week? The crux of the issue was, even if you have a male period, why do you always call me into your office and reprimand for no reason? Tell me, why do you make it so tough for me? Yang Weiwei grumbled in her heart as her eyes began to have a glint in them. In the past, she was helpless against Xiao Lin's unreasonable demands, and could only silently shoulder the blame, but today, she was no longer the same person as before. She was no longer that ignorant person. I heard that Shi Xiaobai actually likes virtual competition very much, but due to certain reasons, he currently isn't in Gaia. However, I believe that when he returns to Gaia, he will definitely come without any solicitation. Yang Weiwei said a fabricated I heard that lie with a poker face. Really? Is the news reliable? Xiao Lin's eyes immediately lit up. Of course. The news comes from a rookie, Tu Dahei. Shi Xiaobai, Tu Dahei. Think carefully about the two names and compare them. Do you notice something? Yang Weiwei pretended to ask in a mysterious manner. These two names seem very alike. Xiao Lin was slightly startled. It's more than similar. The pair of names is essentially a couple name. Do you understand? Shi Xiaobai and Tu Dahei, RGA, well you know. Yang Weiwei gave an ambiguous smile. Are you telling me that Shi Xiaobai and Tu Dahei are gay? That Tu Dahei, Xiao Lin was somewhat shocked. Don't worry, Manager Xia. That Tu Dahei is already a loyal customer of our Battle Arena Cafe. He even bought a deluxe package on Monday. Furthermore, Manager Xia, that Tu Dahei is said to be a genius on the same level as Shi Xiaobai. Yang Weiwei said with a proud smile. Nice, very good. You did well. Xiao Lin immediately felt his mood turn for the better and patted Yang Weiwei on the shoulder to show his appreciation. Yang Weiwei could not help but gloat in her heart. She thought, Manager Xiao, oh Manager Xia, you were the one who personally unsealed the skills of deception in me. So don't blame this assistant from letting it shine and prosper. I happen to be going to the data room to choose the candidate for this week's match. I'll also take the chance to see if this Tu Dahei really lives up to his title of a genius. Xiao Lin looked high-spirited and began walking out the office. Noticing that Yang Weiwei had frozen, he said softly, "Why are you in a daze?" "Come on." "Yes, Manager Xia." Yang Weiwei was slightly stunned as she gave a stiff smile. She suddenly felt some regret over her whimful flaunting of Tu Dahei as a genius on the same level as Shi Xiaobai. The data room's numbers were a true reflection of strength. It would immediately expose her lies. She could not help but worry that back when Yang praised Tu Dahei as a genius, it was just perfunctory talk. In her opinion, that crab youth did not look like a genius in any way, and what if his data was terrible? Ha, how terrible can terrible be? Yang Weiwei consoled herself. What? What did you say? He only won 10 rounds in a week, and lost more than 1,900 rounds? Xiao Lin's hysterical voice filled the data room. It caused the young statistician's glasses to nearly fall to the ground. Yang Weiwei, who was beside him, was already pale in the face. 10 wins and nearly 2,000 losses. This sort of win ratio could no longer be described with the word terrible. Every week, each Battle Arena Corporation branch would produce aggregated statistics. And one of the factors was the average win rate of all the customers. Winning 10 rounds and losing close to 2,000 rounds had a win rate of 0.5%. It directly pulled down the branch's average win rate by a large amount. Great, Xiao Lin was probably about to devour someone. Yang Wei. Indeed, the way Xiao Lin looked at Yang Weiwei was as though flames were about to flare out of his eyes. Manager Xia, these numbers are problematic. Suddenly, a trembling young statistician beside him said. Xiao Lin was stunned and immediately wiped his anger away. He said with a smile, I knew it. How can someone lose 2,000 rounds in a week? Yang Weiwei was also slightly relieved. 0.5% win rate was indeed so low that it sounded exaggerated. Just like a 99.5% win rate, it was not possible at all for normal people. However, why was there a problem with the data in the data room? About that, it's not that there's a mistake with the win rate, but about that, Manager Xia, take a look at this. The young statistician gulped and pointed at a certain spot on the computer screen. Xiao Lin frowned and lowered his head to take a look at it. As his eyes squinted, he looked at the numbers the statistician pointed to him. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he shouted with a voice of disbelief, every day's virtual immersion was 22 hours. The statistician wiped the sweat from his forehead as he said with a trembling voice, that's right, Manager Xia. According to the numbers, this player named Tu Dahei only spent 2 hours a day to settle his biological needs from Monday to Sunday. The rest of the time was spent in virtual immersion. Xiao Lin boomed angrily, impossible. If he really did that, he would have been dead after 5 days. Yang Weiwei clicked her tongue too. By maintaining 22 hours in virtual immersion, it was extremely draining on one's mind. Typically, one needed to sleep a whole day and night just to mentally recover from that, but to only rest for 2 hours for 7 consecutive days? Is he mad? That's not right, even a madman can't do that. Not only that. Manager Xia, take a look at this. The statistician pointed to another corner. Xiao Lin's eyes swept towards it and was immediately stunned. There were 3 lines of bewildering numbers. Psionic ability offensive skill, none. Psionic shield defensive skill, wavelet shield, 11,024 times. Flash motion movement technique, crab steps, 220,457 times. The 3 lines indicated the number of combat skills 2 Dahe used during the week, but the results. Hurry up and kill all the viruses in the data servers system for me, your father. Xiao Lin was enraged that he even used such a vulgar form of self-addressment. Manager Xia, the system doesn't have any virus. Furthermore, the numbers from the data servers can't be wrong. The statistician was already close to tears. No virus? I think it's your brain that has a virus. King, think with your mind, can you? Let's not talk about using crab steps for 200,000 times, and let's not talk about losing 2,000 rounds in a week. Let your father ask you, without using any psionic ability offensive skills, how did he win 10 rounds? Don't tell me they all King surrendered. The moment Xiao Lin's temper flared, his mouth was filled with vulgarities. Manager Xia, you really guessed right. The statistician gave a stiff smile. With a few mouse clicks, the screen changed a few times before revealing a large table. Xiao Lin stared at it and was immediately dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes, and after focusing at it again, he could not help but draw a cold gasp. At this moment, the statistician gave a dry cough and said, "These are the specific numbers for the 10 victories. The numbers indicate that these 10 matches happen to be his last 10 matches. And each combat match exceeded an hour, and the result of the match was the surrendering of the other party." Summarizing the usage of 200,000 crab steps and how there was 0 usage of offensive skills, I believe, the opponents in these 10 matches were forced to surrender through a battle of attrition by this player named Tu Dahe. Without the statistician's explanation, Xiao Lin had obtained the same conclusion after a few seconds of looking at the table. However, he did not dare believe the accuracy of this conclusion. He was lost. To battle tirelessly without any rest for 7 consecutive days, and in every match, he only used crab steps and wavelet shield to drain his opponent until they were forced to quit. This was insanity, wasn't it? There is really such a madman in this world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 70, Yang Weiwei's Soul of Deception. Chapter 70, Yang Weiwei's Soul of Deception. There is really such a madman in this world? Xiao Lin went into a daze as he looked at the numbers on the computer screen. The world is indeed filled with wonders. Having finally found an opportunity, Yang Weiwei immediately stood up and said with a beaming smile, "Manager Xia, I told you right from the beginning that this Tu Dahe and Shi Xiaobai are geniuses on the same level. Geniuses are naturally different from us ordinary people. To not sleep for 7 days and to defeat his opponents without any attacks, all of that is just child's play for a genius." Yang Weiwei's ability at speaking nonsense had been promoted to a considerable level. Yes, what you said makes sense. Xiao Lin was stunned and showed his agreement regarding Yang Weiwei's nonsense. Didn't the saying go that geniuses were existences that did not conform to logic? Ding dong. At this moment, a short message ringtone was heard from Xiao Lin's pocket. Xiao Lin quickly took out his cell phone and looked at it. Moments later, he said, "This week's match rules have been decided. It is a 7-person free-for-all. The rules of the weekly Battle Arena Cafe battle were rotated each week. The number of participants and the method of competition changed every time. The main reason was to prevent the branches from preparing ahead of time. By forcing them to select customers from the past week to form a battle team was the best way of reflecting the branch's true strength." Manager Xia, what are the specific rules? The statistician quickly asked. Manager Xia always left the important task of choosing their contestants to him, hence, he was the one who was most concerned about the rules of the weekly match. Xiao Lin glanced at the statistician and said, "This week's rules are very simple. Each of the 7 major branches will send a contestant. The 7 contestants would engage in a free-for-all deathmatch in the same venue, and the ranking will be decided according to the order of their deaths. The statistician was left startled before he asked, "So that means we only need to send one person this time?" In the past, the weekly matches were either 3 people taking turns in battle, a 5-person team deathmatch, or the controlling of checkpoints with 7 people. This was the first time only 1 person from each of the 7 branches was needed and was also the first time a free-for-all happened. This was because if a branch's strength was determined by a single customer, then it would appear like child's play, hence, it was unknown why this mode was suddenly chosen for this week. Xiaolin said in all seriousness, Miss Xiao Xiao suddenly decided to represent Muse's branch this week. This rule was personally proposed by Miss Xiao Xiao. I believe all of you must have heard of the Miss Xiao Xiao's deeds. Do you understand? This week's competition is more important than any other week. If we were to rank less this week, I might not be able to secure my position, and for you, it would definitely be gone. The statistician struggled to swallow his saliva. He felt an immense pressure. Xiao Xiao was the Battle Arena Corporation's chairman's daughter. Although she was young, she was well connected and did things with efficiency and firmness. For her to suddenly decide on participating in this week's branch match, it was very likely because she was admissed incognito inspection. If Gaia branch remained at the bottom this week, Battle Arena Corporation might very well decide on abandoning Gaia branch and re-establish another branch in other developed cities. The outstanding Xiaolin might be once again assigned elsewhere, but for a statistician like him, who was extremely common, unemployment was his only outcome. The statistician hurriedly sat in front of the computer and began analyzing the data of the past week's customers. He could only choose one person, and that person also determined his fate. Thus, he had to make every effort to pick out the strongest person. Xiaolin also became slightly nervous as he looked at the statistician's nervousness and dedication. Found it! In a while, the statistician stopped his typing and the moving of his mouse. He looked at the screen and said with a dry smile, "Manager Xia, this week, the overall data indicates that the best customer is Wang Chang." Xiaolin's face stiffened and said coldly, "There's no one stronger?" The name Wang Chang was no stranger to Xiaolin. This customer named Wang Chang had represented Gaia branch 3 times in the weekly matches. He was last all 3 times. Although the failure of a group match could not be blamed on a single person, Wang Chang's repeated failures at crucial moments made it difficult to place any trust in him. "No, there's no one else. From the data, this customer, named Wang Chang, is the best one this week. Manager Xia, are we still going to select him?" The statistician asked with a wretched face. "Heh, do you think I'll fall into that same shithole for the 4th time?" Xiaolin coldly said, "Keep finding. That trash named Wang Chang, I can't trust him again." Minutes later, the statistician quickly selected a few customers whose numbers ranked near the top. However, on inspection, they were all familiar names that had participated in the weekly matches. These people were probably even weaker than Wang Chang. The duo immediately fell into silence. Xiaolin's silence was because he was suppressing his wrath, while the statistician's silence was a result of feeling disturbed and nervous. They had already realized a cruel truth: there were no talents in Gaia branch's customer base. Amidst the silent atmosphere, Yang Weiwei stood there awkwardly. She could not leave, but staying here made her uncomfortable. Her eyes suddenly rolled as she thought of a solution to extricate herself from this repressive situation. Having had her skills of deception awoken, she was now extremely confident. She had an invincible feeling that, with deception in hand, the world is my oyster. Moments later, Yang Weiwei's eyes lit up as she suddenly took a step forward and rapped the table. She attracted the duo's gazes before coughing and said, "Manager Xia, doesn't the rules say that whoever lasts the longest in the free-for-all would get the highest ranking?" But Xiaolin frowned and said, "Yes, but so what?" Yang Weiwei gave a sly smile and whispered, "Manager Xia, did you forget someone?" Xiaolin hurriedly asked, "Who?" Yang Weiwei said loudly, "The person that did not sleep for 7 days. That person, who managed to last for more than an hour in 10 successive battles to the point of forcing his opponents to run, to die." Xiao Lin's eyes immediately lit up. He had indeed overlooked Tu Dahei. After all, by relying on the data, Tu Dahei's numbers definitely placed him last. However, to be able to last for more than an hour for 10 consecutive matches to the point of his opponents quitting, then Tu Dahei's survivability was clearly exceptional. Furthermore, in the rules set by Xiao Xiao for the 7-people free-for-all, the key was survivability time. And for this, Tu Dahei might be capable of victory. However, Xiao Lin's eyes darkened slightly as he sighed and said, "Unfortunately, Tu Dahei is only at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. Furthermore, the weekly matches do not allow the adjusting of numbers. Although psionic soul realm warriors and above are barred from participating, the customers chosen by the other branches are at least at the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm. Even that trash, Wang Chang, is at the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm. Even if Tu Dahei can flourish in battles at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, it would probably still be difficult fighting against opponents at the 7th level and above." This was also the most important reason why Xiao Lin disregarded Tu Dahei immediately. Although the difference between the 3rd level and the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm was not a chasm, there was still a definite large gap. "Manager Xia, you are overthinking it," Yang Weiwei said with all seriousness. "You don't know Tu Dahei. He is considered the most death-fearing rookie in the history of Gaia." Yang Weiwei's soul of deception was unable to endure the thirst. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 71, Devil's Footwork. Chapter 71, Devil's Footwork. You don't know Tu Dahei. He is considered the most death-fearing rookie in the history of Gaia. When Yang Weiwei said those words, her eyes were filled with admiration. Xiao Lin could not help but exclaim, "The most death-fearing?" Yang Weiwei smiled slightly and said, "Yes, Tu Dahei is extremely, extremely afraid of death. It is even so in the virtual world. And it's because he's afraid of death that makes him possess life-preserving methods that astound people. It is said that Shi Xiaobai fell in love with Tu Dahei because of his impressive ability of staying alive. Do you get it? Manager Xia, the 7-person free-for-all is not a competition of strength. How to survive is the key to victory. If it was Tu Dahei, because of his fear of death, he would keep a very, very low profile right from the beginning. He would try his best to keep his presence to the minimum. Even if he is no match for the other contestants, he will hide from them better than anyone. He will definitely try his best to survive. So Tu Dahei might not clinch final victory, but he will definitely not be the first loser. And if he is lucky, the death-fearing Tu Dahei's hiding and dodging might allow him to survive until there are only 2 people left. Xiao Lin was stunned hearing this. He began murmuring to himself, "The person who fears death the most knows how to survive the best." For Gaia branch, as long as they were not placed last, it would be a tremendous improvement. Clearly, Wang Chang would not be able to do it. He was not strong, furthermore, he was too provocative. And if Tu Dahei was as Yang Weiwei described, a person who kept a low profile and was afraid of death, a miracle might be created? Alright, let's do it. Weiwei, contact Tu Dahei. He shall be this week's contestant. Also, if Gaia branch can escape the fate of being last this week, I'll double your salary and promote you. Xiao Lin patted Yang Weiwei on the shoulder, calling out a rare Weiwei. Yang Weiwei was surprised. She was just trying to get out of this cramped room. Who knew that she would receive such a pleasant surprise? At that moment, Yang Weiwei felt that in this game called life, learning the technique of speaking nonsense was awesome. In the virtual world, 2 figures were chasing each other with a giant coliseum as the background. It looked like they were having fun, but the atmosphere felt like enemies chasing after each other. One of them was dressed in a clown costume while the other one was brandishing a red saber. He was constantly attempting to slash at the clown. The saber beams were bright red in color. Every slash seemed to burst out into a cold blood splash. But upon careful inspection, regardless of which angle the saber sliced in top to bottom, bottom to top, left to right, or right to left, it was unable to touch the clown in any way. The clown's footwork was extremely strange, as though it was devilish crab. And it was this strange footwork that would dodge several saber beams from a slight move from time to time. The saber-wielding person appeared extremely irritated. The way he slashed his saber was already random without pattern. He was grumbling softly, swinging his saber at the clown who was running and stopping from time to time. Sometimes, he even used his saber as a projectile as though he was a child that had been teased to the point of losing his mind. As for the clown, every time the saber-wielding person threw his saber, he would stop at his spot to wait for his opponent to pick up his saber. He did not attack the saber-wielding person at all, right from the beginning. His motions were not elegant, but the way he deftly avoided attacks made him look like an elegant gentleman. Of course, in the eyes of the saber-wielding person, this extremely provocative clown that kept dodging was like an old hooligan who sexually assaulted women. Octaslash. Suddenly, the saber-wielding person shouted. The flames in his eyes were flaring as he turned around and produced a crosscut with a vertical split. In an instant, he completed slashes from 8 different directions. 8 red saber beams flew at an extremely fast speed at the clown, as though it was sealing off any route of escape. Pooh! 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 8 flesh-tearing sounds erupted, as the clown's body was split into 9 sections instantly. The saber-wielding person, having appeared to have completed his assault, sighed heavily instead. The sigh was filled with a deep sense of exhaustion. The 9 body sections distorted and disappeared into the light. It was just a phantom image. The true clown was standing behind the saber-wielding person. He patted the saber-wielding person on the shoulder and whispered, "You can do it." These 3 words seemed to give the saber-wielder infinite motivation, hence he threw the blood saber to the ground. With a grumble he sat on the cement ground. With his sad and indignant look, he announced his wish to die. "God dog leading, please do me a favor and give me a quick death." Wang Chang was very, very tired. It was a tiredness that came from his heart. He looked up at IChooseDogLeading, who was dressed in a clown costume and had a clown mask on his face. This figure that was standing not very far from him had given him deep sorrowful feelings and an anger that came from the bottom of his heart. "It's been an hour, a whole hour. Haven't you had enough fun?" Noticing IChooseDogLeading standing there motionless, Wang Chang could not help but shout out in anger. This game of cat and mouse battle had lasted for an hour. Very early on, Wang Chang had came to the conclusion that IChooseDogLeading was a darn smuff. That free and easy dodging posture, that funny but agile crab steps, and that wavelet shield which would remove any danger at the most critical moment, had dodged his attacks numerous times, as well as resolved his attacks numerous times. The abuse had disheartened him, making him question life. Wang Chang once thought of choosing to quit, but his laughable pride made him persist on. This was because he was also a smuff. In reality, he was at the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm. He lowered his power to the 3rd level to enjoy the feeling of smuffing noobs. Of course, he would occasionally encounter more powerful smurfs too, but this was the first time he met such a sick smuff like IChooseDogLeading. This sick bastard did not use a single psionic ability offensive skill throughout the process. All he did was dodge, and the way he dodged was not simple jumping up and down or scurrying around the battlegrounds. Instead, the sick bastard would quietly stand on the spot and wait for his saber to slash over before easily dodging it. When he was infuriated and began to randomly slash forward in a charge, the sick bastard would use that bizarre and unpredictable crab steps to dodge them all. And before he even realized it, the sick bastard would appear behind him, patting on his shoulder and encourage him with a "you can do it." Sometimes, he would think that he had finally struck the sick bastard, but a shield would appear at the critical moment to block the attack. Other times, he would think that he had finally split the sick bastard into 2, but be shocked to realize that it was just an unbelievable illusion. Wang Chang's strength was at the 7th level of the psionic mortal realm, yet he was being toyed in a 3rd-level match. Hence, he came up with the simple conclusion that IChooseDogLeading was a smurf much more powerful than him. Wang Chang, who was also a smurf, also deeply understood why IChooseDogLeading did not use his psionic ability offensive skills the entire time. He is enjoying the pleasure of smurfing his enemies till they quit. Wang Chang believed he had guessed at the answer. To prevent IChooseDogLeading from getting his wish, he had persisted on for an hour and did not choose to quit. And the most important reason was that he wished to seize the opportunity to slash IChooseDogLeading to death and then mock him, "Idiot, you have asterisk get up, huh?" However, at this moment, Wang Chang finally came to realize the harsh reality. There was no way he could slash IChooseDogLeading. That clearly wasn't crab steps, that was clearly a devil's footwork in the guise of a D-class technique. Wang Chang felt despair and anger simultaneously. Don't you enjoy the pleasure of smurfing your enemy till they quit? Fine, I will not run then. If you have the guts, then kill me. With this thought in mind, Wang Chang threw his saber and sat on the cement floor in the arena. His intentions were clear. I'm not playing with you, do whatever you wish. IChooseDogLeading seemed to be surprised for a moment before he suddenly waved his fists and shouted, "You can do it. Don't give up. Believe in yourself. Believe in miracles." Wang Chang's lips twisted as he said with a deep voice, "GodDogLeading, hurry up and give me a quick death." There is no phrase known as running away in my King of Leopards dictionary. If you insist on not attacking, I'll keep sitting here. We can both waste time here together. IChooseDogLeading fell into silence for a few moments before he sighed and said, "You win." Wang Chang was stunned. What did that mean? Player IChooseDogLeading has left the room, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 72, Battle of the Sacred Cup. Chapter 72, Battle of the Sacred Cup. What a shameless asshole. After Shi Xiaobai left the room, he could not help but curse. The asshole was clearly referring to Wang Chang. Over the past 7 days, he had encountered a few assholes who sat on the floor asking for their deliverance after they failed to beat him. As such, Shi Xiaobai was furious over such matters. Those assholes keep pleading for this king to give them death, but unfortunately, this king does not have any game credits to buy any super weapons. Shi Xiaobai sighed. He had neither grasped any psionic ability offensive skills, nor had the time to focus on psionic ability offensive skills. He had to focus on cultivating crab steps during the 7 days. As such, he was unable to kill his opponent, preventing him from gaining victory. The only way he could win was to force his opponent to quit. After Thomas left, Shi Xiaobai encountered numerous opponents. Amongst them, fewer than 10 people could hit him while he was using crab steps. The remaining could only watch him helplessly. However, the reason why Shi Xiaobai failed to obtain victory all this while was because, other than those assholes like Wang Chang who just gave up, he would suffer an exhaustion of his psionic power and stamina. In Unrivaled Heroes, psionic power and stamina were reflected by actual numbers. Every time he used crab steps or wavelet shield, they would expend his psionic power and stamina, hence the reason why Shi Xiaobai lost a majority of the time was because he was drained of his psionic power and stamina. Thus, throughout the 7 days, other than steadily improving his proficiency in crab steps, as well as deepening and consolidating the essential crab steps principles he learned from Thomas, the greatest benefit he gained was learning the allocation of his psionic power and stamina. Shi Xiaobai learned how to use the smallest possible motions needed to dodge an attack. He learned how to use the least psionic power and stamina to complete every move. Hence, he finally managed to obtain 10 successive rounds of victory. Then 10 successive opponents had struggled an hour with him. After they realized that there was no way to hit him, they quit the room in a fit of rage. After losing nearly 2,000 rounds, Shi Xiaobai had finally obtained victory, so he was in an extremely good mood, until his 11th round where he met an asshole calling himself the king of leopards. Assholes are so hypocritical, Shi Xiaobai said with a sigh. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and lightheaded. Fatigue seemed to sweep at him like a tsunami, causing him to nearly faint. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly bit his lower lip to use the pain to keep himself awake. It had been 7 days. Although his improvement was very significant, he did not hear the absolute choice announcing his completion of the task. This meant that his crab steps had yet to reach the dominating refinement realm. Thinking of it, it was indeed no surprise. Spending 7 months to improve any combat skill to the dominating refinement realm was already considered an astounding feat, a human sensation. An attempt to complete a sensation that took 7 months and 7 days would be called a divine miracle, so how could it be done so smoothly? Perhaps, this choice was a mistake from the very beginning. Since this absolute choice was a daily style choice, there was no chance for him to repeat it. If he succeeded in the mission, he would be rewarded. If he failed, he would receive a punishment. It was very fair, but also very cruel. However, Shi Xiaobai did not mind if he was rewarded or punished. As long as he had the feeling that he was slowly becoming stronger, he would feel excited. This uncontrollable excitement made him unable to stop himself. For him, to be able to be mad and excited over a particular goal, the goal did not matter. It did not matter how impossible the goal was, as long as he immersed himself in the joyful pursuit of the goal. This king will definitely create a miracle. Shi Xiaobai waved his fist and looked up at the blue sky that made up the game interface. After a few minutes of rest, he realized he was getting even more tired, so he decided to stop resting. He was in a hurry to begin the next match. Clicking on single-person battle mode, room mode. Warning! Warning! Severe warning! You have spent 25 consecutive hours in virtual immersion. It is extremely harmful to your mind. Please wake up from the virtual immersion as soon as possible or there might be dire consequences. The system's warning blared. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised. Only then did he realize that he had not left the virtual world for 25 hours. Upon realizing the existence of reality, he immediately felt pangs of hunger attack his stomach. At this moment, a voice came blaring from the sky. Life detectors have detected the entry of another living object into your room. For your safety, the virtual reality connection will be severed automatically in 3 seconds to wake you up immediately. 3, 2, 1, dot. The moment the system finished its countdown, Shi Xiaobai felt as though his consciousness was being struck by sea waves. The world in front of him went black, and soon it was flooded with light. He blinked his eyes in discomfort as the virtual immersion box's internals came into his view. At the same time, there were the sounds of high heels tapping on the rosewood floor coming from outside the virtual immersion box. I'm Yang Weiwei, sorry for disturbing you. 10 minutes later. So you mean, you wish for this king to represent this branch for the Battle of the Sacred Cup? Shi Xiaobai was sending warm pork into his mouth. As he looked at the delicate-looking girl in white-collared clothes in front of him, his eyes shimmered with a strange glint. Yes, Manager Xia admires your strength greatly. He wishes that you can represent Gaia branch at this week's 7-person free-for-all. Yang Weiwei found Shi Xiaobai's gaze strange, but she did not think too much about it. She did not correct Shi Xiaobai on him terming the 7-person free-for-all a battle of the Sacred Cup. She was only worried over how to persuade Shi Xiaobai into joining the 7-person free-for-all. If it was the previousser, she would definitely explain the rules of the battle carefully and brag about the great prizes at the weekly match. However, the presenter had already been enlightened to the truth, nonsense was king. Hence, she continued, the Battle Arena Cafe will set up a viewing hall. Every week's weekly match will be aired free to all residents in Steel City. When that happens, you would receive the undivided attention of thousands of people. And the key thing is that Shi Xiaobai might even watch it. Who didn't wish to be the focus of attention? Who didn't wish to show their best in front of their idol? Yang Weiwei once again made a brazen lie. Shi Xiaobai swallowed the ground meat in his mouth and he appeared to be deep in thought. He then asked moments later, the other 6 contestants, are they strong? Yang Weiwei hesitated for a moment. If she verbally weakened the other 6 contestants to scam Shi Xiaobai into joining, then it might lead to Shi Xiaobai underestimating them. Yang Weiwei had hopes that Shi Xiaobai would keep a low profile in the free-for-all and survive as a result, allowing his ranking to be higher. Hence, she said hesitantly, those 6 contestants are strong. However, the 7-person free-for-all is a competition of survivability. Your crab steps is a huge advantage, so I believe you would give a wonderful performance. Yang Weiwei suddenly recalled that she had told Xia Lin that Tu Dahe was extremely afraid of death, hence she had to bite the bullet and say, the other 6 contestants are regulars when it comes to competing in the weekly matches. They have certain friendships and also conflicts, so you must try to keep a low profile. As long as you think of a method to lower your presence, you will definitely obtain very good results at the weekly match. So those 6 people that were chosen by the Sacred Cup are very powerful, and the rules allow these 6 people to gang up on one person? After Shi Xiaobai heard Yang Weiwei's explanation, he gave his own understanding of the matter. Yang Weiwei thought for a moment before nodding and said, the rules allow 6 to fight 1, but as long as you keep a sufficiently low profile, and are careful enough, that situation would not happen. So I suggest that you hide from the beginning, then. This king agrees. Shi Xiaobai interrupted Yang Weiwei's blabbering. What? Yang Weiwei was stunned. This king agrees to participating in the Battle of the Sacred Cup. This king does not have time to waste time with you. Since the Battle of the Sacred Cup is in the virtual world, this king will first go to the virtual world and wait there. After Shi Xiaobai said that, he went back into the virtual immersion box and lay down. Today was the last day of his absolute choice mission, so he had no time to spare. As for agreeing to participate in Yang Weiwei's described 7-person free-for-all, it was because he had been training against others one-on-one. He believed that if 6 people were to gang up on him, he might be able to make another breakthrough with his crab steps. Aren't you resting? Yang Weiwei struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although she was pleasantly surprised that Shi Xiaobai easily agreed to joining the weekly match, when she thought of how Shi Xiaobai spent an average of 22 hours a day for 7 continuous days in virtual reality and had to participate in the grueling 7-person free-for-all, she believed that he would need to rest. If not, how could his body take it? Yang Weiwei suddenly felt upset as she vaguely felt like she had done something wrong. Shi Xiaobai did not answer. No, he used his actions to give his answer. He pressed the activation button twice and entered the virtual world once again. Author's notes: some experienced readers will say, haha, the upcoming plot must be face-smacking and acting awesome. To that, I immediately felt like sending a smack over. Isn't that freaking obvious? After setting up the plot for so long, how can there not be a burst of acting awesome to allow everyone to enjoy it? There will definitely be face-smacking. As for acting awesome, there will certainly be no lack of it. However, don't worry. This book's acting awesome method has always been fresh. It will definitely be different from other fancy schlocks. With a bit of foreshadowing, there will be wave after wave of climatic plots. Everyone, please look forward to it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 73, God Dog Leading. Chapter 73, God Dog Leading. In a disaster-ridden era, the virtual competition industry that seemed to link itself with entertainment was not thought highly of by people. This was a reason why there were few customers that patronized the Battle Arena Cafe. However, every weekend, the number of people who came to the Battle Arena Cafe would increase greatly. The main reason was a result of the weekly matches organized by the Battle Arena Corporation over the weekend. Another essential reason was a result of the strategy employed by the Battle Arena Cafe. The weekly match was aired live for free. Although Steel City was Gaia's base, Gaia was only a hero organization. The people in a hero organization were valued by their quality, not quantity, hence, the official members were a tiny fraction of the residents. Most of the residents were original residents before the base was built, as well as family members the official members brought with them. These original residents were similar to the city's residents. They did not have much resistance against a live broadcast of a competition that was almost at the quality of a movie. Furthermore, the video quality in the Battle Arena Cafe's viewing hall was extremely high, and most importantly, it was free. Hence, although Yang Weiwei's description of undivided attention of thousands of people was somewhat exaggerated, the number of people who came to the viewing hall to watch the weekly match live would not just be a handful of people. It would number at least 100. And today was a special day. As the news of Miss Xiao Xiao personally participating in this week's competition was deliberately publicized by the Battle Arena Cafe, the Battle Arena Cafe's viewing hall was soon filled with people. Whenever Xiao Xiao was mentioned, people would immediately think of four key information: Battle Arena Corporation's little princess, Peihua University's top student, a psyker richly endowed by nature, a great beauty that could topple cities. And once these four key information were put together, it naturally created the effects of fans that were no less inferior than celebrities and idols. Those people who came to the Battle Arena Cafe could not only watch the live broadcast of the competition that was as good as a movie, but they could also catch a glimpse of Princess Xiao Xiao's glory. And most critical of all, it was all freaking free. Hence, even citizens that were disgusted by virtual competition were also attracted. Yang was one of those who came to watch the competition. He was different from others, because he was attracted here by Shi Xiaobai. Yang Weiwei had specially sent him a text message, bragging about how she had accomplished the feat of recommending Tu Dahei as a contestant. Yang expressed his disgust at Yang Weiwei for letting a 3rd-level psionic Mortal Realm rookie participate in a free-for-all match filled with 7th-level psionic Mortal Realm warriors. However, he could not help but give her a thumbs up, praising her with a well done. He was eager to understand Shi Xiaobai's true strength. This was the only way he could know the difference between them. Yang Weiwei's act was no doubt something he found agreeable deep within his heart. However, the present Yang was honestly feeling terrible. This was because he met the one person he least wanted to see in the viewing hall. Even worse, this person's seat was just next to his. Yang's eyes struggled for a moment as he gently sat beside that person, hoping that the person would not realize his arrival. However, things never go the way we think they will. The moment he sat down, that person turned his head over and was surprised. He then made a cold taunt, "Hey, isn't this that mortal with pretty alright mind expanse? Your name is Yang something?" Yang's mouth twitched slightly. The blonde youth sitting beside him named Kevin was as infuriating as ever. Back at the rookie evaluation test, he had been figuratively smacked in the face by Shi Xiaobai till his face swelled, but yet he was still unrepentantly trying to act the fatty. In the past, Yang would always keep a distance from a C-class psyker like Kevin since he knew the difference between an ordinary person and a genius. He did not dare cross the line. However, after meeting Shi Xiaobai, he felt that the biological creatures known as geniuses were not that much superior. Look at Shi Xiaobai, he is such an impressive genius, but isn't he quite cute from his foolishness? Hey, it's you. Blondie narcissist. Yang pretended to just discover Kevin's presence and gave an unsparing response. He no longer felt awe towards Kevin at all. Kevin's face immediately turned liver-colored. This shameful salutation reminded him of Shi Xiaobai's wretched face. The fateful encounter of the rookie evaluation test was still fresh on his mind, so he coldly snorted, "Humph, abject mortal." Yang curled his lips. He was not interested in engaging in a meaningless war of words with Kevin. He ignored Kevin and turned to look at the huge screen in the viewing hall. At this moment, the screen was playing explanatory clips. In a bid to replicate the viewing experience of the Heroes League, the Battle Arena Corporation invited two rather famous commentators every week. And the invited commentators today were a top-ranked father-daughter commentator duo, Sweets and Biscuit. Although Biscuit was slightly plump from age, his professional knowledge was good. He was extremely eloquent and was currently serving as the National Professional League's commentator. As for his daughter, Sweets, who looked extremely sweet, her commentating could be said to be better than her father's. At a young age, she was already very reputable in the commentator world. The Battle Arena Corporation's invitation of these two people as commentators indicated how much importance they placed in this week's competition. After all, Princess Xiao Xiao was personally participating in it, so even if it was virtual competition, it was not to be treated lightly. At this moment, the two commentators had finished introducing the rules of this week's weekly competition. After the 7-person free-for-all battle format was announced, it sparked a flurry of discussion amongst the audience and the viewing hall immediately. Compared to a group deathmatch or tag team fighting, a simple and brutal 7-person free-for-all appeared more exciting. After introducing the rules of the competition, the commentators introduced the 7 contestants. The atmosphere quietened down. Regular members of the audience had already guessed at the candidates of each branch. After all, every branch could only send one contestant, so it was clearly going to be the branch's strongest player. Other than having the Muse branch's contestant switch to Princess Xiao Xiao, all the regular members of the audience knew who was the strongest in every branch. Hence, they were only looking forward to the commentator's introduction of Xiao Xiao. As for the others, as well as the most likely strongest king of leopards nominated by Gaia branch, they could not be any more familiar with them. And when the two commentators introduced the first 5 contestants, nothing exceeded the expectations of the people. Psionic Mortal Realms 7th level, machine gun user, gunfire in the world. Psionic Mortal Realms 7th level, Hammer Fatso, IAM No Pig. Psionic Mortal Realm 8th level, Dual Blade Man, Dual Blades to traverse the world. Psionic Mortal Realm 8th level, Sniper, That Tender One-Shot. Psionic Mortal Realm 9th level, Spear-Wielding Youth, WindWithoutTrace. These 5 people were regulars. They had delivered an excellent performance last week, so they naturally had some fans. From time to time, there would be exclamations and praises coming from inside the viewing hall. The youth named WindWithoutTrace received the most enthusiastic cheers. At this moment, the screen used to introduce the contestants showed a frame with a person's figure wearing a clown mask and a clown costume. The audience in the viewing hall was immediately stunned, while the commentators also seemed taken aback. This is a fresh face. It looks like Gaia branch has obtained a new customer. Sweet said. Yeah, this name is quite special. Tell me, how should we understand the name, IChooseDogLeading? Biscuit said with a smile. Maybe, Dog Leading is a nickname of the person this contestant likes? Sweet said with a laugh. The two commentators began exploring the oddness and profoundness over the name IChooseDogLeading. There was a commotion in the viewing hall. It's actually not King of Leopards? Has a stronger customer appeared in Gaia branch? IChooseDogLeading, does anyone know the meaning behind this name? Seeking answers online. Could Gaia branch rise up today? IChooseDogLeading is actually a long-hidden weapon? As Yang Yang heard the discussion, he wanted to shout out loud and tell them that this was Shi Xiaobai's in-game nickname. Don't think too deeply or you might turn silly when you learn the truth. Yang Yang sighed slightly. As he glanced at Kevin, who was also murmuring to himself in an attempt to guess the meaning behind the name, as though he knew what was going on, Yang Yang was immediately rendered speechless. He turned his head to survey his surroundings when he suddenly realized that on his other side, his neighbor was trembling. From the way he looked, he appeared extremely excited. Following that, Yang Yang heard that person trembly say the words, God dog leading. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Xiao Xiao's Rules. Chapter 74, Xiao Xiao's Rules. God dog leading. Wang Chang said those words with a tremble. At this moment, he recalled the terrifying domination brought about by WindWithoutTrace. Wang Chang had come here with an infuriated mindset to see which contestant had replaced him. At that moment, when he realized the person was WindWithoutTrace, he lost his will to complain any further. He was astonished and shocked, having mixed emotions of, so the gods are with us. As Unrivaled Heroes had a default identity concealment system, Yang did not know that Wang Chang, who was sitting beside him, was Gaia branch's strongest customer below the realm of Psionic Soul, King of Leopards. When he heard how Wang Chang was addressing Shi Xiaobai as WindWithoutTrace, he was extremely puzzled. However, since he was naturally disposed towards not communicating with strangers, he did not ask him. As there was a flurry of discussion in the viewing hall over the meaning behind IChooseDogLeading, the commentator, Sweet, suddenly covered her mouth and said in astonishment, "Third level of the psionic mortal realm. IChooseDogLeading is actually at the third level of the psionic mortal realm?" Biscuit was also very surprised, but the mature him appeared a lot calmer. He said with a sigh, "Indeed, he is at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. It looks like Gaia branch is prepared to do something strange." Impossible. It's impossible that he is at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. Before the people in the viewing hall reacted to it, someone suddenly stood up and issued a cry of disbelief. How can he be at the third level of the psionic mortal realm? How can that be? How can that be? The person's eyes were flickering with disbelief as everyone cast their eyes on him. Noticing that, he hurriedly sat back down, but he constantly murmured, "Impossible, he can't be at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. Why can't he?" Yang looked at Wang Chang, who was on the brink of going mad, and could not help but ask. Wang Chang turned around to take a glance at Yang and realizing that it was a 7 to 8-year-old boy, he immediately didn't feel like answering. He lowered his head to continue indulging in his horror. He had always believed that WindWithoutTrace was a noob abusing Smith stronger than him. At that moment, when he realized that WindWithoutTrace was only at the third level of the psionic mortal realm, recalling how he had been teased, he could not believe that it was true. However, the weekly matches did not allow the adjustment of values, and the Battle Arena Cafe had definitely verified the values with great scrutiny, so WindWithoutTrace was undoubtedly at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. I actually got teased by a darn kid at the third level of the psionic mortal realm for an hour? Wang Chang was on the brink of tearing up as he felt as though his heart was about to suffer a collapse. At this moment, an undisguised derisive voice came from somewhere not far away, landing into Wang Chang's ears. "TCH, what's a trash at the third level of the psionic mortal realm joining the free-for-all for? The weakest IAM no-pig amongst the 5 people here can easily fix him. Sending that King of Leopards would be better. What do you mean doing something strange? It seems to me they are at the ends of their rope." Wang Chang could not help but turn his head to look at the source of the voice. He noticed that on his left 2 seats away, there was a blond youth who had a look of disdain. A cold sneer was hanging on his face. If it was any other day, Wang Chang would definitely have agreed with this youth's statement. Letting a weakling at the third level of the psionic mortal realm participate in the battle was definitely worse than sending him, the King of Leopards, to make a stir. However, the person that was being ridiculed was WindWithoutTrace that had abused him so much that he had begun to doubt life, so Wang Chang could no longer tolerate this. He reached his hand across his neighbor to pat the blond youth's shoulder forcefully. Seeing the blond youth turn over with a questioning look, Wang Chang sneered at him, "Youth, you know nothing about power." IChooseDogLeading caused quite a commotion in the Gaia branch viewing hall, but that was all. After all, they did not hold great expectations for the Gaia store representative, as such they were not really overly disappointed. The most important thing was that the next person to be introduced was Princess Xiao Xiao, who everyone cared about the most. It was best if the irrelevant clown was skipped as soon as possible. The 2 commentators were also clearly cognizant of this point, so they did not take out their arsenal on Shi Xiaobai. They did not even introduce the information that he was adept at crab steps to the audience. With a few words, they skipped over him, giving the director a cue to switch to Xiao Xiao's information. The screen quickly displayed Xiao Xiao's game character avatar. Due to the identity concealment feature of Unrivaled Heroes, a white veil covered Xiao Xiao's face, but it still made the audience in the viewing hall hold their breaths. She had pink long hair, and was dressed in a white long-sleeved blouse, a white lace skirt, white knee-high socks and red boots. There was a big pink bow tie in front of her chest. It was a simple color combination and a simple outfit that seemed to accentuate her snow-white skin and excellent figure. Princess Xiao Xiao sure is beautiful. As a young beauty, Sweets could not help but sigh. Biscuit immediately followed up, not only is Princess Xiao Xiao's beauty exceptional, but her strength is also a power to be reckoned with. Her psionic ability realm is the highest amongst the contestants this time round. It's at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. Sweets echoed with a giggle. Princess Xiao Xiao is a top student in the best institute of higher learning in China, Peihua University. Furthermore, she is a psyker with exceptional gifts. She deserves to be labeled a proud daughter of heaven. In the next few minutes, the two commentators began a series of enthusiastic discussion that revolved around praising Xiao Xiao. The young male audience immediately found it very enjoyable. Although they could find most of the information regarding Xiao Xiao online, they had no qualms about listening to others praising the female goddess in their hearts. After introducing Xiao Xiao, Sweet suddenly gave a mysterious smile and said, "Everyone should now know that this week's format is a 7-person free-for-all. So what battle strategy does everyone think should be employed, considering the rules?" "Dad Biscuit, tell me about it." Biscuit thought for a moment and said, "Firstly, of course there is a need to reduce one's presence, in order to avoid becoming the collective target of others. Next, it is cooperation. They can form small groups with people they trust and first eliminate the contestants that fall along the sidelines." After Sweets heard this, she giggled, as expected of Dad Biscuit. "What you said is very reasonable. I have nothing to offer against your viewpoint." In fact, Princess Xiao Xiao had already thought of these two strategies, and have established rules that allow these two strategies to be implemented, It's not the eliminating of these two strategies, but instead encouraging them? Biscuit apparently looked a little surprised. The audience also began to whisper in discussion. Shouldn't there be attempts to eliminate such opportunistic strategies? At that moment, Sweet said, "Although I am not sure why Princess Xiao Xiao did this, she definitely has her intentions, so everyone, please look forward to it." According to Princess Xiao Xiao's rules, the weekly competition will be divided into 3 rounds. We will now begin the first round immediately. Princess Xiao Xiao calls it the negotiation round. The moment Sweet said that, the screen switched to an empty white room with a wall. There was not a single person in the room. If not for the wall and the ground making an angle, the entire screen would have appeared white. Now, what everyone is seeing is a scene from the virtual reality world. The 7 contestants will have 10 minutes of negotiation in this white room. All violence and acts of force will be prevented in here. Only rational conversations can be used to set up one small team. Sweets' voice came from the screen. As people were digesting the information, she immediately announced, "Then, let the negotiation round begin." The moment Sweets said that, 7 beams of light appeared in the white room. Following that, 7 people appeared at different corners of the empty room. After the 7 people entered the white room, other than Xiao Xiao and IChooseDogLeading not moving, the other 5 people spontaneously walked towards Xiao Xiao. It was obvious what their intentions were. The audience in the viewing hall drew a cold gasp of air. They immediately understood who was the biggest beneficiary of this round. Clearly everyone else would wish that the strongest Princess Xiao Xiao would become a member of their team. It was believed that with a simple word from Princess Xiao Xiao, anyone would be willing to form a team with her. Was this Princess Xiao Xiao's goal? By establishing a rule that benefited herself, wasn't she openly cheating? That didn't make sense. With Princess Xiao Xiao's strength and position, such an act was superfluous, wasn't it? What were Princess Xiao Xiao's intentions? Author's note: the setting up of the plot is done. The real story begins next chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, Take You Flying into Awesomeness. Chapter 75, Take You Flying into Awesomeness. When the 5 contestants walked towards Xiao Xiao, a cold voice immediately resounded. I will not form a team with any one of you, so all of you do not need to waste time on me. The person who said that was none other than Xiao Xiao. The tone in her voice was one not to be doubted. Although the veil hid her expression, it was clear that this beauty's face had a cold and expressionless look to it from her cold rejection. Xiao Xiao's resolute personality was clearly something the 5 contestants were aware of. They halted in their footsteps and did not attempt to persuade her any further. Immediately, they turned to their second target. The 5 of them were all regulars, so they often met during the weekly matches. Hence, they naturally had some relations with each other. Many people in the viewing hall heaved a sigh of relief. They did not wish to see their female goddess form a team with others. Furthermore, by doing so, it would incur the suspicion of cheating, so this was great. The cold rejection of these 5 plebeians was the best outcome. Xiao Xiao's action won great acclaim from the audience. The commentators also immediately took the opportunity to praise Princess Xiao Xiao, but they also raised some doubts. What was the reason behind Princess Xiao Xiao's establishment of this negotiation round? Was she that confident that she could deal with teams formed by others? If this was the real world, as a psyker at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, she might be able to use her superpower to fight against 6, but in the virtual world, there was no way to use superpowers. The 2 commentators began a round of rational speculation so as to fill the time for the audience, and in less than a minute, the 7 contestants in the white room had basically formed their teams. Xiao Xiao was leaning on a wall as though deep in thought. Shi Xiaobai, who was wearing a clown costume, was sitting alone in a corner motionless. As for the other 5 people, they had formed 2 distinct teams. 9th level of the psionic mortal realm, WindWithoutTrace, and 7th level of the psionic mortal realm, IChooseDogLeading, formed a team. 7th level of the psionic mortal realm, Gunfire in the World, 8th level of the psionic mortal realm, Dual Blades to Traverse the World, and 8th level of the psionic mortal realm, That Tender One-Shot formed a 3-man team. From the numbers and overall strength distribution, the 3-man team appeared stronger. However, the 2-man team's strength was not to be underestimated, especially with the spear-wielding WindWithoutTrace. His Wind Walk and Wind Spear had reached the familiarized proficiency realm, and he was considered a genius in the psionic mortal realm because of this. It looks like the individual small teams amongst the 7 contestants have provisionally been formed. Now, the only ones left out are Princess Xiao Xiao and contestant WindWithoutTrace. By the way, I'll take this opportunity to tell the audience. The 7 contestants did not receive any information about the contestants that are participating in this week's match. As such, the 6 people do not know contestant WindWithoutTrace's psionic ability realm. So this unfamiliar brother WindWithoutTrace would definitely be probed by the 2 teams and be a target they would compete over. Everyone, please look forward to it. This kid adeptly analyzed the situation for the audience and pointed out the possible highlights of the match. What he said was indeed very accurate. The moment he said that, the 2 teams began to walk towards Shi Xiaobai, who was sitting at a corner as though he was sleeping. At this moment, WindWithoutTrace suddenly said, I believe this brother clown will prefer that our teams approach him one by one. Since your team already has 3 people, can we go up first? As they did not know anything about Shi Xiaobai, they did not even know his game nickname. Hence, WindWithoutTrace addressed Shi Xiaobai as Brother Clown according to his getup. What he said made sense, as matters of persuasion were best done in order of arrival. However, the first team to approach definitely held the advantage, for who would know if this Brother Clown would be an easily convinced person? Just as the 3 people were hesitating, WindWithoutTrace said with a serious voice, Everyone, let's do it on account of me, WindWithoutTrace, alright? The 3 people looked each other in the eye after hearing this. After they had an exchange in whispers, That Tender One-Shot, who was dressed in a military uniform, took a step forward a moment later. He said to WindWithoutTrace, "Brother Wind, we will naturally take you into account. Let's do this. We agree on letting you attempt first, but it has to be done by the fat pig. Brother Wind can only stand by the side and not give any guidance, alright?" The fat pig meant I am no pig. Other than the person being fat, his brain was also like a pig's. The three people may have appeared to concede, but in fact, they were forcing WindWithoutTrace into a dilemma. WindWithoutTrace felt an internal struggle. Although I am the pig's intelligence was not as bad as it was rumored, it was indeed not very good. However, as the present situation was not in their favor, it could likely end up a 4 versus 2 situation if they did not take the first mover's advantage. Alright, I agree. WindWithoutTrace eventually chose to agree. He exhorted I am no pig before walking to a corner. He crossed his arms and stood there watching. As for I am no pig, he began walking under the watchful eyes of the audience to the seated Shi Xiaobai. At this moment, contestants from both teams, the audience in the viewing hall and even Xiao Xiao, who was leaning on a wall, turned their gazes over. "Hi, my big brother, WindWithoutTrace, has the additional nickname of Windspeed Fast Draw, and he wants to invite you to our team." After I am no pig walked in front of Shi Xiaobai, he did not do any small talk or pleasantries. He directly spoke his intentions out aloud. Time froze for 2 seconds before Shi Xiaobai's body suddenly moved. His nose issued out a long moan before he raised his head to give a big yawn. "Oh? What's the matter?" Shi Xiaobai, who was woken up, rubbed his eyes. Noticing the rotund figure in front of him, he asked with a hypnagogic voice. The audience was surprised. They thought that the clown had sat at a corner because he was acting haughty or observing the situation. They never expected him to be sleeping. How could you sleep during the important negotiation round? I am no pig was also stunned, but he did not think too much about it. He went straight to the point. "My brother, WindWithoutTrace is prepared to take you flying into awesomeness. Do you understand? Tell me your in-game nickname. I'll first add you as a friend." I am the pig's unsophisticated manner of speech dumbfounded the audience. Describing this guy as having a pig's brain felt like an insult to pigs. Shi Xiaobai was still in a sleepy state and was confused. He did not know what the fatso in front of him was talking about, but since he heard him ask about his game nickname, he half-heartedly answered, "IChooseDogLeading." Upon hearing this, I am the pig's face flushed red for some unknown reason. With additional fury in his words, he said angrily, "Why are you scolding us? My brother can really take you flying into awesomeness. I'm not bullshitting. Quick, tell me what your in-game nickname is." Shi Xiaobai yawned again, and couldn't figure out when he had scolded anyone, nor did he understand why the fatso kept asking him about his game nickname. As he was too tired to think, he decided to give his answer, emphasizing each word, "IChooseDogLeading." With this, the pig would probably get it, right? I am no pig had indeed heard it, but he seemed to end up agitated. It was as though he wanted to go into a rage, but he suppressed his anger. He constantly puffed, Who, what is your game nickname?" Shi Xiaobai became impatient and shouted, "Aren't you irritating? IChooseDogLeading. IChooseDogLeading. IChooseDogLeading." He repeated the important thing thrice. "Fine, well done." I am no pig was immediately infuriated. He immediately dragged his flabby body towards WindWithoutTrace. His anger-filled footsteps caused the ground to tremble as he had an aura of hostility and indignation. He lamented to WindWithoutTrace, "Brother Wind, this kid rather gets led by a dog than lets you take the lead. What should we do about this?" At this moment, the dazed audience in the viewing hall was immediately enlightened. All of them burst out in laughter, and the undulating laughter in the viewing hall did not stop immediately. Some people were even tearing up from their laughing. Sweets also could not maintain herself while laughing. As she held her abdomen, she said with a laugh that peppered her speech. Dog leading, the mystery behind the contestant's name, has finally been revealed. This name, sure is provocative. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 76, The Brave Pig Slaughtering Knife. Chapter 76, The Brave Pig Slaughtering Knife. When Shi Xiaobai heard I am the pig's angry words, he took a few moments before he realized what had gone on. He was immediately left at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. His game nickname, IChooseDogLeading, was an old meme on Earth. Dog leading was go die in English, so IChooseDogLeading meant I choose death, and did not mean choosing to be led by dogs. Shi Xiaobai could not be bothered to explain it to I am no pig. Having sat in the corner, just closing his eyes for a moment made him doze back to sleep. He was indeed overly exhausted. Shi Xiaobai stood up and stretched his body, afraid that he would fall back to sleep if he sat back down. A strange atmosphere filled the room. The other 6 people did not know that Shi Xiaobai's in-game nickname was IChooseDogLeading. Other than Xiao Xiao having guessed the truth to the matter, the other 5 people were fooled by I am the pig's silly talk. Summarizing everything Shi Xiaobai had done the moment he entered the room, they theorized that Shi Xiaobai was an asocial person. The 2-man team naturally did not want to have anything to do with him, while the 3-man team scoffed at the idea of recruiting him. As long as Shi Xiaobai did not join the 2-man team, it was unlikely to cause them any harm. Having a greater number of people per team was not necessarily the best idea. If a 6-person team targeted a single person, they could only assure that they would be in the top 6. As for the 3-man team, they were currently the strongest faction present. This meant that they had the chance of ensuring themselves to be in the top 3. Hence, in the remaining few minutes, it became a scene that even the 2 commentators found uninteresting. Princess Xiao Xiao stood with her back against a wall in silence, giving off a lonely but beautiful imagery. Shi Xiaobai was similarly leaning against the wall, but his body was moving around oddly, as though he was an irritated ant. As for the other 2 teams, they distanced themselves from each other. They began huddling together to discuss their combat tactics and strategy. The 7-person free-for-all clearly became a 4-faction match with a 3-2-1-1 lineup. In the commentator stands, Biscuit said, according to my years of experience, the 3-man team should be the strongest amongst the 4 factions. The 2-man team should be of comparable strength with Princess Xiao Xiao. As for contestant Dog Leading, he is temporarily last in place. However, we know that the beginning of a free-for-all does not determine the ending. The strongest faction might be ganged up against by an alliance formed between the weaker factions. And the weakest contestant, Dog Leading, might not be the first to be eliminated. As long as he knows how to hide himself and keep a comfortable distance, he might be able to push himself to the top. Biscuit's experienced commentary was filled with highlights. What was a baffling negotiation round made the 7-person free-for-all immediately turn clear. What would have easily made the audience lose interest had its interest reignited by Biscuit's commentary? Maybe the other 4 people would gang up to get rid of the 3-man team first? Of course, this was all thanks to the humorous misunderstanding from IChooseDogLeading's nickname. If not, the 3-man team would have become a 4-man team, and that would indeed have made the competition become even more boring. Sweet said with a smile, Dad Biscuit's analysis is quite on point. You still have it in you despite your age. He. Then, it's time for the second round established by Princess Xiao Xiao to stir up something. The second round, declaration before battle, begins right now. As if it was to make the commentary appear more effective, Biscuit did not seem to know of the rules prior to this. He said with surprise, declaration before the battle? That's interesting. Could the 3-man team say something unbridled as a result of a moment of arrogance? It could lead the other 4 to form an alliance even faster. As a solo contestant, what declaration would Princess Xiao Xiao give to declare her position? What would contestant Dog Leading say before the battle to reduce his presence? A short commentary from Biscuit highlighted several points of interest. It immediately made what seemed like an uninteresting second round turn exciting. Sweets was secretly impressed by her father as she took over and said with a giggle, after the tiny disturbance from before, contestant dog leading is probably going to find it difficult to lower his sense of presence. Biscuit clicked his tongue and said, "That's true. The two-man team is probably the faction that wants to eliminate contestant dog leading as soon as possible. If I were contestant dog leading, I would first take advantage of the pre-battle declaration to explain the misunderstanding. Then I would admit that I'm at the third level of the psionic mortal realm, so as to reduce my level of threat. And most importantly of all, it has to alienate the teams from each other without showing the slightest trace. By causing a rift between the three-man team and the two-man team, it will lower his presence to a minimum. It will be a difficult task for contestant dog leading to accomplish all of this in a short pre-battle declaration." Sweets immediately said with her eyes widened as she joked, "Dad Biscuit, it looks like your beer belly is not filled with beer, but filled with nefarious wisdom." The audience immediately burst into laughter. They gave Biscuit a big thumbs up. They had not placed themselves in dog leading's shoes at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. The method offered by Biscuit of lowering one's presence under such a situation was indeed ingenious. Under the two good commentators' guidance, what was a simple and boring pre-battle declaration became something anticipated by all. However, the pre-battle declaration was still extremely boring, especially in the awkward situation of a 7-person free-for-all. Without absolute victory in their grasps, no one placed themselves on a pedestal during the pre-battle declaration. The first pre-battle declaration was the deep and meaningful "Everyone do your best" from Princess Xiao Xiao that concluded immediately. There were many ways to interpret these 4 words, but in such a situation, it appeared to be a perfunctory pleasantry. The two-man team kept an even lower profile. WindWithoutTrace said calmly, "Competition second, friendship first." Nopig was not good with words, so he spoke candidly, "Everyone, don't target me." The three-man team was as Biscuit had guessed. In order to prevent the other 4 people from forming a 4-man alliance, they did not dare to appear arrogant despite having a small advantage. That tender one-shot's declaration was very tender, regardless of the outcome. We should not have any bad blood amongst us. Gunfire in the World, who is usually hot-tempered, held it in and said calmly, "I will do my best. I hope everyone does not hold back." Dual Blades to traverse the world was a silent person to begin with, so he said in a deadpan manner, "Let the match be interesting." After all these superficial pre-battle declarations were said, the viewing hall had turned silent. What sort of pre-battle declaration was this? It was clearly them vying to be the politest person. The two commentators were also slightly embarrassed. Although they had expected such a boring scene, the way these people kept a low profile was too much. Biscuit sharply sensed the annoyance in the audience, and simultaneously realized that the last person was IChooseDogLeading. Hence, with a flash of brilliance, he immediately said, "Everyone, the main show is here." After the first 6 people made such low-profile declarations, everyone's presence is extremely low. This makes it even more difficult for contestant dog leading to lower his presence. What would he do? Indeed, the audience immediately turned alert. The only thing worth watching now was how IChooseDogLeading would ease the situation with his pre-battle declaration. He had to explain the misunderstanding and cause strife, while lowering his own presence. This was freaking difficult. What sort of pre-battle declaration would IChooseDogLeading deliver? What sort of pre-battle declaration would Shi Xiaobai deliver? In fact, Shi Xiaobai was also pondering over the same question. From the moment this round began, he had been constantly wrecking his sleepy and heavy brain over what to say. He had participated in the 7-person free-for-all in the hopes for the 6 people to attack him. He wanted the immense pressure to allow him to make a breakthrough. Hence, everything depended on the precondition that he attracted the aggression of the 6 people. And the pre-battle declaration was a heaven-given opportunity. What sort of pre-battle declaration would allow the 6 people to maniacally fight him? After a long period of thinking, only when it was finally his turn to give the declaration did he suddenly have an idea. He figured out the best speech possible. He took a step forward, but unlike others, he did not face the camera. Instead, he turned to face the 6 contestants, opened up his arms and raised his head high. Shi Xiaobai said softly, "A weakling hides his sharpness in a beautiful scabbard, while a true mighty figure will bravely pull out a rusty pig slaughtering knife." A baffling speech that seemed to sound extremely profound caused the other 6 contestants to frown. It also caused the 2 commentators to ponder and the audience to be puzzled. However, Shi Xiaobai did not stop after delivering his strange pre-battle declaration, nor did he wait for their reaction. He opened his mouth once again. Then, a shocking speech that made everyone stare aghast, something that the 6 contestants would never forget and something that was recorded in the classics of Shi Xiaobai in the future, was slowly delivered. Don't misunderstand. It's not personal. What I'm saying is everyone present is a spicy chicken. 1. Homophone to trash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Unexpected Opening. Chapter 77, Unexpected Opening. Don't misunderstand. It's not personal. What I'm saying is that everyone present is a spicy chicken. These arrogant and provocative words, along with Shi Xiaobai's deliberate look of being all high and almighty, immediately made everyone stare aghast. The 6 contestants that were facing were completely frozen. I am no pig was the first to issue an incredibly furious roar. What did you say? The eyes of the others exuded a cold look. They immediately understood the profound meaning in Shi Xiaobai's first sentence about the hidden scabbard and the pulling out of the pig slaughtering knife. He was mocking them for their pleasant pre-battle declaration. Such an act was that of a spicy chicken. However, wasn't it a retarded choice to say such sharp words in the face of a 7-person free-for-all? In fact, Shi Xiaobai found himself extremely clever. He believed that with this, the 6 of them would attack this king, right? Shi Xiaobai sneered gently and said the words spicy chicken again before turning to walk to a corner. He ignored them as though it was undisguised disregard. The cold beam in Xiao Xiao's eyes faded away as a smile slowly appeared on her lips. The words "everyone do your best" was not a pleasantry, it was just something people had yet to understand. This contestant named IChooseDogLeading and his denigration of the contestants as spicy chickens did not include her, so there was no need for her to feel upset. The other 5 people were infuriated. However, as the free-for-all had yet to begin and this round prohibited violent behavior, they could only pent up their anger and secretly place Shi Xiaobai on the kill list. In the commentator stands, Biscuit's old face immediately turned. In such an atmosphere, he felt like he had to make a holy sacrifice, hence, he gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, "Ha ha, what contestant dog leading did was unexpected. Can I retract the bullshit I said from earlier?" Sweets realized Biscuit's intention of self-sacrifice to save the situation. Feeling touched, she immediately disparaged him in a merciless manner, saying, "I say, Dad Biscuit, I was wondering why your face is getting fatter." So it was because it was smacked swollen. Woo woo woo. This contestant dog leading really has a personality. The audience in the viewing hall immediately reacted as a hubbub began. Soon, it crescendoed to a deafening cacophony that nearly blew the ceiling open. Awesome person. That's what a pre-battle declaration should be. Heh, it's called courting death, alright? He doesn't even know to keep a low profile when he's only at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. It looks like he did it because he has nothing to lose. No, didn't you hear what Sweets said? It's called having a personality, ... Smacking Biscuit's big round face. This round was good. A pre-battle declaration should be filled with such smack talk. To say the truth, having the strength to act awesome is what you would call awesome. If you act awesome without the ability, that is what you would call a retard. This dog-leading clown is a pure idiot. validated with no mistakes. If you don't act awesome when you have the strength, that's called a coward. Anyway, I support dog leading. How can a pre-battle declaration not be more explosive? A weakling hides his sharpness in a beautiful scabbard, while a true mighty figure will bravely pull out a rusty pig slaughtering knife. This sentence is such a freaking classic saying. No offense, but everyone present is a spicy chicken. The audience in the viewing hall was immediately split on their views. A number of people felt that Shi Xiaobai's declaration was a declaration of a warrior, and when compared to the first 6 people's pleasantries, it was extremely genuine. His strength might be the weakest, but his courage was worthy of praise. The other people felt that Shi Xiaobai's declaration was a declaration for courting death. He was purely an idiot seeking death. They believed that he would be beaten to a pulp, that even his mother would fail to recognize him. There were even people who announced that if the idiot dog leading was not the first to be eliminated, they would stick their male appendages into a fan at speed 5. The argument in the viewing hall immediately got out of hand. Yang was the only one in the audience who knew Shi Xiaobai's identity and personality. He was at a loss whether to laugh or to cry, but he was not surprised. He knew Shi Xiaobai was always different from others. He was so unique that he attracted the desire for others to beat him up. But what made Yang speechless was the 2 madmen on his left and right. The right brawny person that addressed Shi Xiaobai as God Dog Leading was yelling like a fervent fan. If anyone were to curse Dog Leading retard, he would immediately curse back at them, as though he wanted to pick a fight. And the most speechless rendering person was Kevin on the left. After hearing the brawny youth's nonsense, he actually began to believe that God Dog Leading was an invincible mighty figure in psionic mortal realm 3rd level clothing. After hearing Shi Xiaobai's pre-battle declaration, he went from anti-fan to fan, becoming one of those who supported IChooseDogLeading. It was unknown what expression Kevin would have when he realizes that IChooseDogLeading was actually Shi Xiaobai. And at this moment in a corner, Xiao Lin was already about to explosively depart. He turned around and realized that Yang Weiwei, who had always been behind him, had snuck away without his knowledge. As he was too deep for tears, he shouted at the entrance, "You freaking call this the newbie that fears death the most? Yang Weiwei. You don't have to come tomorrow. No, you can scram right now." Only when it reached the 3rd round, the true highlight of the show, the 7-person free-for-all, did the din in the viewing hall gradually come to a halt. The Battle Arena Corporation's weekly branch competition, the 7-person free-for-all, officially begins. Now, we shall announce all the rules for the 7-person free-for-all. The virtual system's voice echoed in the White Room and was simultaneously broadcasted in various viewing halls. Everyone quieted down and pricked up their ears. Rule 1, the battle map has been selected to be the virtual map, Heavenly Pulse Jungle. There will not be any biological creatures in this virtual environment, but there will be random appearances of energy pearls. Using an energy pearl will recover one's psionic power, stamina, and health. Energy pearls can be stored and are allowed to be used at any juncture in time. Rule 2, the match will assign points according to the order of elimination. The first person eliminated will receive 1 point, the second 2 points, and so on and so forth. At the same time, the number of people a contestant kills will be counted. Killing a contestant would obtain 1 point. The contestant's final ranking will be decided according to the sum of the order of elimination and the number of people killed. Rule 3, the contestants will be randomly transported to a random location in Heavenly Pulse Jungle. The teams formed during the negotiation round will be seen as an entity, so they will be sent to the same location. Every entity will also receive 1 energy pearl. Note, every team is considered an entity, so every team only has 1 energy pearl. The aforementioned rules are all there is. The announcement of the rules has concluded. The 7-person free-for-all officially begins. Transmission initiating, target destination Heavenly Pulse Jungle. The system did not sound male or female, but after the emotionless voice was done, the 7 contestants in the white room were wrapped in layers of light before instantly disappearing. At the same time, the cameras switched to 4 close-up views. It switched through the 3-2-1-1 factions and their locations in the forest before fixing on the 3-man team. That tender one-shot, dual blades to traverse the world and gunfire in the world formed a triangle that was neither too big nor too small. In the middle, there was a floating red pearl. It was about the size of a glutinous rice ball, but it exuded a red crystalline glow. It silently floated in midair, and it was obvious that it was the energy pearl described by the system. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the 3 was very delicate. Although their expressions could not be seen due to their masks, the stiffened bodies and silent attitudes indicated that this team was in a dilemma. In the commentator stands, Biscuit side, it looks like this is the reason behind why Miss Xiao Xiao established the negotiation round. This team that was formed temporarily now faces a dilemma of the distribution of benefits. The energy pearl's effects destine it to be extremely important for every contestant. All 3 contestants probably want it for themselves, and the rules of killing others to gain points will definitely push this team into an awkward position. It would be a question as to who would get to kill a person that gets cornered by this team. It is a harsh problem that needs to be considered. Sweets also shared her mixed emotions. It looks like the negotiation round was a trap set up by Miss Xiao Xiao. Under these rules, teams become a restrictive thing. Would the 3 people fight over this energy pearl? Biscuit said, it can't really be called a trap either. After all, there is still the advantage of a team. It just has additional drawbacks. At least in my opinion, a single energy pearl is not enough to cause a team to dissolve. It will just cause a tiny bit of strife amongst them. They will definitely not fight, but someone has to be the temporary custodian of the energy pearl. The moment Biscuit said that, the 3 people on screen began having a simple discussion. The energy pearl was decided to be temporarily held by that tender one-shot. They each promised to split any obtained energy pearl equally. The killing of others depended on each person's ability. And as predicted by Biscuit, the team did not have any obvious cracks. Sweets could not help but exclaim in praise, as the saying goes, wine improves with age. Dad, Biscuit is indeed impressive. Biscuit chuckled and said, it's because you are too silly. Which team would lose all decorum over an energy pearl? Sweets sked gently as she pouted, making her look pretty cute. At this moment, the screen was still fixated on the 3-man team, but a voice resounded throughout Heavenly Pulse Jungle. It was also a sound that everyone in the viewing hall could hear. It was the system's voice. Contestant IAM Nopig eliminated. Currently there are 6 remaining contestants. What the F***CK, IAM Nopig was eliminated. Did WindWithoutTrace and IAM Nopig have a fallout because of the energy pearl? What? Biscuit stared in bewilderment as he thought, damn it, did I get smacked in the face again? Why is it so fast this time? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78, Princess Xiao Xiao. Chapter 78, Princess Xiao Xiao. IAM Nopig was eliminated just like that? As the screen did not switch in time, no one knew what had happened. But as a result of what Biscuit and Sweets just said, the first thing that came to mind was WindWithoutTrace and IAM Nopig's team had a rift, resulting in WindWithoutTrace killing IAM Nopig for the energy pearl and a point. Or it could be said that this was the most logical explanation. By the time the director switched the cameras to where IAM Nopig was, everyone was surprised to discover IAM Nopig lying on the ground. Protruding out of his fat chest was a silver shimmering crystal arrow. The crystal arrow had pierced through his chest from the back, while the cold arrowhead was still dripping with blood. And what was oddest was that there was a hole spewing blood from IAM Nopig's throat. These were 2 clearly different injuries, done by 2 different people. In the first few minutes of the match, 2 people had simultaneously attacked IAM Nopig? What the hell was going on? Thankfully, there was a tracking camera that followed every contestant, hence, the director aired the lost scenes. The director replayed the last 3 seconds before IamNoPig died. At that moment, WindWithoutTrace was putting away the energy pearl, while IamNoPig was smiling in an honest and silly manner, as though he did not mind. Suddenly, a crystal arrow tore through the void from the shadows. WindWithoutTrace was first to react as he gave a warning shout. Although IamNoPig took a moment to react, he managed to produce a psionic barrier that enveloped his entire body. However, the crystal arrow instantly shattered his barrier, piercing through his back and out front, splattering immense amounts of hot blood. IamNoPig did not die immediately. He took a step forward and pointed to WindWithoutTrace's chest while saying with a trembling voice, "Energy Pearl, give it me." The energy pearl could recover a contestant's psionic power, stamina, and health, hence, IamNoPig immediately placed his hopes on the energy pearl before he died. He took another step forward, hoping that WindWithoutTrace would hold him up and give him the energy pearl. However, what awaited IamNoPig was a sudden stab from WindWithoutTrace. The spear penetrated his throat, causing him to fall backwards. When the crystal arrow's tail hit the ground, the crystal arrow that had half penetrated his body immediately pierced upwards, causing his entire chest to open up. At the same time, large volumes of blood spewed out from the hole in his throat. 2 fatal injuries very quickly took IamNoPig's life away. At the moment IamNoPig's consciousness left the virtual world, WindWithoutTrace said coldly, "Since you are about to die, I'll take this kill. Don't worry, I will kill the person who sneaked up on you to avenge you." WindWithoutTrace did not give IamNoPig another glance. He immediately turned around and used his windwalk to head in the direction from where the crystal arrow came. This short replay did not last more than 10 seconds, yet it caused a repressive situation amongst the audience. From their point of view, WindWithoutTrace definitely had sufficient time to push IamNoPig out of the crystal arrow's attack range. He could also have used the energy pearl to save IamNoPig's life. However, he did not do any of that. Instead, he added on a stab so as to score the kill. Just because it was a virtual world, could life be treated so lightly? The 2 commentators also fell silent. Although everything was virtual, a competition that did not amount to anything, it was impossible to approbate WindWithoutTrace's actions. They even wanted to denunciate him, but due to their professionalism, they prevented themselves from doing so. And at this moment, the screen was following WindWithoutTrace's quick windwalk. After dashing through the thickest of the jungle and coming to an opening, the assailant who shot the crystal arrow was standing silently in the jungle with a crystal bow in hand. "Princess Xiao Xiao!" Numerous people exclaimed in shock, including the 2 commentators and WindWithoutTrace in the virtual world. Who else but Princess Xiao Xiao could this silent white-dressed girl standing in the middle of the lush greenery be? But why was the person who shot the arrow her? "I never expected that the person who launched the sneak attack was you," WindWithoutTrace said with a hint of surprise in his tone. "Sneak attack?" Xiao Xiao smiled lightly and said, "That arrow was just a greeting shot. I never expected you to sit idle despite you clearly being able to save him." WindWithoutTrace's breathing stagnated as he justified himself, "I wasn't sitting idle. I was just unable to react in a moment of shock." Xiao Xiao sneered, "Not using the energy pearl and giving an additional stab, was all of that also because of a moment of shock?" WindWithoutTrace's expression changed. He did not expect that his vile actions had been seen by Xiao Xiao. Immediately, killing intent rose in his eyes. With his spear, he took a small step forward. "You should have left after shooting the arrow, yet here you boldly stand. Then, don't blame me for not letting you off." WindWithoutTrace's spear tip was already pointed at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao was a long-range bow user, while WindWithoutTrace was a spear-wielding melee fighter. Now, WindWithoutTrace was only about 10 meters away from her, entering a zone which he held the advantage. It could be said that Xiao Xiao was in extreme danger. "Oh? Not letting me off? With that clumsy and laughable windwalk of yours?" Xiao Xiao's voice was cold and indignant. WindWithoutTrace's eyes focused as he suddenly took another step forward, shooting straight at Xiao Xiao like a violent gust of wind. Just with my familiarized proficiency Windwalk, I'll be able to kill you right here. The corner of WindWithoutTrace's lips suffused a confident sneer while his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the psionic mortal realm, one's strength would far exceed other psionic mortal realm opponents as long as a skill had reached the familiarized proficiency realm. It was a world that only belonged to geniuses. His Windwalk and Windspear were both at the familiarized proficiency realm, so even though Xiao Xiao's realm was one level higher than him, she would naturally not be able to put up a fight since he had closed the distance. He was approaching her. The delicate figure beneath the white dress was just several feet away. His spear was about to pierce through her beautiful body, and the scarlet petals of blood would bloom at that instant. So what if you are a princess from a rich family? So what if you are a student of Peiwei University? So what if you are a proud daughter of heaven? You will still die under my spear. At that moment, even though he knew this was a virtual world and that everything in here was fake and non-existent, WindWithoutTrace still felt a sick sense of satisfaction. He wanted to penetrate Xiao Xiao's body with his spear and see how wretched she looked like in her dying state. Pooh! With a light sound coming from the ground, dust gently flew up as WindWithoutTrace's windspear stabbed into nothingness, but impossible! WindWithoutTrace stared with widened eyes as he watched Xiao Xiao retreat several meters in an instant. WindWithoutTrace took a deep breath before raising his spear to attack again. This time he was in no hurry to stab, but attempted to close the distance with Xiao Xiao as much as possible. However, what he clearly saw was Xiao Xiao's retreating footsteps. Countless dust and sand swirled around her feet while her body was distancing herself from him at an unparalleled speed. Windwalk? WindWithoutTrace, who was extremely familiar with Windwalk, immediately realized that Xiao Xiao was using Windwalk as well. WindWithoutTrace was extremely alarmed. He was clearly using everything he got while chasing after her with his Windwalk, but he was unable to catch up to the wind-walking Xiao Xiao, who was retreating backwards while facing him. Their distance was even gradually opening up. Princess Xiao Xiao's Windwalk has already reached the exemplary mastery realm. She is indeed fully deserving of being called a proud daughter of heaven. In the commentator stands, Biscuit gave his judgment from his rich experience. The audience was stunned silent. To be able to cultivate any skill to the familiarized proficiency in the psionic mortal realm was an extremely impressive feat. Those who could cultivate to the exemplary mastery realm could only be described as freak geniuses. And Princess Xiao Xiao was such a genius. WindWithoutTrace, who was completely left far behind, also realized that Xiao Xiao's Windwalk had reached the exemplary mastery realm. His proud heart was instantly shattered as the distance that slowly opened up between them was like the despairing distance between a true genius and him. Not letting me off? With that clumsy and laughable Windwalk of yours? When WindWithoutTrace suddenly recalled Xiao Xiao's disdainful words, he suddenly found it hard to breathe. It was as though there was an invisible hand tightly grasping his throat. Suddenly, his pupils abruptly shrunk because he saw that at a distance 100 meters away from him, Xiao Xiao had already pulled her bow open. The shimmering crystal arrow under the sunlight was already prepared to shoot. Translator's note: some people complain about the author's notes, so I'll be putting it as a spoiler from now on. Don't click it if you don't like it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 79, Doomed Sooner or Later. Chapter 79, Doomed Sooner or Later. The moment after Xiao Xiao finished pulling her bow open, WindWithoutTrace had the thought of escaping before the arrow shot out. His moving body immediately changed course and headed for the dense jungle. Soon, he was shuttling through the trees. Poplar piercing arrow. The crystal arrow penetrated through numerous trees, boring huge holes through tree trunks, and nearly instantly appeared behind WindWithoutTrace. Bronze armor shield. WindWithoutTrace shouted loudly as a bronze-colored shield appeared behind him. Although Bronze Armor Shield was an E-class psionic defensive skill, it was stronger than Shi Xiaobai's Wavelet Shield in terms of defensive strength. His psionic ability realm did not differ too much from Xiao Xiao, and after having numerous trees retarding the arrow, the Bronze Armor Shield naturally managed to block Xiao Xiao's crystal arrow. Although Poplar Piercing Arrow was a D-class archery offensive skill, it was something that placed more focus on accuracy, so it was less powerful. Why did Xiao Xiao use such a long-distance archery technique that focused on accuracy despite the short distance? This thought flashed in WindWithoutTrace's mind. At the moment he blocked the Poplar Piercing Arrow, he thought of something that caused his pupils to violently contract. It's a locator arrow. A locator arrow was like an army's reconnaissance troops. They would sacrifice themselves to discover the enemy's location, allowing the troops from behind to catch up. In the field of archery, a locator arrow was usually used to pinpoint the target before an extremely powerful but low accuracy shot was delivered. Hence, the fatal move was the next one. Upon coming to this realization, WindWithoutTrace suddenly stopped and raised his hands to the sky. Black iron barrier. The moment a black barrier was propped up, a rain of arrows came falling from the sky. Hundreds of crystal arrows came raining down at WindWithoutTrace as though they were blotting out the sky. Pang! Pang! Numerous collision sounds and explosions echoed as the black barrier began to crack, and would shatter at any moment. Boom! The barrier only managed to last for a few seconds before it completely shattered. WindWithoutTrace appeared from inside the barrier with spear in hand. His hair fell backwards as he looked up at the inexhaustible rain of arrows and roared loudly. Wind Spear Dance! His spear kept stabbing, and as he turned around and made a sweep, his footwork were like an elegant dance. As he brandished his spear, a silver-colored whirlwind began to form around his body. Clang! 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 The impact between the silver spear and the crystal arrows constantly produced explosive sounds as numerous crystal arrows that came falling down were sent flying by the silver spear. Moments later, the rain of arrows finally ceased, but when WindWithoutTrace took a look around him, there was not even a single crystal arrow on the ground. The only 3 arrows in the entire area were embedded in his body. Illusion Arrow Rain. What a terrifying woman. Illusion Arrow Rain was a C-class archery offensive skill. It was extremely difficult to learn, and just shooting 3 arrows was sufficient to create the illusion of a sky filled with arrows. It was an offensive skill that could instantly kill enemies with weak wills. WindWithoutTrace's black iron barrier was shattered because of the terror brought by the rain of arrows. WindWithoutTrace forcefully pulled out the 3 arrows in his body. Although he had lowered the pain setting to 10%, the pain of pulling the arrows still made him clench his teeth. He felt his life draining away, and after a momentary internal struggle, he took out the energy pearl. The system asked him in his mind if he wanted to use it, as he immediately chose yes. The energy pearl transformed into a blob of red light that merged into WindWithoutTrace's body. The 3 wounds on his body instantly recovered, and he recovered most of the health points he lost. The stunning effects surprised WindWithoutTrace as he suddenly felt a feeling of hatred and greed. WindWithoutTrace only spent a few seconds to use the energy pearl to recover from his injuries, but he did not dare stay here for long. Immediately, he turned around and headed deeper into the jungle. He had 2 ideas at the moment. Firstly, keep away from Xiao Xiao because she was too terrifying. Secondly, find that arrogant clown and kill him before he used the energy pearl, so that he could obtain possession of an energy pearl. On the other side of the jungle, Xiao Xiao gradually put away her crystal bow. She did not pursue him or send another arrow because she did not wish for the early elimination of WindWithoutTrace. To be precise, she wished that the other contestants would be able to last a little bit longer. A moving target for practice that was more resilient was better, wasn't it? However, Xiao Xiao was slightly disappointed. This was because WindWithoutTrace, who had the highest psionic ability realm amongst the other 6 contestants, could not even put up a fight. He could not even defend against a C-class illusion arrow rain. If she really used an A-class archery technique she wanted to cultivate, wouldn't she instantly kill them? Maybe the targets were chosen wrongly from the outset. It was just wishful thinking on Grandpa's part that virtual competition is very useful in increasing a skill's proficiency. Forget it, I'll treat it as playing a boring game. With this thought in mind, Xiao Xiao turned around and walked slowly in a random direction into the jungle. In the commentator stands, Biscuit and Sweets looked each other in the eye and revealed a wry smile. Sweets sighed and said, WindWithoutTrace's psionic ability realm is not too far behind, but his combat skills are just too inferior. Princess Xiao Xiao and the other contestants are on a different level. Biscuit followed up, Peihua University is China's highest institute of learning. To be able to enroll in Peihua University, Princess Xiao Xiao has to be excellent in various aspects. However, the strength she has revealed to us has stunned me. Wind Walk at the Exemplary Mastery Realm, Poplar Piercing Arrow at the Familiarized Proficiency Realm and Illusion Arrow Rain at the Familiarized Proficiency Realm. These excellent achievements in the Psionic Mortal Realm might just be the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Princess Xiao Xiao. It's really shocking. I think Princess Xiao Xiao is a sparkling presence even in the genius-filled Peihua University. Sweet sighed and said, although as a commentator, I should not pass any absolute judgment, but I have to tell everyone that even if the remaining 5 contestants join forces, they would be no match for Princess Xiao Xiao. She is invincible in this competition. Biscuit said, however, did anyone notice one thing? Why did Princess Xiao Xiao participate in this week's weekly match? Is there a deeper meaning to the rules she established herself? I believe Princess Xiao Xiao would not waste her precious time over the weekend to play a noob-abusing game. She definitely has a deeper purpose. We can anticipate this reason as we watch on. Biscuit was still trying to think of a way to raise the audience's emotions and anticipation. The audience in the viewing hall was already astounded by Xiao Xiao's immense power. Having heard the 2 commentators' analysis, they could only silently accept that there was no suspense to who would achieve overall victory for the match. At the same time, they also placed all their expectations on Xiao Xiao. Even last week's victor, WindWithoutTrace, was beaten up so brutally, so what else was there to look forward to with the other contestants? At this moment, the scene cut to a person. That person was striding leisurely along a small forest trail. As the cameras zoomed in, a careful look indicated it to be IChooseDogLeading. IChooseDogLeading's hands were held backwards as he strolled leisurely. As he walked, he shouted, "Spicy chickens, my dear spicy chickens, where are all of you?" Everyone was stunned hearing this. Sweets was so stunned that she covered her mouth. Biscuit said with mixed emotions, "Candidate dog leading will be doomed sooner or later." At the same time, the bottom right corner of the screen revealed an overlay box that took up a quarter of the screen. The box was a miniature version of the jungle, and on it, there were 6 cartoon avatars on the map that indicated where the 6 contestants were and where they were heading to. From this map, it could be clearly seen that the 3-man team were stationary at a spot, as though they were waiting for something or were preparing an ambush. About half the jungle's distance away from the 3-man team, WindWithoutTrace was moving at an extremely fast speed, while Princess Xiao Xiao was following closely behind at a gentle pace. However, an astounding thing happened. The avatar that represented Shi Xiaobai on the map was almost about to encounter the 3-man team. If Shi Xiaobai did not change his direction, he would reach the trio's ambush spot in a couple of minutes. Furthermore, WindWithoutTrace and Princess Xiao Xiao, who were traveling at different speeds, one ahead of the other, were also heading in Shi Xiaobai's direction. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was about to enter a trap, while there were hunters behind him, putting him in great jeopardy. Biscuit blurted out, "Candidate dog leading is doomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 80, Giving you full marks for customer service. Chapter 80, Giving you full marks for customer service. Someone is coming. Heh, it's that retarded clown. That tender one-shot stood in a tree, hidden amidst tree leaves. Through his telescopic sight, he saw the strolling Shi Xiaobai from afar. He whispered to the other two who were also camouflaged in the jungle. That tender one-shot squinted his eyes slightly. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was completely open. He moved his sights on Shi Xiaobai's head and his fingers moved slightly, as though he was about to pull the trigger. "Brother Tender, didn't we agree that you will only strike if Dual Blades and I are not his match? If you were to kill that retarded clown in one shot, we can't keep up this alliance." Gunfire in the World had sensed that tender one-shot's intentions, and as a person with a fiery temper, he did not know how to be tactful. He immediately sent a warning. That tender one-shot secretly sneered and weighed the pros and cons before slowly removing his finger from the trigger. "Darn it, that retard would definitely have died if I made the shot." That tender one-shot cursed in his heart. He found it a great pity to lose such an opportunity. Although he did not know the clown's psionic ability realm, he would have definitely scored a fatal shot on a target so wide out in the open. It did not matter even if it was Xiao Xiao who was at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. "Here he comes. I'll attack first, but if my tsunami scatter shot fails to put holes in him, it will be your turn, Dual Blades." Gunfire in the World shook the machine gun in his chest as Dual Blades to traverse the world nodded. He silently pulled out 2 blades from his hips. At the same time, Shi Xiaobai had already arrived in the region where the 3-man team was hidden. He was approaching straight for the shrubbery where Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to traverse the worlds hid. As the audience held their breaths, the 2 commentators also turned silent. They also knew that IChooseDogLeading was only at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm and knew that the 3-man team hated him deeply, so it was impossible for them to not know that IChooseDogLeading was doomed. Shi Xiaobai was about 3 meters away from the shrubbery as Gunfire in the World's eyes lit up. Immediately, he jumped out of the shrubs and appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai. "Die, mother fasterous cur. The spicy chicken has finally appeared." The 2 voices shouted out at the same time from 2 different mouths, and what followed was the sound of a series of machine gun shots. Day. Bullets constantly spewed out of the gun's barrel as they left a streak in their wake, as though they were the angry growls of a fierce beast. Gunfire in the World raised his machine gun and sprayed his rounds from left to right and then back from right to left, again and again. As he sprayed at an extremely fast speed, the bullets were like silver sea waves that came crashing down at Shi Xiaobai. The waves came in one after another, as though they would drown every life form in front of them. The audience in the viewing halls gasped. Some closed their eyes while others shook their heads with a sigh. Shi Xiaobai nearly smiled. He liked such a welcome. Crab steps, repeated side hops. Shi Xiaobai did not choose the simplest method of dodging with a jump or flash evasion. Instead, he stood in his original spot before he began repeatedly hopping laterally. Against wave-like bullets, wasn't jumping sidewards in a repeated fashion courting death? However, a miracle happened. Shi Xiaobai's figure jumped from left to right without any pattern as the wave of bullets came spraying at him like a tsunami. He was like a crab that had lost its way, however, the bullets seemed to pierce through his body without hitting him. Day. Gunfire in the World stared with widened eyes, but found what he saw unbelievable. He increased the speed at which he sprayed the bullets and changed the pattern at which he spewed the bullets, causing the shooting trajectories to even begin to jitter. However, despite the bullets that came out of the barrel seemingly overwhelm the clown's body, why did that funny-looking side hops manage to evade all the bullets? How did he do it? Sweets exclaimed in the commentator stands. A strange glow flashed in Biscuit's eyes as he said solemnly, "We all know that it is impossible for a machine gun to shoot out bullets all at the same time. Instead, it is shot out one bullet at a time at an extremely fast speed. So there is definitely a time gap in between the bullets, and it is this time gap that contestant Dog Leading is using." Sweets exclaimed, "The difference in time is probably 0.0001 seconds or less. How do you even use that? Just by side hopping repeatedly?" Biscuit suddenly said loudly, "Do you think this is just simple repeated side hops?" From everyone's point of view, contestant dog leading might be jumping from left to right, but in fact, he is repeating countless side hops in an instant. His every muscle is moving from left to right, and through the countless side hops, he is perfectly using the gap between each individual bullet. Sweet seldom saw her father so excited and was momentarily stunned. She looked carefully at the simple-looking side hops that had managed to dodge every bullet in the rain of bullets. Just thinking of Biscuit's theory filled her beautiful eyes with shock. The audience was even more shocked that they forgot to breathe. The machine gun was only 3 meters away from Shi Xiaobai, and as the waves of bullets roared at him like a tsunami, he kept insisting on jumping. The repeated side hops did not look elegant and even looked funny. However, in the eyes of everyone, this was King awesome. He was absolutely cool. They could not help but have a strange thought. Was this godlike dog leading really at the third level of the psionic mortal realm? Da. As the bullets sprayed, it caused dust to burst up and trees to collapse. The ground was filled with countless holes. Only when the last bullet was shot out from the barrel did the machine gun finally cease firing. Gunfire in the world's eyes were completely in a daze as he had sprayed his bullet for nearly half a minute. His enhanced super heavy-duty machine gun could shoot 1,000 rounds, but not a single one of them hit the unbridled clown. At a distance of 3 meters, the clown did not make any large moves. All he did was simple repeated side hops to dodge his tsunami spraying of bullets. Was this a dream? Gunfire in the world was completely stunned. "Hey, why aren't you changing your magazine?" An anxious voice snapped Gunfire in the world out of his daze. He looked up and noticed the clown looking at him as though he had enjoyed the entire process. Underneath his mask, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Change magazine? All right, although the magazine was empty, just changing it would allow him to shoot again. But are you trying to humiliate me? Gunfire in the world's face was flushed red as he angrily shouted. How could that be? I give you 82 points for your customer service. As for the remaining 18 points, I'll give it to you in a 666 fashion one. Shi Xiaobai raised a big thumbs up at Gunfire in the world. The shooting that lasted for half a minute had given him quite a kick, so he had to give Gunfire in the world a like. Shi Xiaobai did not address himself as this king. According to his personal understanding, if he revealed his identity as king, these weak mortals would not dare attack him together, so wouldn't he lose big? Shi Xiaobai said to Gunfire in the world with a very satisfied look. However, he was not fully contented, but he suddenly recalled that this person was part of a 3-man team. Hence, he smiled and asked, "By the way, where are the other 2 spicy chickens who were with you?" Before Shi Xiaobai finished his words, a cold voice rang behind him. "Spick, Dual Blades is here." A figure appeared behind Shi Xiaobai as 2 blades shimmered with a glistening cold sheen. One of the blades came swiping at Shi Xiaobai's neck, while the other blade pierced at Shi Xiaobai's back. 666 means 6 plus 6 plus 6 is equal to 18. 6 resembles a thumbs up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, Let Me Do It. Chapter 81, Let Me Do It. The 2 blades that suddenly appeared behind Shi Xiaobai were like 2 demonic hunting blades that slashed straight at his neck and stabbed towards his back. The cold, clammy hands of death approached Shi Xiaobai in an instant. Crab steps proximity chasm. The 2 blades were just a few centimeters short of making contact with his tender skin, but Shi Xiaobai's figure had disappeared. Nearly in a blink of an eye, he was already more than 10 meters away, causing dual blades to traverse the world's blades to slice through thin air. As he took a few steps forward to stabilize his body, he looked up at Shi Xiaobai, as though he had seen a ghost. Such a terrifying acceleration burst allowed him to travel more than 10 meters away in an instant, and why was his motion so minute that he could not even sense it? Teleportation? No, that was something only superpowers could accomplish. There was no superpower system in the virtual world, so how did this guy do it? Dual Blades to traverse the world realized that the usually calm him could no longer calm down. Phew, that was close. Shi Xiaobai was the one who felt slightly apprehensive. Gunfire in the world's service quality was indeed excellent, causing him to nearly fall into a daze. He had nearly been hit, however. Shi Xiaobai loved this harrowing experience. Good job, one more time, baby. Shi Xiaobai spoke in incompetent English as his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Shi Xiaobai had already keenly detected that tender one-shot who was hidden in the tree, but he did not expose him. He even attempted to forget this sniper. He wished for more harrowing experiences and hoped that he could experience more of such dangerous moments. Only by doing so could he surpass his own limitations. Gunfire in the world and Dual Blades to traverse the world did not know Shi Xiaobai's wish and thought Shi Xiaobai was humiliating and provocating them. The hot-tempered Gunfire in the world naturally could not take this lying down, while the always calm Dual Blades to traverse the world began to feel infuriated. Be careful, his psionic ability realm is at least the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, but Dual Blades to traverse the world made a sound to alert Gunfire in the world as he raised his blades to attack. I got it. How can I be dumb enough to not tell that he's an expert at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm? After changing his magazine, Gunfire in the world aimed the barrel at Shi Xiaobai once again. He was already of the mindset that the clown in front of him was definitely at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. It was a professional hitman hired by Gaia branch. When Sweets, who was in the commentator stands, heard this, she could not help but giggle. If they were to know contestant dog leading is only at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, I wonder if they will find themselves especially dumb. Sweet's laughter suddenly came to a stop. She suddenly scrunched up her face as though she was about to cry. Why do I think I'm the one who was actually very dumb? Sweets was not the only one feeling dumb. Nearly every member in the audience was dumbfounded, especially when they saw what happened next. Dual Blades to traverse the world charged at Shi Xiaobai like a beast while brandishing the 2 blades in his hands. He began using a dazzling offensive skill, but Shi Xiaobai hopped sideways to dodge every one of them. The posture he had when dodging was as natural and unrestrained as it could be. He was like a freestyle dancer, while the blade beams were like disco lights and Dual Blades to traverse the world's angry grunts were like accompaniment music. Gunfire in the world once again sprayed his bullets like a madman, but this time the way he sprayed was even more sad and lonesome. This was because Shi Xiaobai no longer side-hopped around for him to shoot at him. His figure began to flutter through the woods as though he was a joyful butterfly. *CK that butterfly. Gunfire in the world was close to tears as he changed a magazine while holding back his tears. Dozens of trees had been toppled by his bullets, and his surroundings looked desolate, but that figure was still jumping around without any hindrance. From time to time, Shi Xiaobai would be moving or staying still. Regardless of how intense Gunfire in the world's bullets were raining at him or how heated Dual Blades to traverse the world attacks were, he was still like a leisurely crab. He would occasionally deceitfully make fake moves and at other times face the attack head-on. It was as though he was telling them, without sparing their feelings, how miserable it meant to be. Even if I stood here for you to give me a beating, you would not be able to hit me. Gunfire in the world and Dual Blades to traverse the world found themselves completely exasperated, but they did not feel despair. They still did their best to persist on, because they knew that there was someone waiting for a chance. That patient sniper had never let anyone down. That tender one-shot was very cold and calm. Alright, in fact, that tender one-shot was extremely stunned at this moment. His finger was already placed on his trigger for several minutes, but he still failed to find the best opportunity. Ever since Shi Xiaobai began using crab steps, he was surprised to realize that he could not get a concise aim. Shi Xiaobai had clearly stayed still several times, but that tender one-shot kept feeling like he was constantly moving. He could not even target Shi Xiaobai despite him remaining stationary for a full second. This was a crab that could not stop and was forever moving. That tender one-shot was in no hurry to pull the trigger. As a sniper, he was used to dealing a single fatal shot. This was because the moment he made his shot, he would expose his presence and location. The next shot would no longer have the same beneficial conditions, so sealing victory with a single shot was always his mantra. He had to have full confidence in that one shot. He could see the hard work put in by Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World, and he had received the hopes that they had placed in him. Keep it up, brothers. I will not disappoint you. That tender one-shot rubbed his eyes and stretched his back. After changing to a more comfortable position, he was done with the preparations for a long battle. As for the other two people, they could no longer persist much longer. Gunfire in the World's bullets were nearly expended, while Dual Blades to Traverse the World's psionic power and stamina were nearly drained. What a terrifying conservation of psionic power. This rascal can't be a psionic soul realm expert, right? It doesn't abide to the rules. Dual Blades to Traverse the World was extremely astonished seeing the leisurely Shi Xiaobai, who did not look exhausted at all. He found that Shi Xiaobai's psionic power reserves seemed massive as he did not appear to be exhausted despite using the flash motion movement techniques repeatedly. Is contestant dog leading really at the third level of the psionic mortal realm? Sweets posed the same question in the commentator stands. I can't tell for sure now. Only when he uses a offensive or defensive skill will I be able to judge his psionic ability realm. However, I believe contestant dog leading does not appear exhausted not because of his massive psionic power store, but because he has outstanding comprehension over the allocation of psionic power. Biscuit said calmly. Sweets responded with a terse exclamation before hesitating for a moment. She suddenly asked, Dad Biscuit, if I'm not wrong, contestant dog leading is using crab steps at the exemplary mastery realm, right? But why do I keep feeling that his crab steps, how should I say it, seems different? Biscuit gave a faint smile as he said softly, You are still young. Your horizons are still somewhat limited. Contestant dog leading's crab steps is no ordinary crab steps. If I'm not wrong, it's the legendary, Divine Crab. Divine Crab. Sweets in the audience ruminated over the two words, as though they had heard of it before, but could not recall what it was. That. Sweets was about to ask in detail when she suddenly saw something out of the ordinary on the screen. Her voice came to a stiff halt. At this moment, Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World had given up their struggles. One lowered his machine gun while the other sheathed his two blades back into the scabbards by his hips. They were already cognizant of the cruel reality. Gunfire in the World puffed as he looked at Shi Xiaobai and said hatefully, Is smithing interesting? Shi Xiaobai said with a lamenting expression, Don't give up. Persistence is the key to victory. You know what they say, where there's a will, there's a way. When the will is ready, the feet are light. People do not lack the strength, they lack will. Shi Xiaobai used all the proverbs in his head in an attempt to make the two of them regain their will. Alright, what was mentioned was not the incident that stopped Sweets from asking. The incident was a person running desperately. The person held a spear and his eyes were flaring with flames of anxiousness. As he used wind walk, he ran as fast as he could. That person was no other than WindWithoutTrace. At this moment, WindWithoutTrace was naturally extremely anxious. From afar, he saw the clown being surrounded by the other three-man team. It was as though a woman had met a gang of evil thugs. No, this easily obtainable energy pearl is mine. With this thought in mind, WindWithoutTrace shouted loudly from 300 meters away, Let go of that kid, I'll do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 82, The color of the wind is green. Chapter 82, The color of the wind is green. 1. Let go of that kid, I'll do it. WindWithoutTrace was feeling anxious as though a babe he had hooked up with was being encircled by a group of hooligans. The anxiousness was so much that he hated himself for not being able to teleport so that he can slap the hooligans away. As he used Wind Walk at full speed, he closed the distance of a few hundred meters very quickly. When he was closer to them, he saw the expended shells and holes on the ground. He was somewhat startled when he noticed that Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World did not have their weapons out and looked extremely exhausted. What was going on? Was there a World War here a moment ago? Did Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World fight each other for the Energy Pearl and the Killing Point? WindWithoutTrace had this rough guess as he stopped 10 meters away. Although he coveted the Energy Pearl on Shi Xiaobai greatly, it did not mean that he had let his guard down. He knew that that tender one-shot was hiding in a particular corner, and it was very likely that his sights were already aimed at this head. He knew very well that he was no match for the three-man team, so it was wishful thinking if he wanted to snatch the food from the jaws of a tiger. However, the temptation of the Energy Pearl and Kill Point was too alluring. It was something worth risking. 10 meters was the optimal safety distance. Although his wind walk was surpassed by Xiao Xiao, his confidence was restored when he faced the three-man team. The key issue was how to get these hooligans to release their soiled hands. He could not do it by force, but by wit. WindWithoutTrace immediately felt like he had much to be done. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother Dual Blades, Brother Gunfire, this person insulted us as spicy chickens, and even mocked me by saying that I'm inferior to a dog. Today, if I do not vent my anger, I will definitely end up with an anxiety disorder. I hereby plead that the two of you would let me kill this arrogant person together with you." WindWithoutTrace's idea was very simple. Since he could not get the babe for himself, he had to first join the ranks of the hooligans. When everyone was molesting her, he could take the opportunity to obtain the babe's first blood. This idea was very good and forceful, but it was a question whether the hooligans would agree. Indeed, upon hearing WindWithoutTrace's words, Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World immediately appeared to look in pain as they fell silent. WindWithoutTrace immediately had an idea as he continued speaking in a hurry. "If I do not teach this arrogant person a lesson with my own hands, it will become a regret for the rest of my life. We have deep ties, so how can you have the heart to see me depressed? Friendship first, competition second. As long as you let me kill this evil bastard with the rest of you, I will definitely not covet the kill point." WindWithoutTrace's face was filled with grief and anger, as though he would spit out blood if he did not kill Shi Xiaobai personally. Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World frowned even more. They were not hesitating over WindWithoutTrace joining them, but considering what were the chances of victory if the three of them joined forces. They were already completely feeling despair when it came to Shi Xiaobai's demonic footwork. They did not even have any desire to make another attempt. They did not think WindWithoutTrace was much stronger than them, so they did not have much hopes with the three of them teaming up. Most importantly of all, Gunfire in the World's bullets were nearly completely expended, while Dual Blades to Traverse the World's psionic power and stamina had been excessively drained. They were in dire need of rest and readjustments. If they immediately carried on battling Shi Xiaobai, it was likely for WindWithoutTrace to notice that they were in a weak state, so who knew what sort of nefarious thoughts would arise from him? The two looked each other in the eye as they saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai suddenly said, "This win-something spicy chicken is right. Enjoying happiness alone is not as happy as sharing it. Good things need to be shared. Why don't all of you attack together?" Shi Xiaobai only wished their joint attacks could be more violent. WindWithoutTrace was surprised as he wondered if the arrogant clown knew it was hopeless for him to escape and had given up. Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World felt their hearts sink. They could see the glowing light in Shi Xiaobai's eyes, as though he was a starving cat that had seen 3 lost mice. The duo looked each other in the eye again and saw the resoluteness in each other's eyes this time. Dual Blades to Traverse the World looked at WindWithoutTrace and said, "Brother Wind, forgive me for being blunt. Ganging up against someone is a shameless act. I believe that to kill this arrogant person, we can take turns, but we should not gang up on him. Ganging up against someone was a shameless act, but you were part of a three-man team. How shameless are you to say such words? WindWithoutTrace cursed in his heart before saying, Brother Dualblades is right. Then let us take turns to punish him. Please let me take the lead. I will only vent my anger and will definitely not kill him. Dualblades to traverse the world's eyes lit up. He was waiting for him to say that. He pretended that it was a hard proposition before saying, this, everything has a chronological order. WindWithoutTrace immediately interrupted him, everything has a chronological order, but it also depends on how serious it is. I believe the person who hates this arrogant person the most is most qualified to take the lead. Dualblades to traverse the world continued to being evasive. Brother Wind, what you say makes sense, but both Gunfire and I hate this arrogant person to the bone too. WindWithoutTrace eyes stared and said, this person said I am inferior to a dog, and ridiculed me as a spicy chicken. This, Dualblades to traverse the world seemed to be in a dilemma. WindWithoutTrace continued on. You might not know. This person even spat a mouthful of saliva at my shoes when all of you were not noticing. Shi Xiaobai was shocked. This person was prepared to bullshit? This familiar feeling reminded him of a particular woman. Upon hearing this, Dualblades to traverse the world fell silent, as though his will had been shaken. WindWithoutTrace believed that he had a chance when he noticed this. With a stroke of brilliance, he said, Sigh, I actually know this arrogant person in reality. I only recently recognized him, and there is a blood feud between us. I will be able to recognize him even if he turns to ashes, so it is absolutely unmistakable. Dualblades to traverse the world was stunned as he said, You know him? Who is he? WindWithoutTrace sighed and said, I cannot reveal this person's identity because it involves my family's dirty linen. Sigh. Dirty linen? At this moment, even Gunfire in the world by the side turned interested. WindWithoutTrace said with a pained heart, I actually did not wish to mention it because one shouldn't air one's dirty linen in public, but with revenge at stake, I cannot miss it. I'm going to forego all my shame. Everyone, I hate this person so much, because this arrogant person had shared a room with my ex-wife a total of 108 times. WindWithoutTrace pointed at Shi Xiaobai and said angrily, as though he was venting all his rage. Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Someone could actually willing force themselves to be a cuckold. Everyone, can you take it on account of my reputation? I only wish to take the lead so that I can cleave off the root of his evil. WindWithoutTrace gave a deep bow to the two of them as he glanced at Shi Xiaobai's lower body. Shi Xiaobai drew a gasp. Was he planning on harming little Xiaobai? Shi Xiaobai immediately placed WindWithoutTrace on the blacklist. His eyes turned sharp. This asshole needs to be taught a lesson. Dualblades to traverse the world was secretly delighted. He had tried refusing a few times so as to eliminate WindWithoutTrace's wariness, but who knew that despite him only wanting a leaf, WindWithoutTrace had actually given him an entire forest. Now that the opportunity was ripe for the picking, no, it should be said that the opportunity was almost burnt, Dualblades to traverse the world did not dare act any further. He pretended to say with a sigh, since Brother Wind hates this person so much, my hate is far inferior to yours. Forget it, I'll let Brother Wind take the lead. Dualblades to traverse the world heaved a sigh of relief as he turned around to indicate that he had given up the right to taking the initiative. After Gunfire in the world said the same thing to WindWithoutTrace, he also turned around to take a few steps back. He secretly gave Dualblades to traverse the world a thumbs up while Dualblades to traverse the world winked at him, suggesting how great his acting was. Noticing the two people compromise, WindWithoutTrace heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although it was embarrassing to make himself a cuckold, he was already used to it. This was because his ex-wife, ex-girlfriend, and former ex-girlfriend had all F***king cheated on him. The most important thing of all was that his plan had succeeded. As long as he pretended to kill Shi Xiaobai because of a mistake, he could grab the energy pearl and use Windwalk to escape. Everything would be perfect. I will be this week's champion. It is loyal to me. Having been the champion for 5 consecutive weeks, WindWithoutTrace could not imagine the days of him missing the title of champion. WindWithoutTrace raised his spear at Shi Xiaobai and said coldly, 3 strikes. I just need 3 strikes to make you regret what you did. Wind's spear had a total of 9 moves, but he had only learned 3. However, 3 moves were sufficient. In a small match like the Battle Arena Corporation's weekly matches, other than Xiao Xiao, everyone else would immediately die after 3 strikes. People called him Wind 3 Strikes. 1. Green in the Chinese context usually refers to being made a cuckold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 83, You know nothing about your ex-wife. Chapter 83, You know nothing about your ex-wife. As the all-seeing audience, they knew WindWithoutTrace's true motives and were even more cognizant of the fact that the so-called Wind 3 Strikes was useless against IChooseDogLeading. Hence, from the audience's point of view, WindWithoutTrace's actions would only be like throwing good money after bad. Not only had he insinuated himself as a cuckold, he was also about to suffer the loss of all morale when he faced the demonic footwork. However, since WindWithoutTrace's various actions were beneath contempt, his coming suffering was deserving. The audience could use this story as a laughable negative example. It could be used as a case study for criticism and for derisive discussion. But at this moment, few people laughed and there were few who found it interesting. A strange repressive feeling emanated throughout the viewing hall. In the commentator stands, Sweets, who had been completely stunned, finally could not help but ask, why? It is clearly a virtual battle, even if it's a competition, it is just a virtual game. Why would contestant WindWithoutTrace go to such an extent? This was also the question on the minds of many members of the audience. WindWithoutTrace's actions were indeed void of common sense. He had not shown any mercy by betraying IAM Nopeg, who had followed him. He had also shamelessly cheapened his ex-wife's reputation. All of this just for an energy pearl and a kill point. Everything he did was just for victory in a virtual game. WindWithoutTrace had sacrificed so much of his humanity in return for false glory. Was it worth it? He probably treats the virtual world as his real world. Biscuit gave a meaningful answer. Everyone must have heard of the Church of Virtuality, one of the 3 international terrorist organizations, right? It is made up of a bunch of madmen who treat the real world as a virtual world. They treat other humans as non-player characters. Killing just becomes a mission. It is said that the congregation of the Church of Virtuality have their beginnings like what WindWithoutTrace is currently facing. They became sick of the real world, or were completely disappointed in the real world. So they end up addicted to the virtual world, treating everything in the virtual world as their own reality. And when these believers get lured into the Church of Virtuality by the Bishop of Virtuality, they would begin to see the real world as a virtual world. Sweet said in astonishment, Dad Biscuit, do you mean that contestant WindWithoutTrace is very likely a target of the Church of Virtuality? Biscuit pondered for a moment before saying, I personally believe that contestant WindWithoutTrace is temporarily at the beginning stages. He is somewhat disillusioned with the real world and is addicted to the glory won in the virtual world. However, he can still tell the differences between reality and virtuality. Hence, he is temporarily not the target of the Church of Virtuality, but he is in an extremely dangerous situation now. Once he receives a larger stimulus that can cause his mind to turn unstable. Biscuit stopped speaking. Sweets hurriedly asked, what will happen if his mind turns unstable? Biscuit sighed and said, legends say that the Bishop of Virtuality's consciousness has penetrated the entire virtual world. He is constantly searching for prey. If there is a player on a brink of a mental breakdown while being immersed in virtual reality to the point of beginning to have strong doubts about reality, then the bishop will take advantage of the opportunity to invade his consciousness and bewitch him, eventually making him become a loyal but crazy follower of the Church of Virtuality. Sweets exclaimed as she shook Biscuit's arm and said anxiously, "Then what should be done?" Contestant WindWithoutTrace mind seems to be somewhat unstable now. What? Biscuit was stunned as he looked intently at the screen in front of him. The cameras were giving WindWithoutTrace an extreme close-up. WindWithoutTrace's eyes were glazed while his body was trembling as though he found things unbelievable. What's the matter? Biscuit was stunned. He had just been distracted for a moment, and the story had developed to such a stage? Did he miss reading a chapter? Sweets said, "I don't know." After using Win 3 strikes, contestant WindWithoutTrace became like this. Biscuit said in surprise, "He has already used the Win 3 strikes? Are you sure?" His mind had just wandered for a few seconds and WindWithoutTrace was done with his Win 3 strikes? Sweets nodded and said, "Yeah, contestant WindWithoutTrace has the nickname of Wind Speed Fast Draw, so he struck out really fast. It was nearly 1 strike per second, so he was done with the 3 strikes in 3 seconds. However, contestant DogLeading managed to dodge as though his body was motionless. After that, contestant WindWithoutTrace, he became like this, ... Biscuit could not help but click his tongue when he heard this. In his mind, he thought, WindWithoutTrace, oh WindWithoutTrace, although your nickname is Wind Speed Fast Draw, but isn't 1 stab a second F** king too fast? If you were really that fast, it was no wonder your ex-wife cheated on you. At this moment, the director nicely replayed what had happened before for Biscuit, as well as slowing down the footage several times for the audience. Hence, the incredible scene perfectly appeared in front of the audience. Even at a slowed down speed, the replay made everyone find WindWithoutTrace's wind spear extremely fast and ruthless. The whistling of the wind seemed like it was caused by the spear's strike, but it also seemed like the spear itself was a strong gust of wind. However, Shi Xiaobai's movements were even faster. At the instant the wind spear stabbed at him, Shi Xiaobai took a left step with his left foot, and immediately following that, his right foot took a step to the right. It was a very simple left and right side hop. Within 2 moves, his body went from left and then towards the right, quickly returning to his original spot. However, these 2 simple moves were completed at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Even with the speed slowed down several times, all the audience saw was a fuzzy figure, so when the video was played at a normal speed, Shi Xiaobai's simple left and right side hops appeared as though he did not make a move. The speed of him jumping left and then returning to his original spot was so fast that the naked eye could not grasp it. Sweets exclaimed, What terrifying speed! If contestant WindWithoutTrace's wind spear has reached wind speeds, then contestant DogLeading's jumping is nearly the speed of light. Biscuit commended, the most terrifying thing is not his speed, but his accurate judgment when dodging. Moving at nearly the speed of light means that the amount of time to dodge is extremely short, but contestant DogLeading is able to use this short amount of time to dodge contestant WindWithoutTrace's wind spear. This requires absolute confidence and judgment to complete such a feat. With the video slowed down, each of the Wind 3 strikes was faster than the last. However, Shi Xiaobai would only change the direction in which he moved or the number of times. He still maintained light speed, completing a near-perfect dodge. When the video was returned to normal speed, it looked as though Shi Xiaobai had stood motionless to easily dodge WindWithoutTrace's Wind 3 strikes. After summarizing Biscuit's explanation, they could only give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Awesome, bro." At this moment, the director switched back to scenes from the live stream. WindWithoutTrace was still in a dazed state. The hand holding the spear was trembling violently, as though he could not believe that his Wind 3 strikes had been easily dodged. He also looked as though he was trying his best to convince himself that everything was an illusion. He was like a tiny mouse that had lost all courage to do battle but refused to concede defeat. Gunfire in the World and Dual Blades to Traverse the World cast sympathetic looks at WindWithoutTrace. They knew what WindWithoutTrace felt more than anyone else. They were also very thankful that they were clever enough not to fall into the pit of doom. Biscuit sighed and said, "Contestant WindWithoutTrace must have realized the huge gap between himself and Contestant DogLeading." However, Contestant DogLeading's lightspeed dodging has made Contestant WindWithoutTrace produce thoughts that maybe all this is an illusion. Contestant WindWithoutTrace is currently wavering between reality and fantasy. He needs to make a decision. Or someone will give him a push. Biscuit did not say this sentence, because pushing WindWithoutTrace towards a cruel reality or pushing him to a seemingly perfect but similarly cruel fantasy was an immense responsibility. The three-man team's relationship with WindWithoutTrace could only be said to be average. They probably would not do such a thankless task. As for Contestant DogLeading, as he was the culprit for the presentation of this choice, regardless of which side he nudged him in, it would result in extreme effects. It was not bad if he did not do anything, much less help. Hold on, what is Contestant DogLeading thinking of doing? Biscuit was stunned as he saw Shi Xiaobai suddenly walk towards WindWithoutTrace. In a few steps, he was in front of WindWithoutTrace. WindWithoutTrace could not help but look up to face the mysterious expert dressed in a clown costume who had unfathomable strength. His heart thumped because he did not want to hear any words of comfort, guidance, or encouragement. This rascal, what did he want to say? As everyone looked in a daze, WindWithoutTrace had a pair of frail and lost eyes. At this point, Shi Xiaobai patted WindWithoutTrace on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Do you think it was only 108 times in the room? Green Wind 1, you know nothing about your ex-wife. 1. Green has the connotations of being a cuckold in Chinese, especially in wearing a green hat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 84, This is not a drill. Chapter 84, This is not a drill. I see you as my brother, but you sleep with my woman? To sleep with her 108 times? Nice, you are really my good brother. Sorry, Brother Wind. Don't apologize to me. Don't you call me Brother Wind either. I do not have such a loyal brother as you. Brother Wind, if I said that she was the one who seduced me, will you believe me? Haha, you said Xin seduced you? Brother Wind, I told you a long time ago that Wu Xin is abroad. She doesn't deserve you, but you refuse to believe. This is the reason why you are sleeping with my wife? Brother Wind, I'm doing it for your own good. For my own good, you slept with my wife 108 times? 108 times, Brother Wind, do you really think there were only 108 times? What do you mean? Brother Wind, you know nothing about Wu Xin. 108 times is only in the room. Be it the car, in the wilderness, in dressing rooms, in the elevator, that broad, Wu Xin doesn't care at all. That broad really doesn't deserve you. Shut up. Shut up. Having his most painful memory evoked by a simple phrase, it caused WindWithoutTrace reason to completely crumble. In a fit of rage, WindWithoutTrace roared out angrily. His eyes were red and he began stabbing at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai dodged the strike with a single jump. As he looked at the WindWithoutTrace, who appeared like he wanted to tear him apart, he was extremely surprised. He never expected the nonsense he spouted had such surprising effects despite him only trying to agitate WindWithoutTrace into restoring his fighting spirit. You think there were only 108 times? After dodging the wind spear, Shi Xiaobai probed him by repeating his words. Shut up! WindWithoutTrace roared. As he clenched his teeth, he continued stabbing angrily at Shi Xiaobai. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Win 3 strikes, win 3 strikes, win 3 strikes. As though he had eaten some rage medicine, WindWithoutTrace every strike was as fast as wind despite them being completely random. The sounds of empty space being torn apart sounded as loud as firecrackers. Realizing how crazy WindWithoutTrace looked, Shi Xiaobai could not bear to agitate him any further. He shut his mouth and focused on comprehending and cultivating his crab steps. WindWithoutTrace, who had lost his mind, seemed like a mad dog. Under his constant usage of Wind 3 strikes, it even made Shi Xiaobai feel a slight bit of pressure. It excited him somewhat, but also made him feel a bit of guilt. It was as though he had done something incredible. Wind 3 strikes had now completely transformed into Mad 3 strikes. The three-man team watched in amazement by the sidelines. This was the first time they saw WindWithoutTrace in such a crazy state. The 3 strikes he delivered under his rage was extremely terrifying. If it were them, they would likely not last past 10 seconds. As for God Clown, he had managed to dodge so freely under the crazy bombardment of the 3 strikes, as though he was not worried at all. As the audience watched in amazement, be it Shi Xiaobai's provocative sentence of "you know nothing about your ex-wife" or WindWithoutTrace's sudden raging state, the intense battle was repeatedly refreshing their understanding of the world. With the passage of time, Shi Xiaobai's expression turned more serious and his gaze turned intense. As for the raging WindWithoutTrace, he was still as ferocious as before and was in fact getting worse. As WindWithoutTrace's wind spear increased in speed, the way Shi Xiaobai dodged became more varied. It went from the repeated side hops to dodging with fakes moves, before becoming variable speed dodging. Finally, he even used Wavelet Shield in a defensive dodge, with the appearance of a few crab phantom images. Under the intense bombardment of the enraged 3 strikes, Shi Xiaobai was constantly approaching his limits. Gunfire in the world and dual blades to traverse the world stared helplessly. The demonic footwork that had tortured them so much was just the most basic move. God Clown actually had so many moves and tricks. That tender one-shot was also completely dumbfounded. He could have killed WindWithoutTrace, who was wide open from his attacks, but he could not bear to do so when he saw WindWithoutTrace in such a crazy state. After all, this competition was just a virtual game. Although he had the desire to win, he did not feel the need to obtain it through such unethical means. WindWithoutTrace's craziness and grudge did not seem fake, so if he were to kill WindWithoutTrace with a single shot, wouldn't he be too cruel? As the 2 figures were embroiled in the battle, trees constantly crashed down. The raging WindWithoutTrace attacked desperately while Shi Xiaobai, who was nearly forced to his limits, constantly dodged. It made the audience hold their breaths. This battle was extremely intense. It looked as though it would last for a long period of time. Suddenly, without any warning, something unexpected happened. WindWithoutTrace suddenly stopped. He stopped his stabbing in pursuit, and even stopped breathing. This sudden halt came too abruptly, as though a person running with all his might had suddenly come to a standstill. In a close-up, WindWithoutTrace's red eyes slowly restored to normal, but his eyes were dull and his breathing slowed. He asked, "Who are you?" Everyone was stunned upon hearing his sudden question. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Why did he suddenly ask for his name while they were having a nice battle? Just as Shi Xiaobai was hesitant over answering truthfully, WindWithoutTrace's voice boomed once again. "You say, this world is fake?" WindWithoutTrace's voice sounded more and more astounded. So he wasn't asking IChooseDogLeading? However, why did this question seem like he was conversing with someone? But from the way he looked, it did not appear like he was asking anyone around him. What was wrong with WindWithoutTrace? In the commentator stands, Biscuit suddenly felt his heart jump as he hurriedly shouted, "Bishop of Virtuality." The moment Biscuit finished saying that, a black mist suddenly appeared around WindWithoutTrace. It sunk into WindWithoutTrace at an extremely fast speed as WindWithoutTrace's facial features instantly turned ferocious. He screamed out aloud, but his roar came to an abrupt end half a second later. WindWithoutTrace was completely engulfed by the black mist in a few seconds. The black mist suddenly solidified and transformed into a gigantic black cocoon. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. In just a few seconds, WindWithoutTrace had been completely enveloped by the black mist that turned into a black cocoon. It was as though he had completely fallen into the darkness. Quick, use the virtual system to inform the other contestants. Tell them to shatter the black cocoon as fast as possible. Biscuit hurriedly turned his head and shouted to the staff not far from him. What appeared isn't the Bishop of Virtuality, but the Bishop of Virtuality's dark virus. As long as the black cocoon is shattered, contestant WindWithoutTrace will be saved. Also, do not stop the match. Inform the branch where WindWithoutTrace is. Do not attempt to wake WindWithoutTrace from his virtual immersion, or everything will be over. Hurry up and shatter the virus black cocoon, or WindWithoutTrace would be brainwashed into becoming a parishioner of the Church of Virtuality. He will become a heartless terrorist. Biscuit's rapid words and calm analysis caused the panicked crowd to gradually calm down. The staff did not dare delay any further and followed Biscuit's instructions. In a while, the system's voice resounded in the virtual world in a hurried tone. All players, please shatter the black virus cocoon as soon as possible. If not, contestant WindWithoutTrace would become a parishioner of the Church of Virtuality. This is not a drill, I repeat, this is not a drill. Neither is this part of the game. It is an emergency. Please. The three-man team was appalled when they heard the system's voice. The Church of Virtuality was notorious, with it being one of the 3 international terrorist organizations. They had naturally heard of it. However, this was the first time they encountered the Bishop of Virtuality's brainwashing process. If they did not shatter the black cocoon, WindWithoutTrace would become a zombie parishioner of the Church of Virtuality. Shi Xiaobai was also horrified. Although he did not know what the Church of Virtuality was, he could sense the exigency of the circumstances from the panic the three-man team felt and the way the system said it. If WindWithoutTrace was to become a so-called parishioner of the Church of Virtuality, it seemed like it was because of him? Shi Xiaobai was feeling a little too deep for tears. Why were people these days so glass-hearted? Why were they hurt at the slightest umbrage? Shi Xiaobai knew he could no longer stand by the sidelines and appear indifferent. However, Shi Xiaobai looked up and saw the black cocoon. There was a golden sheen around the cocoon and appeared extremely hard. Shi Xiaobai sighed. Expecting him who had no offensive techniques to shatter the black steel cocoon with his bare fists, this subject can't do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Holding Power. Chapter 85, Holding Power. As Shi Xiaobai was weighing the possibility of his fists being able to shatter the steel-like black cocoon, the three-man team had begun taking action. Although they had never encountered the virus black cocoon before, they were acutely aware of the Church of Virtuality's infamy. The cult was filled with madmen who treated the human world as a virtual world. This group of madmen reduced life to cold numbers, represented killing as a daily quest used to level themselves up. As they were inhumane with no desires or fear, they had no weaknesses at all. Compared to the other 2 terrorist organizations which had clear objectives and desires, the Church of Virtuality posed the greatest destructive threat to the human world. The parishioners who were brainwashed by the Bishop of Virtuality would follow every order. They would ignore all emotions and were collectively a group of controlled powerful zombies. If WindWithoutTrace was completely brainwashed, what awaited him was just ice-cold death, being nipped in the bud by righteous organizations. This had to be prohibited. Day. Gunfire in the World raised his machine gun and aimed at the black cocoon. He had few bullets left, but at this moment, he was not stingy with any of his bullets. Pang! 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 Scalding hot bullets violently bombarded the shimmering steel cocoon's surface. As bullet after bullet pounded furiously on the unyielding darkness, the projectile shattered and fell to the ground, giving off fiery sparks in the process. Black smoke began to billow as it lingered around the black cocoon. Only when the last bullet was shot out and the lingering black smoke dissipated from the black cocoon's surface did people realize that the black cocoon's surface was as smooth as before despite gunfire in the world's intense shelling. There was not a single crack or depression. F***CK. Gunfire in the World cursed angrily under his breath as he threw his heavy-duty machine gun to the ground. Ping, ping, ping. Despite Gunfire in the World having finished spraying his bullets, the sound of bullets striking the black cocoon's surface did not come to an end. That tender one-shot's bullets were also working hard at it. At this point in time, that tender one-shot could no longer bother to hide his location. He jumped down from the tree and quickly closed the distance. Shot after shot, he aimed at the same target. The bullets that streaked out from his barrel hit the same spot on the black cocoon's surface under his precise control. However, a despairing reality was starkly revealed. Not a single mark was left behind on the black cocoon's surface. Clang! 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 To the side of the black cocoon, the harsh collision sounds of metal hitting metal constantly resonated. WindWithoutTrace was waving both his arms as two sharp blades slashed down again and again at the bottomless and impenetrable darkness. A rare tint of redness appeared in the usually calm WindWithoutTrace's eyes. His breathing became irregular as he constantly jumped, waving his arms and brandishing his blades. Despite repeating his untiring efforts, his blade failed to leave the slightest scratch on the black cocoon's surface. Ping! Suddenly, but completely within reason, the short blade in WindWithoutTrace's right hand broke. WindWithoutTrace was surprised by this, but clenching his teeth in determination, he abandoned his broken blade. As he held the remaining short blade with both hands, he angrily slashed at the black cocoon once again. The competition was just a virtual game, but what WindWithoutTrace was facing was a tragedy of the cruelest reality. The three-man team had given up their obsession with victory, forgoing any conflicts they previously had with WindWithoutTrace. They wanted to save WindWithoutTrace. Even though they lacked the strength to save him, they still persisted on. It was not to hypocritically proclaim that they had risked their lives to save a person, but to honestly tell everyone that they had done their best to stop this black cocoon, an impenetrable darkness and an incoming tragedy. WindWithoutTrace angrily brandished his blade as he slashed at the black cocoon while that tender one-shot continued cursing while constantly pulling the trigger. Without a weapon, Gunfire in the World could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, he turned to look at Shi Xiaobai, who stayed rooted in his spot. An irrepressible anger suddenly arose in him. The lowly them were delivering their lowly efforts. But the powerful him was just watching idly by the side? Why aren't you doing anything? Gunfire in the World angrily shouted in Shi Xiaobai's direction. Why isn't contestant dog leading doing a thing? If this keeps up. In the commentator stands, Sweets spoke before stopping mid-sentence. In fact, the audience in the viewing hall had already raised a ruckus. The three-man team's humble efforts and Shi Xiaobai standing by the sidelines formed a stark contrast. It forced them to question Shi Xiaobai's inaction. Biscuit sighed and said, "Have all of you forgotten? Contestant dog leading is only at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. He might have been abandoning his psionic ability cultivation in exchange for cultivating crab steps. His offensive strength might even be inferior to a normal person at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. He is not doing a thing because he himself knows it would not amount to anything." Sweets was stunned and figured it out too. A mighty figure that had cultivated crab steps to the exemplary mastery realm but remained only at the third level of the psionic mortal realm was clearly an instance of attending to one thing and losing sight of the other. IChooseDogLeading's attacks were definitely inferior to his evasion. It was even very possible that it was not even up to mark, so it was impossible for him to shatter the virus black cocoon. But, was everything doomed to despair? Sweets could not help but ask, if there is no way to shatter the virus black cocoon, what will happen to contestant WindWithoutTrace? Biscuit remained silent for a moment before he struggled to say, if contestant WindWithoutTrace is completely brainwashed and becomes a parishioner of the Church of Virtuality, then the Inquisitors will immediately isolate him, preventing any further deeper contact with the Bishop of Virtuality. He will be nipped in the bud or even. Once he was fully inculcated of those beliefs of the Church of Virtuality, he would become a murderous terrorist. Like a virus, he would be isolated by inquisitors to discipline and reform him, but most parishioners of the Church of Virtuality usually ended up being directly killed. Sweets immediately found it hard to breathe. To watch a life, despite it being somewhat ugly on the inside and outside, walking towards the ends of darkness, one would naturally feel a sense of sadness for the loss of one's kind. The audience in the viewing hall were all silent. Not long ago, they were still finding it surprising and amusing with WindWithoutTrace's absurd behavior. Now, they were all silently praying for WindWithoutTrace. People in this era faced all sorts of hidden dangers. Even while hiding in the virtual world, a true nightmare still existed. And this nightmare was a public enemy of humanity. But at this moment, who could save WindWithoutTrace, shattering this hateful nightmare? Nightmares could be shattered, but the reality made the cruelty even more vivid. Gunfire in the World found it impossible to understand why Shi Xiaobai was frozen still. Why aren't you doing anything? Gunfire in the World angrily shouted at Shi Xiaobai, does the powerful you lack the slightest bit of compassion? WindWithoutTrace might have a grudge with you, but is there a need to turn a blind eye? Can you watch unfeelingly as WindWithoutTrace becomes a parishioner of the Church of Virtuality, becoming a crazy terrorist? The helpless often took it out on bystanders that did not lend a helping hand. From Gunfire in the World's point of view, Shi Xiaobai's act of standing idle was extremely despicable. It made him feel anger and shame. Shi Xiaobai, who had been criticized, had his head down all this while. His eyebrows were knitted tightly, as though he was thinking of something, hesitating or even in a struggle. Suddenly, as though he was moved by a sentence, Shi Xiaobai abruptly raised his head at Gunfire in the World. Gunfire in the World was stunned as he swallowed the words that he was about to bellow out. What sort of eyes were those? Why did he have such a gaze? Suddenly, a soft but firm voice resounded, waking Gunfire in the World up from his trance. This king will save him, before he becomes a terrorist. After Shi Xiaobai said that, he turned to walk towards the black cocoon. Gunfire in the World froze in his spot. Those eyes seemed to hide an emotion that caused trepidation in one's heart. It was hard to guess what the emotion was, and it was not something that could be empathized, but he could feel the upheaval the emotion in his eyes gave. This guy that calls himself this king, was not simple. As Gunfire in the World watched Shi Xiaobai's back, his expression softened. The audience gradually turned silent as they noticed Shi Xiaobai approaching the black cocoon. Even though they understood that IChooseDogLeading was a strange talent that specialized only in movement techniques after hearing Biscuit's analysis, it did not mean they could understand why he was sitting on his hands. Even if IChooseDogLeading was only at the third level of the psionic mortal realm, they still yearned for a miracle to happen. Maybe IChooseDogLeading was able to save WindWithoutTrace, shattering this nightmare? Under everyone's watchful gaze, Shi Xiaobai came to the side of the black cocoon where Dual Blades to Traverse the World was standing. He looked at Dual Blades to Traverse the World and asked, "Your blade, can this king borrow it?" Dual Blades to Traverse the World was stunned as he handed the short knife in his hand hesitantly. As Shi Xiaobai took over the short knife, he fell into startled state momentarily before he took a deep breath. Even this king is afraid of himself when this king uses a knife. As Shi Xiaobai held onto the knife's handle, it was as though he held a power that could destroy everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, That One Knife. Chapter 86, That One Knife. The moment Shi Xiaobai held the knife's handle, it was as though he turned into another person. His pair of black eyes flickered with a strange glint. The way he held the knife made it appear like he had held one countless times before, but he was just out of practice due to numerous years of disuse. Dual Blades to Traverse the World was standing closest to him, so the feeling was impressed on him. As he watched the knife-wielding Shi Xiaobai in a daze, He felt as though there was an unseen edge that existed in Shi Xiaobai's body, but he also felt as though Shi Xiaobai's entire being had become an exposed blade that seemed blinding. This was an expert, a peerless expert. Dual blades to traverse the world felt mixed emotions amidst shock. As the audience watched through the cold screen, they felt a fiery energy brewing around Shi Xiaobai. They could not help but hold their breaths, as they felt as though this person and this knife was the only thing under the heavens. As the cameras zoomed in, they gave Shi Xiaobai a close-up. The audience was stunned because at this moment, Shi Xiaobai's eyes were closed. He stood in front of the black cocoon motionless, as though he was preparing something. The virus black cocoon had already appeared for several minutes by now. The Bishop of Virtuality's brainwashing speed varied depending on the person. Those with weaker wills and doubted reality deeply were easier brainwashed. It was unknown what state WindWithoutTrace was in at this moment. Time waits for no man. Everyone was anxious, but they still maintained a uniform silence. The three-man team in the virtual world did not dare disturb Shi Xiaobai as well. Everyone was waiting for the strike from that knife. That knife very likely decided WindWithoutTrace's fate. As time passed, Shi Xiaobai's breathing suddenly came to a halt as he abruptly opened his eyes. Without a roar or any grandiose postures, he directly and simply attacked using the knife. This strike was neither a slash, nor a cut, but a direct stab into the steel black cocoon. This stab was as fast as lightning, like the violent grinding of flint stones. Everyone stared with their eyes widened. Stabbing the thick metallic black cocoon with a short knife was like pricking a hardened rock with a needle. The most likely result was the knife breaking. What was the outcome of the stab? The result exceeded all expectations. The knife did not stab a hole into the black cocoon, nor did the knife shatter. Neither did the short knife rebound. The knife actually submerged into the black cocoon. There was no sign of an impact at all. There was not even the sound of a collision. The moment the short knife stabbed at the black cocoon, it sank into the black cocoon instantly, as though it had stabbed into black liquid. What happened? Sweets exclaimed in surprise. Biscuit shook his head with a wry smile. Despite his rich experience, he too was clueless. There was not a single crack or dent appearing on the extremely hard metallic black cocoon's surface despite the combined attacks from the three-man team, hence, it was evident how hard it was. However, WindWithoutTrace's simple stab had penetrated deep into the cocoon like it had passed through water. It was as though after the knife stabbed through, the black cocoon had turned into a liquid substance. Biscuit had previously seen superpowers that made solids turn to liquids, but there was no such thing as superpowers in the virtual world. Pang! At this moment, a gunshot woke everyone up from their daze. That tender one-shot had pulled the trigger once again, but his bullet ended up colliding onto the black cocoon. It produced a metallic ping before the bullet shattered to the ground once again. The black cocoon was still the black cocoon. Then, how did this knife that seemed to stab into liquid without a sound do it? Be careful. Stay away from the black cocoon. A shout woke everyone up from their thoughts. It was Shi Xiaobai's voice. Everyone saw Shi Xiaobai pulling out the short knife quickly. The ease and speed which he did it appeared as though he had pulled it out of water. After giving a warning shout, he jumped away from the black cocoon at an extremely fast speed. The three-man team also reacted by running far away. They did not dare disobey Shi Xiaobai's warning. At this moment, a red beam of light shot from afar. It was like a burning flame that tore through the air, issuing a sharp sound that headed straight for the gigantic black cocoon. Boom! A red beam that shot forward clashed violently with the black cocoon, producing a tumultuous explosion. The aftershocks of the explosion caused dust to roll up and the surrounding trees to tilt diagonally downwards. Dual blades to traverse the world, who failed to withdraw far enough, was thrown to the ground in a miserable state by the blast of wind from the explosion. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change of events. However, before they could produce any exclamations, another similar red beam of light shot from afar. No, there were two beams. Hold on, there was another one. Boom. 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 Dot. 3 consecutive explosions resounded as black mist filled the skies and dust covered the black cocoon in layers. At the moment when the smoke dispersed and when the explosions died down, the sound of a fine, short and tiny but clear crack entered everyone's ears. It was like the sound produced when an eggshell cracked. At this moment, a gentle gust of wind blew. The wind was so tender and soft, but it dispersed all the dust, eventually revealing the black cocoon's state. On closer look, the black cocoon's surface was filled with numerous cracks. It has shattered, the virus black cocoon has shattered. Just as Biscuit managed a surprised exclamation, the black cocoon shattered completely like a ball of glass. It was reduced to numerous fragments that instantly turned into black mist, which quickly tunneled into the ground. WindWithoutTrace's body fell from midair and crashed to the ground with a thud. The fallen WindWithoutTrace's eyes were closed and his face looked serene, as though he was asleep. Biscuit heaved a sigh of relief and instructed the staff, inform WindWithoutTrace branch head and wake WindWithoutTrace from his virtual immersion. From the looks of it, WindWithoutTrace had been saved. The 4 red beams had shattered the virus black cocoon, saving WindWithoutTrace. But where did the 4 red beams of light come from? As the audience watched intently at the screen, they saw a person walking slowly out from the depths of the jungle. The person wore a white veil while adorning a white lace dress. There was a big pink bow tie in front of her chest, while pink hair rolled down to her shoulders. A crystal ball was held in her right hand, and like a fairy, she entered everyone's vision. Princess Xiao Xiao! Sweets exclaimed. The 4 red beams of light were Princess Xiao Xiao's crystal arrows. Biscuit said, that is an A-class archery offensive skill, Crimson Netherworld. Once a combat skill was at a class or above, it was not something that could be grasped through the accumulation of time. It required extraordinary insights, so for Princess Xiao Xiao to be able to harness an A-class offensive skill at such a young age, she was indeed an impressive genius. Most importantly, the black cocoon had shattered because of the 4 arrows despite the 3-man team being completely powerless against it. This sharp contrast impressed everyone. The audience began to applaud and cheer Princess Xiao Xiao, as the repressive feelings from before turned to elation. In the commentator stands, Sweets was also jumping in joy. The staff was constantly praising the excellence of the corporation's princess. The atmosphere was extremely lively. However, Biscuit fell silent amidst the din. His gaze landed on a corner of the screen. It was a shoulder that the cameras had forgotten. That knife that easily stabbed into the black cocoon. How did it do it? Princess Xiao Xiao's 4 crimson netherworld arrows were indeed powerful, but were they really enough to shatter the virus black cocoon? Most importantly, what did that knife do? What did it change? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, The Great Demon Lord Xiao Xiao. Chapter 87, The Great Demon Lord Xiao Xiao. In a stroke of luck, WindWithoutTrace was saved after the virus black cocoon was completely shattered. If it had not been a public competition, or if it had not been the stunning power of Princess Xiao Xiao's 4 shots of Crimson Netherworld, or if not for. In summary, this outcome was indeed a joyous outcome. Compared to those pitiful players who were brainwashed by the Bishop of Virtuality in private games without the knowledge of anyone, WindWithoutTrace was considered extremely lucky. However, not everything had come to an end. This was because Princess Xiao Xiao raised her crystal bow once again. Having strung a crystal arrow, she had pulled her bow open. Upon seeing this, everyone calmed down. Since everyone is here, it should be time to put an end to this boring game. Princess Xiao Xiao's cold voice smothered the joyful atmosphere that did not last more than a minute. The 3-man team's smiles stiffened as the audience took a moment before they came round to the turn of events. They had nearly forgotten that this was all a virtual competition after the repressive feeling brought about by WindWithoutTrace's terrible encounter and the Church of Virtuality. As Princess Xiao Xiao said, the nature of the competition itself was boring. It was just an exhibition match with a bit of competitive elements. Although it would affect the branch's results, or prizes and honors to the winner, that was all to it. Compared to the Church of Virtuality or terrorists' organizations and the calamities that despaired an entire generation, this competition was trivial. As it nearly lacked any meaning, it appeared boring. Those who watched or participated in this virtual competition were just trying to find so-called fun in something meaningless and devoid of fun. It was just used as a way to comfort one's soul due to the harshness of reality. Now, Xiao Xiao wanted to end this boring competition. How was it to end? Xiao Xiao used her bow and arrow as an answer. Without any hesitation, she released her fingers, and with a twang of the bowstring, an arrow shot out with a swift, red beam of light. The red beam stirred up a dust storm and tore through the void, leaving a red temporary scar behind. It carried an explosive and sharp whistling sound with it. It was Crimson Netherworld. Everyone stared widely and felt enlightened but also extremely shocked. They were enlightened because they finally understood that Princess Xiao Xiao was planning on using victory to end the boring match as she mentioned. The reason why they were shocked was because the arrow's target was Shi Xiaobai. Dodge! In the commentator stands, Sweets could not help but cry out. The arrow was without warning because when Xiao Xiao raised her bow, she was already aiming it at Shi Xiaobai. However, Shi Xiaobai had his head lowered while he looked at the short knife in his hand, as though his spirit was no longer fused in him. And when the netherworld arrow shot out, Shi Xiaobai remained dazed in his spot, as though he had no plans on dodging. Boom! After the explosion from the red beam, dust flew up as people saw the crystal arrow penetrate Shi Xiaobai's chest before sending his frail body backwards. A few trees were toppled one after another and soon, he was engulfed by the lush forest. Finally, he was pinned to an ancient tree. The cameras zoomed in to reveal that Shi Xiaobai had been pinned to an old trunk by a crystal arrow. The arrow had penetrated Shi Xiaobai's body, and the powerful shot had sent him flying tens of meters away. On his final pinned spot on a trunk, blood gushed out of his chest, dripping to the grayish-brown bark and the blackish-yellow soil. Despite being a virtual world, everything still appeared realistic. The bloody scene was extremely vivid that it stifled people as though they had witnessed a true death. The director hurriedly changed the scene to Princess Xiao Xiao standing there like a fairy. She looked nonchalantly in the direction where Shi Xiaobai had flown, but there was a tint of disappointment in her eyes. Xiao Xiao was indeed somewhat disappointed. Due to an academic task, she had to cultivate Crimson Netherworld to the exemplary mastery realm. Under her grandfather's suggestion, she had taken time out of her weekend to compete in the Battle Arena Corporation's weekly competition. She had even personally drawn up the rules to explicitly allow 6 to fight one. The goal was naturally to raise her offensive skills familiarity level through battle. However, she was disappointed to realize that the 6 contestants were too weak for her. Targets that could be easily destroyed did not give her any improvements at all. She needed an opponent that was on par with her, one that allowed her to fight in an intense struggle. Unfortunately, amongst the 6 contestants, none of them was the opponent she was looking for, not a single one. Originally, she believed that IChooseDogLeading, who gave such a stunning pre-battle declaration, might be an impressive opponent, but she did not expect him to lack the courage to even dodge. Although the arrow was Crimson Netherworld, was there a need to be scared stiff? Xiao Xiao turned to look at the members of the 3-man team who were rooted to their spots. She sighed and said, "Although it's a boring competition, can all of you please resist somewhat, can you?" With this said, the 3-man team's breathing stagnated before they immediately reacted. What Princess Xiao Xiao said was right. This shocking competition had yet to produce a victor. They could still put up a fight. But just as Gunfire in the World thought of his fanny pack that was emptied of its bullets, he immediately turned around and ran. As Dual Blades 2 traversed the world thought of how one of his two blades had broken, while the other one was lent to Shi Xiaobai, leaving him unarmed, he also turned around and ran. When that tender one-shot thought how it was the greatest taboo for a sniper to be exposed to the enemy, he also turned around and ran. Although it was a boring competition, it still needed an outcome. It was expected for the contestants to strive hard for victory. As such, the three-man team did not choose to give up. However, knowing that they were no match, they did not choose to put up a stubborn resistance. At this moment, they very rationally chose to temporarily retreat. Put. At this moment, several people snorted in laughter. The three figures that fled in different directions stunned the audience, but they found humor in it. Instantly, they extricated themselves from the sorrow of how IChooseDogLeading was taken down and gradually found the repressive feeling that the Church of Virtuality brought about dissipating. Wasn't watching a virtual reality competition just a form of relaxation? The way the three-man team simultaneously fled once again gave the audience a relaxing feeling of being able to appreciate the competition. Biscuit could not help but laugh as he said, "Everyone, the competition has just begun." Before he finished his sentence, 3 red beams of light shot out. As 3 explosions resounded, 3 system voices echoed in response. Contestant Gunfire in the World eliminated. Contestant Dual Blades 2 Traverse the World eliminated. Contestant That Tender One Shot eliminated. Just as Biscuit's voice came to a halt, the audience's smiles froze completely. Everyone's eyes spontaneously landed on the bow-wielding girl. Her transcendent bearing made her look like a fairy that descended down to the mortal world. The white lace dress and her overall stylish simple costume made her look like a pretty princess. However, this girl who was like a princess fairy had shattered the virus black cocoon with 4 arrows and killed 4 contestants with 4 arrows too. She could be said to be a great demon lord. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's eyes were cold. The 8 shots of Crimson Netherworld had barely given her any improvements. It was equivalent to the feeling of shooting fixed targets, and it made her irritated. She was a person who always cherished time, so she was angry at having wasted her time on this boring and meaningless competition. What was I expecting? Xiao Xiao shook her head with a deprecating smile. She had hopes of meeting a worthy opponent in the virtual world who would give her an intense battle that she could fight heartily. This had motivated her to agree to her grandfather's suggestion. In the end, it was all her own fault. Her fault was to have misplaced expectations right from the beginning. If she did not do that, she would not have felt anger from her disappointment and feel regret over her wrong choice. Xiao Xiao put away her crystal bow and was prepared to quit the game. All she needed to do was kill the unconscious WindWithoutTrace to obtain victory, but that would result in WindWithoutTrace suffering a mental blow. She did not care for the outcome of the match, so she felt that quitting the game was the best choice. Upon seeing this, Biscuit could not help but sigh and say, "The competition is over." The competition was over. Was the competition really over? "Heh, girl, that arrow of yours, can you send another 100 of them towards this king?" A weak voice was heard as a limping figure slowly walked out of the jungle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, I hope you would last longer. Chapter 88, I hope you would last longer. The person who limped out was none other than Shi Xiaobai. His body was wrapped in a light red glow as his chest wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the instant the Crimson Netherworld arrow was about to strike him, Shi Xiaobai was awakened from an undesirable memory evoked from the short knife. However, it was already too late for him to dodge. At the moment he focused himself back in the battle, the crystal arrow had pierced through his chest. The surging forces that entered his body seemed like they would rip his body apart at the very next moment. However, Shi Xiaobai's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately moved in the direction the crystal arrow was heading, allowing the force at which he moved backwards to offset as much of the impact brought about by the crystal arrow. This resulted in his body flying dozens of meters backwards into the jungle before he was pinned into a tree. Thankfully, the arrow did not stab into his heart. The terrifying impact the arrow brought with it had been mostly reduced because of his leap backwards. This was also the reason why he did not get instantly killed by the Crimson Netherworld like the three-man team. Shi Xiaobai immediately used the energy pearl, and the stunning recovery effects did its job at pulling him back from death's door. However, having suffered such a serious injury, even the energy pearl required a relatively long period of time to finish the healing process. As such, Shi Xiaobai had planned on waiting till the healing was done before he came out to meet the girl who had sneakily attacked him. Unfortunately, Shi Xiaobai understood that he could no longer wait after Xiao Xiao instantly eliminated the three-man team with her 3 arrows. He was constantly searching for an opponent who was on par with him. He wished to be locked in battle with his opponent, hoping for an opponent that could constantly threaten him, allowing him to repeatedly push himself to his limits and beyond. And Xiao Xiao might be the person he was searching for. He wanted to battle this girl. During the 7 days of versus matches, Shi Xiaobai would occasionally encounter godly people at the level of Thomas who could easily destroy him. They made him lose extremely fast, resulting in insignificant improvements. As it was a match at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, he would often encounter opponents at the corresponding level. These rookies did not provide him any value at all, but without any offensive means to quickly end the battle, he could only choose to quit. Back then, he also lost very quickly and barely improved. Only in rare instances would Shi Xiaobai be lucky enough to meet an opponent that he was evenly matched with. Every time he encountered such an opponent, his insights into crab steps would increase greatly because intense and difficult battles were the only way for him to break through his limits. Shi Xiaobai no longer lost himself in the past associated with the short knife. He recalled what was the most important thing for him now: become stronger, and become even stronger. And Xiao Xiao's Crimson Netherworld was the hope he saw to make himself stronger. He began to anticipate, hoping that this girl was his match, allowing him to engage in an inextricable battle. He even had a tiny hope that she was able to shoot such a powerful arrow another 100 times. If that happened, wouldn't that be great? So when he limped out, he could not help but ask, girl, that arrow of yours, can you send another 100 of them towards this king? Shi Xiaobai's appearance and his arrogant-sounding words stunned everyone. They were suddenly reminded of the fact that the system had never announced the elimination of IChooseDogLeading. That arrow had failed to kill WindWithoutTrace. The audience laughed. Shi Xiaobai's request for another 100 arrows reminded them of the return of WindWithoutTrace. Just thinking of the godly crab steps WindWithoutTrace used, they felt like there was something to look forward to. Kevin was equally stunned because WindWithoutTrace had addressed himself as this king. It reminded him of an extremely annoying person, a person who was equally arrogant and ostentatious. Do you think he is very similar to Shi Xiaobai? A voice filled with mixed emotions echoed in his ear as Kevin turned around to realize it was Yang. He knitted his eyebrows and angrily said, "Do not compare my WindWithoutTrace in that retard, Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai might be lucky to be a genius, but his strength is nothing but garbage. As for WindWithoutTrace, he has true strength. No matter how much a genius Shi Xiaobai is, he will still need to take several years to cultivate crab steps to the exemplary mastery realm. And by then, WindWithoutTrace would have long attained an even more terrifying realm. The differences between them are staggering." Upon hearing this, Yang fell silent for a moment before he said in a deep, meaningful manner, "If IChooseDogLeading is actually Shi Xiaobai? Impossible." Kevin immediately denied the possibility as he said, "Can you use your brain when speaking? How long has Shi Xiaobai begun psionic ability cultivation? If WindWithoutTrace is Shi Xiaobai, I'll run naked around Steel City." Yang opened his mouth, but turned his head and fell silent. He could not help but imagine Kevin running naked. That would definitely be the funniest thing in the world, but why couldn't he laugh at all? Another person who could not laugh was Biscuit. When he announced that the competition had just begun, the three-man team was immediately killed. When he later announced that the competition was over, Shi Xiaobai immediately walked out, figuratively smacking him in the face. Although it was nearly routine for his face to be smacked, having his face smacked at light speed twice in a row made him feel a tiny bit of melancholy. This was King embarrassing. In order to alleviate his embarrassment, Biscuit coughed and said, "GodDogLeading still has that familiar vibe. He is still as arrogant, and equally surprising with his words. I wonder how Princess Xiao Xiao will answer." Upon hearing this, the audience immediately pricked up their ears in order to hear Princess Xiao Xiao's answer. Xiao Xiao did not answer, but instead responded with a question, "Can you resist 100 arrows?" Shi Xiaobai's appearance took Xiao Xiao somewhat aback. She could not understand how this person had survived having been directly struck by Crimson Netherworld. Furthermore, when she heard Shi Xiaobai's words, she found it amusing. Whether she could shoot 100 arrows wasn't critical, what was critical was if there was anyone who could resist 100 Crimson Netherworld. This king can't resist it. Shi Xiaobai answered. "Oh." Xiao Xiao coldly responded. It was an answer that was within her expectations. But this king can dodge them all. Shi Xiaobai spoke once again with a tone filled with confidence. Xiao Xiao was stunned as she said in amusement, "Are you saying you can dodge 100 Crimson Netherworld?" Shi Xiaobai nodded and said as though it was a matter of fact, "Of course, there is no attack in this world that this king's crab steps can't dodge in one step. If there is one, then 2 steps would do." "Girl, you haven't answered this king. Are you able to shoot another 100 arrows?" Upon sensing the seriousness and confidence in Shi Xiaobai's words, Xiao Xiao suddenly recalled that before she came, this person, the three-man team and WindWithoutTrace were in the same area. Logically speaking, with him saying everyone present is a spicy chicken during the pre-battle declaration, the 4 people would have skinned him alive, but he had yet to be eliminated up to now. Could it be? An inexplicable hint of anticipation rose up in Xiao Xiao's heart. She summoned her crystal arrow once again and softly said, "I will shoot out as many arrows as you can dodge. I hope you would last longer." As she spoke, Xiao Xiao had already strung her arrow and pulled the bowstring open. Then, let her have a tiny bit of anticipation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 89, To be killed to the ends of time. Chapter 89, To be killed to the ends of time. Xiao Xiao pulled her bow open as she aimed at Shi Xiaobai. With that, Shi Xiaobai began moving. Although he was not making any significant moves, he was doing repeated side hops at an extremely fast speed. The illusory figures that appeared as he jumped was dazzling. Compared to the three-man team, Shi Xiaobai did not choose to remain motionless. Instead, he chose to repeatedly jump from side to side in order to confuse Xiao Xiao. It was meant to reduce her shooting accuracy because Xiao Xiao's Crimson Netherworld very clearly gave him a great deal of pressure. Shi Xiaobai could easily react and dodge with an explosive move at the instant Dual Blades 2 Traverse the World attacked with his dual blade offensive skills, or if it was Gunfire in the World with his Tsunami Scattershot. However, not only was Crimson Netherworld powerful, but it was also many times faster than bullets. Most important of all, the arrow contained a terrifying bloody aura. Once it locked on its target, it would cause apprehension in the target's heart, temporarily putting the target in a trance. The reason why Crimson Netherworld was an A-class offensive skill was because it was no simple arrow. It could make a person have a terrifying illusion of falling into the Netherworld. Although Shi Xiaobai did not understand the battle characteristics of Crimson Netherworld, his intuition told him that he had to move. This intuition appeared very often when he faced opponents at the level of Thomas. There was still a huge gap between Xiao Xiao's strength and Thomas's, but her Crimson Netherworld exuded a threatening aura that rivaled Thomas's Wraith Bullet. As such, Shi Xiaobai moved. He pushed himself to his limits right from the beginning of the battle. What kind of scene would it be like with Shi Xiaobai pushing crab steps to his fullest extent? In the audience's eyes, Shi Xiaobai had transformed into a series of indiscernible figures. The high-frequency side hops and the fake moves from the dynamic change in speed startled everyone. And in Xiao Xiao's eyes, this funny crab-like figure that also seemed extremely elegant made her hesitate. She paused, unsure of when to shoot the arrow. So this is the confidence that makes you claim that you can dodge 100 arrows. At this moment, Xiao Xiao smiled. It was a smile that was a result of joy that came from deep within her heart. This figure that made her unable to aim precisely and even exerted great pressure on her, wasn't it the worthy opponent she had always been searching for? But I'm greatly looking forward to the number of arrows you can dodge. At that moment, Xiao Xiao knew that it would be very difficult to hit Shi Xiaobai, but she did not believe that Shi Xiaobai could dodge all her arrows. It was predicated in her confidence that she would improve. Furthermore, it would improve rapidly in this battle before she completely flung Shi Xiaobai behind. This was a bedrock confidence in herself, one that had never wavered. Xiao Xiao released her fingers as Crimson Netherworld shot out suddenly. Amidst the sounds of explosions, dust was blasted into the sky. Moments later, as the dust settled, the figure was still jumping around as though nothing had happened. The arrow had missed its target, losing its meaning. But so what? Xiao Xiao quickly shot out another arrow and it still possessed as much power as before, but it still missed. The smile on Xiao Xiao's lips became more pronounced. 2 arrows that missed did not discourage her at all. On the contrary, it made the fighting spirit in her eyes and anticipation in her heart burn even more intensely. It was so intense that she nearly could not stop herself from laughing out. This guy was the opponent she had been looking for. In that case, everything would no longer be as simple as before. What she needed to do was to constantly shoot her arrows. By forcing herself to shoot at a faster rate, she would have to fully concentrate in order to catch a glimpse of him, honing her accuracy in the process. She needed to improve herself with every arrow that missed until she was able to hit him. However, she wished the arrow that ended the battle would come later. She wished that this guy could also constantly improve in battle, allowing her to progress longer in battle. This way, the gap she would open up would extend further. Improve, keep running. Do not let me catch you easily. Because at the moment you get pierced by my arrow, I will find it a great pity, a great, great pity. While having this thought in mind, Xiao Xiao could sense the pressure Shi Xiaobai exerted on her. She could feel how the pressure was giving her motivation and improving her. She even began to worry over the moment the battle ended. When a true opponent was encountered, every shot of the arrow could bring with it a little bit of progress. Every attempt at aiming could enhance a tiny bit of her perception. This feeling was excellent, it was so excellent that Xiao Xiao could not bear to surpass him. But it was a pity that she was destined to surpass this youth that used crab steps. Regardless of how refined his crab steps were, regardless of how many arrows he dodged, she would very quickly get adapted to it. Learning, progressing, and eventually surpassing. Because this was her life, a life of a genius born into this world. Improve, keep running, don't let this king fling you far behind. Because at the moment you can't exert the slightest pressure on this king will find it a great pity, a great, great pity. Shi Xiaobai smiled. He could sense how each shot from Xiao Xiao was stronger than the previous one. It exerted more and more pressure on him. This feeling excited him greatly because he seemed to make contact with the reality of becoming strong under this constantly increasing pressure. Every time he dodged her arrow, his crab steps would improve a tiny bit. Every time he confused her eyes that were ever sharpening, his fake moves would become even more natural. It was a feeling that could not be explained. It was as though the arrow-shooting girl had the same rhythm as he had. They were in a race on the same path, while he was attempting to fling her far behind, while she attempted to chase up to him. However, their speeds were no different. As a result, they were constantly pushing themselves to the limit, allowing them to run even faster. However, the speed at which they improved themselves was similar. It resulted in no one being able to overtake the other. They maintained a constant distance on the same path. As their improvements collided, they formed a delicate balance. At that moment, Shi Xiaobai was overjoyed. This was because his crab steps might be able to cultivate to the dominating refinement realm. He believed that meeting such a girl was truly a great thing. At that moment, Xiao Xiao beamed with her eyes. This was because her crimson netherworld was very likely to cultivate to the exemplary mastery realm. She believed that meeting this guy was an extremely good thing. Red beams flashed through the jungle as incessant explosions rang. The land was dotted with large craters as trees constantly toppled. It looked as though doomsday had arrived. And in the foreground of this doomsday, there was a young man jumping around, issuing hearty laughters from time to time. There was also a girl who held a crystal bow in hand. The wind blew up her hair, adding to her fairy-like beauty. She produced a chime-like laughter from time to time. They were in an intense battle, but they appeared like they were enjoying a pleasant exchange. Their laughters that came from the bottom of their hearts contrasted with the explosions as the two different sounds teetered. It made what looked like a completely desolate scene have an inexplicable sense of beauty. This scene was truly amazing and beautiful. The audience was already dumbfounded. Is this still a battle? Why do I feel like it is a lover's fight? A member of the audience expressed his feelings. You aren't the only one thinking that. Another member of the audience echoed his sentiments. The audience began to laugh kindly. Such an intense battle had made the two of them produce sentiments that seemed to border on love. From the joy that seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts, it made people feel like this battle would last to the end of time. Maybe the end of time was overly exaggerated, but everyone present had no doubt that this battle would continue on for a very long period of time. Suddenly, keen-eyed members of the audience saw a strange shadow at the borders of the screen. Be careful! Numerous members of the audience spontaneously shouted out those two words. However, the person the two words were meant for was currently in another world. There was no way to hear their voices. Furthermore, the person was immersed in an intense battle, probably completely in a trance-like state. Indeed, Xiao Xiao did not hear the warnings from the audience, nor did she sense a figure that had suddenly appeared behind her, much less realize that a cold spear was stabbing right at her waist, but Xiao Xiao was indulging in her long-awaited battle. By the time she was alerted to the danger, the cold spear had pierced through her abdomen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 90, if you can do it then you should go up and do it. Chapter 90, if you can do it then you should go up and do it. The cold spear pierced through Xiao Xiao's abdomen, spewing a scarlet splash of liquid that resembled a blood lotus. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Princess Xiao Xiao! The audience stared with widened eyes as they gasped. As they looked carefully, they were taken aback when they realized that the person who had sneakily attacked from behind was WindWithoutTrace. At this moment, WindWithoutTrace's eyes were red. His expression was ferocious and he looked like a devil. Die! A cold, grim voice spat out from WindWithoutTrace's mouth, sending chills down people's spine. Why did WindWithoutTrace suddenly sneakily attack Princess Xiao Xiao who had saved him? Was he pretending to be unconscious? Questions filled everyone's minds, but they did not have any time to think because Xiao Xiao's situation was already critical. The cold spear would only take at most another second to completely penetrate her frail body. In this extremely dangerous moment, Xiao Xiao was exceptionally calm. She hurriedly stretched out her right hand to grip the spear tip. As she forcefully pushed the spear backwards, she used Windwalk to surge forward, allowing her to escape in an instant. Xiao Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as she began to feel lucky. She hated pain since she was young, hence, before entering the virtual world, she had instructed the professional technicians to reduce the pain levels to less than 10%. As a result, she only felt a fleeting moment of pain that was like a slight prick when her abdomen was pierced. This allowed her to maintain her consciousness. However, after running about 2 steps, Xiao Xiao felt her body turn heavy and her limbs go soft. Only then did she realize that injuries in this extremely realistic virtual world would affect her bodily functions. Having suffered a grievous injury to her abdomen, her body could no longer support her usage of wind walk. Xiao Xiao turned anxious as she heard the air crack, as though there was a sonic boom. She hurriedly turned her head over to see a cold spear tip attacking her. It was just inches away from her throat. Even in a virtual world, the feeling of an impending death was extremely realistic. It was so realistic that Xiao Xiao unconsciously closed her eyes at that very moment. In the darkness, she suddenly felt a pair of warm hands grab her waist tightly as her body fell into an alien embrace. Immediately following that, she lost her sense of weight and experienced a centrifugal force. A howling wind blasted across her face as she opened her eyes in astonishment. She looked up to see a clown mask that looked somewhat funny. At that critical juncture, Shi Xiaobai had swept up Xiao Xiao, helping her to dodge that fatal strike. "Hurry up and use your energy pearl." Shi Xiaobai's reminder echoed in her ears before Xiao Xiao came round to. She immediately used her energy pearl, causing a pale red light to shroud her abdomen wound. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Die! With bloodshot eyes, WindWithoutTrace, who appeared as though he had been possessed by the devil, charged over in a crazy manner. He stabbed straight at Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai immediately jumped away with Xiao Xiao in his arms. Noticing how WindWithoutTrace did not have any intention to stop his pursuit, he hurriedly began using crab steps to retreat. Although he was carrying someone, his crab steps was still a little faster than WindWithoutTrace windwalk. Gradually, he opened up a gap between him and WindWithoutTrace. Only then did Xiao Xiao heave a sigh of relief. As she relaxed, she suddenly felt a tension around her chest. When she lowered her head, her face immediately blushed. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was carrying her like he was carrying a princess. One hand was beneath her legs, propping them up, while the other hand was underneath her armpit. Her chest was tightly adhered to his. Although this was a virtual world, the close contact felt extremely realistic in the immersive environment. Xiao Xiao, who had yet to date, had never experienced such a situation. She could forget how intimate the Princess Carrie was, but what sort of breast-attacking wandering hands were those? Despite understanding the extenuating circumstances and knowing how it was likely unintentional on Shi Xiaobai's part, or how everything was fake, Xiao Xiao could not resist the embarrassment she felt. Immediately, she coldly said, "Let me go. Keep quiet if you want to live." Shi Xiaobai's tone sounded irritated. He had lost the opportunity to have his crab steps break through to the dominating refinement realm, so he was feeling absolutely terrible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao turned furious as she struggled in Shi Xiaobai's embrace. However, she went limp after struggling for a moment or two. The energy pearl required a period of time for it to fully heal her, so she was still in an extremely weak state. Xiao Xiao could not help but silently curse herself for designing the energy pearl to have a delayed recovery period in order to ensure the game's balance. Wouldn't having instant recovery be great? So what if I die? Hurry up and let me go. Xiao Xiao felt aggrieved. What was so frightening about dying in a virtual world? A sex pervert like you was most frightening, do you get that? If you were to die, what will this king do? Shi Xiaobai was angered. If Xiao Xiao were to die, how was he to cultivate his crab steps? Ah! Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. This king needs you. If he did not need Xiao Xiao to help cultivate his crab steps, he would not have gone through such great efforts to save her. After all, this was a virtual world. Death just meant leaving the game. Shi Xiaobai sighed and tightened his embrace. WindWithoutTrace was still incessantly chasing after him, so he did not dare relax. He sped up once again. When Xiao Xiao heard Shi Xiaobai's words, she suddenly recalled the feeling they previously shared as mutual opponents. As her heart softened, she whispered, "Piggyback me, we shall counterattack." Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned before he understood what Xiao Xiao meant. As he turned his head to see that WindWithoutTrace was still a distance away, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly put down Xiao Xiao. He bent down and roughly piggybacked Xiao Xiao. He pushed Xiao Xiao's buttocks up from below in order to adjust his body before he began running ahead again. "You!" Having her buttocks attacked, Xiao Xiao was close to tears. This rascal was definitely doing it on purpose. He was nothing but a pervert. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath to force herself to calm down. She summoned her crystal bow and made a half-turn with her body. She immediately saw WindWithoutTrace, whose hair was disheveled and eyes bloodshot, crazily pursuing them. "It's all WindWithoutTrace's fault." Xiao Xiao immediately found a target to vent her anger. If not for WindWithoutTrace's sudden sneak attack, would she have been in such a humph? If this battle could carry on, she swore to riddle the sex pervert with holes that made him look like a beehive. Crimson Netherworld. This arrow of Xiao Xiao's contained her rage. Although she was being piggybacked by Shi Xiaobai, resulting in tremors and an awkward position, she was still able to shoot out an arrow at her usual standard. This arrow had to kill WindWithoutTrace. Boom! The red beam shot out before an explosive blast happened. As dust billowed, a figure dashed out once again like a fierce wolf. "Oh!" Xiao Xiao was stunned. Why did WindWithoutTrace appear unhurt despite her shooting an arrow? "Can you do it?" Upon noticing the situation, Shi Xiaobai could not help but question her. "Humph." Xiao Xiao coldly grunted before she consecutively shot out another 3 Crimson Netherworld in a fit of rage. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions resounded once again. This time Xiao Xiao realized why Crimson Netherworld did not manage to kill WindWithoutTrace. Every time her arrow was about to hit its target, it would collide into a black barrier that suddenly appeared. The black barrier only lasted for a moment, but it perfectly resisted Crimson Netherworld. WindWithoutTrace remained unharmed underneath the protection of the black barrier. What was the deal with the barrier? Only a psionic soul realm warrior could perfectly block her Crimson Netherworld, so with WindWithoutTrace's strength, it was impossible for him to produce such a powerful barrier. "Hey, can you really do it?" Shi Xiaobai was running with his fastest speed while piggybacking Xiao Xiao, so he was gradually feeling tired. Noticing how WindWithoutTrace was still unharmed despite her shooting 4 arrows, he could not help but question her. Xiao Xiao's expression changed. The black barrier could have very well entered the domain of the psionic soul realm, so she truly had no means of shattering it. However, she immediately felt wronged when she heard Shi Xiaobai's questioning. "What evil have I committed to be bullied by you in this manner?" Xiao Xiao retorted, "If you can do it then you should go up and do it. If you can't do it then don't even criticize." "Okay." Shi Xiaobai calmly responded. He came to an abrupt stop and let Xiao Xiao down before he turned to face WindWithoutTrace, who was desperately pursuing them. Xiao Xiao was stunned, unsure of what Shi Xiaobai's intentions were. "This king shall go ahead." Shi Xiaobai pulled out the short knife dual blades to traverse the world had lent him from his waist as he stepped forward to block Xiao Xiao behind him. He raised his short knife and charged straight at WindWithoutTrace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 91, Terrifying Knife Strike. Chapter 91, Terrifying Knife Strike. Although the audience was stunned by Xiao Xiao's injury due to WindWithoutTrace's sudden sneak attack, they did not feel a sense of urgency. After all, everything that happened was just a virtual competition. Despite the fact that it was contemptible for WindWithoutTrace to launch a sneak attack by faking unconsciousness, he had not violated any of the competition's rules. Furthermore, even if he successfully killed Princess Xiao Xiao, it was just the completing the reduction of a life bar to 0 in a virtual game. As such, the audience was not truly anxious over Princess Xiao Xiao's injury in the virtual world. However, the experienced Biscuit could not sit still. After WindWithoutTrace launched his sneak attack, Biscuit had left the commentator stands. Why was WindWithoutTrace still not out of the virtual world yet? He had clearly instructed the staff to inform WindWithoutTrace branch head to quickly wake WindWithoutTrace up from his virtual immersion. Biscuit sensed that something wasn't right. He found the staff member he had previously instructed. Upon seeing Biscuit's solemn expression, the staff member realized the gravity of the situation. Quickly, he dialed up the branch head. Moments later, the staff member told Biscuit, "They say that WindWithoutTrace can't be awakened." Biscuit's pupils constricted the moment he heard that as a wry smile suffused across his lips. He sighed and said, "WindWithoutTrace consciousness is already controlled by the Bishop of Virtuality." Biscuit blamed himself. If he had thought of this possibility earlier on, it might not have come to this. In the form of a virus black cocoon, the Bishop of Virtuality's consciousness had invaded the virtual world where Xiao Xiao and company were in. At the moment the virus black cocoon was shattered, the Bishop of Virtuality's consciousness had sunk into WindWithoutTrace game avatar, allowing him to completely repress WindWithoutTrace consciousness. At this moment, although WindWithoutTrace had yet to be brainwashed to becoming a parishioner of the Church of Virtuality, his game avatar was completely under the Bishop of Virtuality's control. Furthermore, with his consciousness repressed, there was no way to successfully wake him up in reality. If they could not kill WindWithoutTrace's game avatar and chase the Bishop of Virtuality's consciousness away, WindWithoutTrace's consciousness would never return to reality, effectively turning him to a vegetable. However, Biscuit was at a loss as to what to do. He could only silently pray that IChooseDogLeading and the severely injured Princess Xiao Xiao could kill WindWithoutTrace in the virtual world, but Biscuit knew it was nearly impossible. This was because once the Bishop of Virtuality proceeded with his consciousness control, he would produce a computer bug-like barrier that protected the game avatar's safety. The barrier was many times harder than the black cocoon, so the two psionic mortal realm kids had no way to crack it. Biscuit returned to the commentator's stands with a heavy heart. He happened to see Shi Xiaobai put Xiao Xiao down in the scene of him rushing at WindWithoutTrace with a short knife in hand. He immediately drew a gasp and turned extremely nervous. Xiao Xiao's eyes flickered with a strange glow as it landed on Shi Xiaobai's back that was moving away from her. Although this person was a sex pervert, he was still rather courageous and reliable at crucial points in time. However, Xiao Xiao immediately recalled the black barrier that perfectly blocked her 4 crimson netherworld arrows, so she immediately shouted to alert him, "Be careful of his barrier," but the audience's hearts were already in their mouths as a black shield suddenly appeared to engulf WindWithoutTrace's body. They knew this much better than Xiao Xiao because the director had purposely replayed the scenes from before in slow motion. After watching it again, they could not help but curse out loud. This F*King barrier was too hard. When Xiao Xiao's crimson netherworld shot at the black barrier, it did not even produce the slightest tremor. It was exactly like how gunfire in the world's bullets collided with the virus black cocoon. The offense and defense between the two media were completely on 2 different levels. And at this moment, the knife-wielding Shi Xiaobai was crashing head-on with the spear-wielding WindWithoutTrace. Even though they were supporting Shi Xiaobai in their hearts, they were not optimistic. After all, if the defense could not be broken, victory was destined to be unobtainable. 2 figures approached each other at extremely fast speeds, and in seconds they clashed. It was not a beautiful chance encounter but a brutal duel. Both of them were brave warriors, and at this moment, the person who clinched victory was stronger. When the gap reduced to about a meter, WindWithoutTrace suddenly stabbed out with his spear. Shi Xiaobai reacted extremely quickly. With a switch in his footsteps, he jumped laterally once, allowing Crab Phantom Image to be ingeniously showcased. He had managed to dodge the spear at that hair-raising moment, but simultaneously, the short knife stabbed straight out in a blink of an eye. The black barrier also suddenly appeared at that instant, enveloping WindWithoutTrace's body completely in a bid to block off the short knife. Pooh! A nearly inaudible sound was barely heard as the short knife seemed to stab into a calm water surface when it met the black barrier. It produced a concentric ripple as it stabbed straight in. The short knife had instantly immersed itself into the black shield. As if time had frozen at that very moment, everyone's breathing came to a halt. Contestant WindWithoutTrace eliminated. The system's mechanic voice resounded less than a second after the short knife stabbed into the black barrier. It announced WindWithoutTrace's death in the virtual world. Simultaneously, the black barrier shattered. Shi Xiaobai had used the short knife in his hand to stab into WindWithoutTrace's left chest. It had pierced right through WindWithoutTrace's heart. DEA, dead. WindWithoutTrace was instantly killed? Biscuit struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva as he found it difficult to believe that what had happened was real. Xiao Xiao was also stunned. The black barrier that had perfectly blocked 4 of her crimson netherworld arrows could not even last a second under the short knife. Who was this pervert? The audience was also dumbfounded. They reacted moments later as the entire viewing hall erupted into chaos. Holy shit, an insta-kill. That's so cool, but... Am I dreaming? Why is the defensive shield that Princess Xiao Xiao was completely helpless against appear as though it was made out of paper? GodDogLeading is magnificent. I went from a bystander to a complete fan of GodDogLeading. Furthermore, I have become a brainless fan. That strike is indeed terrifying. Back when GodDogLeading stabbed into the black cocoon like he was stabbing into water, I thought the black cocoon had gone easy. Who knew that GodDogLeading is truly remarkable? Just with that one knife, GodDogLeading has been conferred the title of God in my heart. I agree. This strike is terrifying, so truly terrifying. I really want to know what blade technique that strike belongs to. That's right, what sort of strike was that? Does any knowledgeable person know what strike it is? What sort of strike is this? A cold but furious voice thundered from the screen, giving the audience a shock. They spontaneously fell silent. From whom did this voice come from? On the screen, a black billow of smoke suddenly rose up from WindWithoutTrace's corpse. The black smoke coagulated instantly, transforming into a figure that floated in mid-air. The person was completely wrapped in a cassock, obscuring his entire body. There was even no way to tell if the figure was man or woman. Church of Virtuality's Archcardinal! Biscuit exclaimed in horror, informing everyone the identity of the cassocked figure. The Church of Virtuality only had one leader, the Bishop of Virtuality. And beneath the Bishop of Virtuality were 4 Archcardinals. These 4 Archcardinals only had one above them and thousands under them in the Church of Virtuality. Why did the Archcardinal suddenly appear? And how did he appear? What sort of strike is this? The cold voice resounded once again from the Archcardinal's mouth. It brought with it pent-up anger and an irrepressible disbelief. The strike he was asking about was naturally the knife strike Shi Xiaobai had used. This was very likely to be an unspoken secret, but he had to ask. He did not ask to pursue an answer, but deliberately asked to vent the doubts in his heart. This strike. Shi Xiaobai lowered his voice as though he was about to give the answer almost immediately. This strike naturally had its name and it was not a secret that needed concealing. Everyone pricked up their ears. Even the aloof Xiao Xiao was extremely curious. This powerful and inconceivable strike that seemed to run counter to all logic. What sort of strike was this? This strike's name is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, The Benevolent Butcher. Chapter 92, The Benevolent Butcher. I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it. Brother, I don't want to see it. A 5 or 6-year-old boy with a fair complexion and welling tears hid behind a young man with black hair. He peeked his head out to look at a tide, white pig lying above a wooden platform not far away. Beside it stood a burly middle-aged man. As the boy's tiny mouth shriveled, his tiny head shook like a rattle. The young boy was both sad and afraid. Although the white pig wasn't considered cute, it appeared very pitiful to be slaughtered under a butcher's knife. Furthermore, not only did his father want to kill it, but his father had also insisted on him witnessing the process. His father was too vile. "Dad, Xiaobai is still young. Why don't we wait till he is older?" The black-haired youth rubbed the small boy's head. His eyes were soft and loving. The burly man stared at the little boy and said with a straight face, "We cannot wait. Our Shi family has slaughtered pigs for generations. Back when I was 3 years old, I watched your grandfather kill 3 large boars. You were only 4 when you began learning how to slaughter pigs. This little bastard is already 5 years old this year, but he hasn't even seen a pig slaughtering process before." The black-haired youth's face turned stiff as he said softly, "Xiaobai is a bit more timid. Besides, the Shi family trait can just be inherited by me. As for Xiaobai, let him choose his own life, alright?" The burly man fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Finally, he broke his silence with a sigh as he said, "I can't wrench my heart to let an outstanding Tsinghua University graduate become a pig-slaughtering butcher." "You?" "I'm fine." The black-haired youth smiled gently like the warm spring breeze in March. "So what about a butcher? A butcher's child can still become an outstanding student. Although we kill pigs, we have never harmed anyone. Even if we are butchers, we are benevolent butchers. Most importantly, Xiaobai doesn't like killing pigs. We should let him do what he likes." The burly man opened his mouth but was unsure of his words. His eyes turned soft but gloomy as his cleaver-holding hand trembled slightly. "I like killing pigs." Suddenly, a crisp voice shouted out. The boy walked out from behind the youth. As he used his hands to wipe the tears from his eyes, he said with a childlike voice, "I don't want brother to become a butcher. I like killing pigs. I will be the butcher." The black-haired youth and the burly man was stunned. The expression on the boy's pink face was extremely serious, so serious that it made it hard for people to believe that he was a 5-year-old child. But the boy's face suddenly cringed as he shriveled his mouth. "But the big white pig will be in pain, can you not kill it?" The burly man squatted down and said gently, "Don't worry, Daddy will not make it feel any pain." The boy was stunned before he asked, "It won't be in pain?" The burly man laughed heartily and patted himself on the chest. "Our Shi family does not have ruthless butchers. Your grandpa always says that although we kill pigs, we can never forget how to be benevolent. Never letting the white pig depart in pain is a principle we must never violate." The boy opened his mouth and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with sadness. "But, the big white pig, it will still die, right?" The burly man was stupefied before he let out a bitter smile. No matter how benevolent a butcher was, he was still a butcher. With the cleave of the knife, regardless of how peaceful its life was robbed away from it, it was still a death that deserved sadness. The black-haired youth patted the burly man on his shoulder and whispered, "Dad, don't force Xiaobai any further. I know you do not wish the Shi family trait to end in your hands. I know you do not wish to let down Grandpa who is in heaven. Dad, I understand, so I will shoulder this responsibility. For me, I don't really like those complex cities. I like the air here. I like this village that has you and Xiaobai. The burly man patted the slender hands resting on his shoulder and said gently, "Your hands were naturally born to hold a pen. How can I make you hold a knife? Forget it, forget it. The benevolent butcher. It's already enough. It's time to end this joke with me. The joke only serves to fool ourselves. If I were to meet your grandpa in the future and get scolded, I will just scrunch up my face and suffer the beating." Ha ha. The burly man's laughter was bold and unforced. The youth widened the corners of his mouth, but he could not laugh. The boy looked up to take a glance at the youth before he turned to glance at the burly man. Suddenly, he let go of his hands that were tugging on the youth's trousers. He ran up to the wooden platform and stared at the large white pig tied there. He said loudly, "I want to see the pig being killed. I'm not scared." His shiny black eyes were obviously welling with tears, and the way he bit his lower lips looked miserable and pitiful, but his resolute expression was moving. The burly man's eyes turned slightly moist as he walked forward. As he walked, he said, "A long time ago, our Shar family ancestors pursued the ability to slice a throat in one strike. However, that would result in the pig dying in agony. So after countless years of improvement, our Shar family has now chosen piercing of the heart." The burly man approached the large white pig and pointed to the pig's left chest. He said, "This is where the big white pig's heart is. However, a pig's fat is very thick, so it is rather difficult to stab straight into the heart. If you aren't careful, you will instead bring more pain to the large white pig. However, this is a responsibility we as men from the Shar family have to shoulder. This knife has to be accurate and without hesitation or mercy. It cannot be benevolent, because as butchers, it is the only remaining benevolence we have." The moment the burly man finished saying that, he suddenly lifted his hand and cleaved downwards. Instantly, he stabbed right into the white pig's left chest. Oink! The large white pig whimpered once with a twitch before it closed its eyes immediately and stopped moving. There was no time for the fresh life to even struggle before it died completely. The strike was fast and sudden. It was so fast that the boy could not close his already widened eyes in time. Wah! The boy was dumbfounded for a moment before he pounced into the youth's embrace with a yelp. He then burst into tears. The burly man sighed deeply. Didn't he too cry in such a heartbreaking manner so many years ago? The youth hugged the boy tightly, his eyes sorry for the boy. "After I graduate next year, I will return to slaughter pigs. This year, when we visit the tombs, I will tell your grandpa that we will not slaughter pigs in the future." Despite simultaneously saying words that had different meanings, what the two people said were both equally meaningful. In a black cupboard, a black-haired youth and a young boy were huddled together. The young boy was trembling as the black-haired youth constantly stroked the boy's back. "Don't worry. Daddy will be fine. Those bad guys, someone will take care of them." The youth appeared as though he was holding back something. It made his voice tremble slightly. The boy's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Hero. Brother, heroes will finish the bad guys, right?" The youth was slightly surprised as he gave a humorless laugh. He forced an affirmative tone and said, "Of course, those heroes Xiaobai see on TV, they are the ones dedicated to finishing bad guys. Heroes will definitely save everyone. Daddy will definitely be fine." Yeah. The boy nodded his head sharply as his trembling body gradually calmed down. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was suddenly heard from outside the house. The youth held his breath as he hurriedly gestured a shoe to the boy. He used a nearly inaudible voice to say, "Could EP. K-E-T." The boy nodded and buried his tiny head into the youth's chest. His body began shivering again. Suddenly, a hoarse but relentless voice was heard coming from outside the house. It came through the windows, across the cracks in the cupboard, straight into the youth and boy's ears. "You bunch of idiots. You can't even get rid of a knife-holding butcher with a gun? A rusty pig slaughtering knife has killed 2 people. You even have the F***king nerve to call yourselves terrorists?" Following that, a stuttering male voice was heard. That butcher was quite powerful. In the cupboard, the youth and young boy looked at each other in the dark when they heard this. Both of them revealed a pleased smile. The hoarse voice was heard once again. "Even if he is powerful, can he be more powerful than a gun? All of you were just too stupid." The stuttering voice no longer stuttered and began to speak unusually smooth. Yes. Our boss is awesome as usual. You killed the butcher in one shot." Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes immediately glazed over. The young boy also reacted moments later with a yelp. The youth was alarmed as he hurriedly covered the boy's mouth. His other hand tightly embraced the young boy as he whispered, "Shoo, quiet." However, everything was too late. The two voices outside the house was heard once again. "Oh? Is there someone in this house?" "Boss, I heard it too. Looks like someone slipped through the cracks." "Perfect, I happen to not have vented all my pent-up anger." "Go, let's kill." The footsteps gradually came from outside the house through the main door. Despite being separated by the cupboard door and the tightly shut main door, it was still extremely audible. A look of despair flashed in the youth's eyes. But immediately, it ignited a glimmer of hope. He lowered his head and kissed the young boy on his forehead. He spoke extremely quickly, but in a solemn tone, "Xiaobai, remember this. You are a king of kings. You shall rule the world of justice and evil. There will be a day when the heretic king's powers will awaken in you. You will banish all the evil in the world. You will save the world, because you are the king of this world. So, you must live on. Live on while this world needs you." After the youth said those words, he suddenly stretched out his hand and hit the young boy on the neck. Sensing the stiff body in his embrace turn soft, the youth gave a gentle smile, one just like a blooming daisy in the winter. As he walked out of the cupboard, he picked up a rusty pig slaughtering knife and charged out the door. Moments later, numerous gunshots and invectives resounded in the world outside the window. The din continued for a moment before it reduced to the harshest silence. And in the world of that tiny compartment, a tiny life slept peacefully. In the virtual world, everyone was waiting for the strike's name. Be it the audience, the commentators, Princess Xiao Xiao or the arch-cardinal that had suddenly appeared, all of them pricked up their ears. What sort of strike was it for it to be able to easily penetrate the virus black cocoon and the darkness barrier, resulting in WindWithoutTrace instant death? This strike's name is... Shi Xiaobai opened his mouth as 2 tears streamed down his cheeks. It's called. He reached out his hand to wipe his eyes, but there was no end to his tears. His throat felt choked as though he was about to suffocate. 2 voices constantly resounded in his mind. Xiaobai is still young. Xiaobai is a bit more timid. Dad, don't force Xiaobai any further. For me, I don't really like those complex cities. I like the air here, I like this village that has you and Xiaobai. After I graduate next year, I will return to slaughter pigs. So, you must live on. Live on while this world needs you. The benevolent butcher. It's already enough. It's time to end this joke with me, the joke only serves to fool ourselves. However, this is a responsibility we as men from the Shi family have to shoulder. This year, when we visit the tombs, I will tell your grandpa that we will not slaughter pigs in the future. Shi Xiaobai raised his short knife and looked up into the sky, allowing his tears to fall to the ground. He used the gentlest voice to say to the world. This knife strike is called Pig Slaughtering Knife. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.